Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's back there hiding. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. Sorry that we are starting late. Today was an absolute shit show. Most flakes we've ever had. We had 6 flakes in a 24-hour period, 10 flakes total. So our apologies for our little delayed start time, our late start time. Thank you for your patience, guys. This podcast is viewer-supported heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. TTS is $200 and up. It's via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us here at whatever. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is 3 Clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. And in December, we had a really good month in December, a lot of views in December. So go see what the hype is about. Links are below. And also, I mentioned this in our last show, but like midway through the show, I just want to do a quick thank you, guys. The main channel, this channel, hit 1 billion total video views in late December. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you for getting us to 1 billion views on the main channel. And that's without clips or shorts. That's just long form content. So appreciate it. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast or the host. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, so where are you from, and occupation. Go ahead.
All right, my name is Kayla. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Joshua Tree, California, and I am a tooth technician.
Hi, I'm Talia. I'm a 20-year-old from the Bay Area. I go to school here at UCSB, and I'm a student.
What's your major?
I'm an econ major.
Econ, okay, welcome.
My name is Katie. I'm 29. I'm originally from Vermont, and I work in childcare.
All right, welcome.
My name is Lily. I'm 21. I'm originally from the Bay Area, but I go here at UCSB, and I'm a senior.
All right, welcome.
I'm Shay. I'm also from the Bay, and I also go to UCSB, and I'm 21.
Major?
Econ as well.
You're both econ?
No, I'm bio.
Oh, bio. Okay, so econ, bio. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Ariana. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a student.
Okay, welcome.
And I'm also live in Joshua Tree as well.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Vanshika. I'm a henna artist and an event planner. Moved here 18 months before in LA. Basically, I'm from India.
Basically, you're from India?
Yes, I'm from India.
Okay. Could it ever be like complicated you're from India?
No.
India.
Oh, okay.
Dating is kind of, I would say.
Okay.
Jake, 28 years old, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube, from Brisbane, Australia.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. So we are going to go around the table once more. So what's everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? There's all kinds of arrangements nowadays. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Currently, I am seriously dating, and I'm very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Second question you asked was longest
so you're
relationship.
currently in a relationship, right?
I am, yes. Okay. And my longest relationship has been 4.5 years.
Is that your current one, or?
No.
Okay.
This one's less than half of that.
How long have you been in your current relationship?
I say we like dated, but it was long distance for a while.
Mhm.
And then I moved out here. So since April, it's been serious.
Okay. So is it still long distance, or now you guys?
It is. Yeah.
Oh, still long distance.
It's still long distance.
Okay.
It's kind of complicated.
Tell us, how's it complicated?
Well, I moved out here to be closer to him.
And then he moved.
Well, yeah.
It was long distance. She moved to come, and then he moved away. I think
like
he's trying to
this.
get away
No,
from
it's
you.
good.
So okay, you said it's complicated. So you moved out here to be with him, but then is he in the military?
He is.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Good connection.
Okay. Where's he now?
I don't know if I'm supposed to say.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You
He
just
his platoon had to go.
Middle East?
Huh?
Huh?
No.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't talk about that subject, but is he currently deployed?
Yes.
Okay, so he moved for work.
Yeah, he did. Well, he's coming back. 3 months.
You don't know where your boyfriend is?
No, I do. I
you
just
okay.
don't. Last time I posted
Security.
where he was, and they told me to take it down.
Okay, all right.
Area 51.
I see. Oh, Area
Yes.
51, yeah. She's going to Naro 2 run, go invade it. Okay, what about you?
So current, I am so single and so happy about it.
So single.
But like no
Okay.
talking to anyone, no crushes, nothing. Like I'm so grateful.
What's so
Okay.
good about being so single? If you
Oh, it's
if
like
you're not-
all my energy's focused on like my friends, myself, my
Okay.
career, like just being present. It's amazing. I
Okay.
love it.
Well, and so single. When's how long have you been so single for?
Like a month.
1 month. And what were you like kind of single before in
I
a
was in
relationship?
like it was like
on and off again?
friends with benefit. I was abroad and it was like good friend with benefits type thing. You know,
s-
little European fling. Little European.
You said you were
fling.
abroad. Where were you?
Spain.
Oh, in Spain. Okay.
Yeah.
You're doing you're an international student there.
Yeah, like studying abroad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were there for like a quarter. Is it the quarter semester?
I was there for
system,
like
or-
a semester, but I was traveling beforehand
Which part
too.
of Spain?
Madrid.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. So hold on. You were dating a guy while you were in Spain.
Sure. Dating isn't the right word. We were friends with benefits.
Friends with
we
benefits.
would travel together.
Was he a Spanish man?
No.
Where was he from?
Was he part of your program?
Yeah, we met
Okay.
on the first day of school.
American?
No,
Oh.
What country?
I don't like American boys.
You don't like American boys?
No.
We should. We'll let everybody answer the question, but we'll come back to the what's wrong with American boys. Okay, we can definitely hit that. Okay, so you came back. You were in a thing while you were there.
Yeah.
Now you're so single, very
Yeah.
single.
Yes.
And
happy, not
Okay.
looking for anything.
Cool.
Yeah.
We'll come back to some of these. Longest relationship.
A year.
1 year. Okay, gotcha. What about you?
What were the questions again?
Yeah. So current relationship status. If you're single,
Right.
how long have you been single? Longest
and the
relationship.
relationships. So currently between single and in a poly relationship. I consider myself non-monogamous. I do have a lover that's cross seas right now, not military, but yeah. And longest relationship is 4.5 years.
Is that your current
No,
poly? Okay.
no.
So you said you're single, but you have your.
I consider it a polyamorous relationship.
How long is your current?
This current relationship, I've known this person for a little over a year. So it's been.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Yes. I've known this person a little over a year, on and off relationship.
Is this the
openly.
person who's overseas?
Yes.
And he's also considers himself
I don't know.
non-monogamous? You don't know? So have you told him that you're non-monogamous?
I think it's an understanding.
Have you explicitly said that?
No, but we weren't together, and then I was in Vermont, and then I came back, and he has gone to Thailand, and
He's probably experiencing the local spices over there.
I don't know, he's working, he's really busy. And I mean, we still talk, and I very much love him very much, and when we see each other, we'll very much be together. But I'm also just like my own person.
It's a wrong split, Nick. Okay, so hold on.
Open relationships. It's the way to go.
It's the way to go.
It's the way to go.
Are you so you have your main, right? That's my understanding with like
Polyamorous, right? Would
There's
be
like a
the-
main, and then
Right.
or there
So-
could be multiple.
You're all just loving together, each other.
Yeah, so polyamory would be that you have is technically that you have your main two, so that I consider him, he's my lover, right? That's who my heart is very much in love with him. But you still can have go on dates and other encounters.
Would you ever marry that person?
I don't know. I think yes. Marriage has been a whole, I thought for 25 years of my life that, I want to get married, white picket fence, that whole lifestyle, until I started traveling and fell
Always
in love with
happens.
myself. And now
Yeah.
it's
The old
relationships
self-love.
are actually quite difficult now for me to be in.
Is that, do you reckon, because you've had too many experiences on your travels that you can't quite stick to one person, or?
Very little experiences on my travels.
Yeah.
It's more, no, I was very in long-term relationships, about 3 to 4.5 years before traveling. And then after that, decided to just be in love with myself for a while. And like you're saying, the whole single thing is a big thing and encouraged for young women.
Would you want to do that forever though? Just be in love with yourself, or would you want to share your life with somebody?
I want to share my life with a lot of people. I love a lot of people, and I think love is more expansive than just one person.
But in terms of a romantic love, you'd want to have romantic love with lots of different people?
That's what open relationships are, yeah.
And what about having kids though? Would you want to have kids?
I believe so. I mean, I work in childcare, so for, again, 25 years of my life, I thought I wanted that. I was ready to have kids with the person I was with in that 4.5-year relationship, which actually was pretty toxic of a relationship. So it's crazy to think I would have had a baby with someone then, and now to come to find out just a few years later of having time with myself. I definitely want to have a child of my own, obviously, to continue. But
And would you maintain the polyamorous lifestyle if you had a child with somebody?
I don't know. Yeah.
Are you so you have your main? Are you seeing any other guys currently?
No.
Okay.
Or women, just to be clear.
Okay. So you are bisexual. You date
Yes.
both. Okay. But you're not seeing anybody else.
No.
Okay. But if something were to come along, you might consider it, entertain it.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. What about you?
Do I reintroduce myself? My name is Lily, and I've been single my whole life.
Okay.
That is my relationship status. I am single.
Single your whole life?
Yes.
But I'm sure you've dated people.
I've gone on dates, but I don't think I've ever settled down and committed to being in a
Sure.
relationship with one person.
What's the longest consecutive period of time that you've dated one person?
I've never dated anybody.
Well, like maybe there was a guy or a girl. Are you
Bisexual.
You're bi? Okay. Have you dated a guy or a girl? Maybe it was a casual thing for like a period of a month, 2 months, 3 months. Have you had that?
I've gone on dates with a person consecutively for a long period of time, but I don't think I've ever asked to be someone's girlfriend before. So I
What
wouldn't.
about like a friends with benefits? Have you had like a 3 month, 6
Yes.
month? What about situationship?
Yes.
How long? What's the longest situationship that you've had?
3 months.
3 months. Got it. Okay. Was that with a guy or a girl?
Guy.
Guy. Okay. Got it. Okay. And is that they've had an interest in having a relationship and you haven't, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I am a very independent person. I like to dedicate a lot of time to myself. And like
Okay.
I said, I like to work on myself a lot. I'm very much just an independent person, and I have extremely high goals for myself. So it's hard to find time to even have a relationship.
You said, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Just I'm very focused on myself.
Well, you said you're a bio major. Are you interested in pursuing medicine? Is that?
Absolutely.
You want to be a doctor or?
I want to be a professor.
Oh, professor. Okay. Of biology?
Immunology.
Immunology. I see. Okay. And so I assume that would mean that you have to pursue a PhD. Mm-hmm. So it certainly takes quite a bit of time. So do you want to have kids one day?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. And so, but it sounds like to me at the time being, you're kind of disregarding the pursuit of a relationship because right now you're kind of focused on your studies and you want to achieve certain things, and perhaps that's something maybe I don't know if you have a sense of a timeline, maybe in your mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s, that's when you would like to.
Exactly. I feel like I'd like to settle down with someone in like my late 20s, maybe like 25, 26, you know, and then have kids, dedicate my 30s to my kids.
Do you have a sense of, would you prefer that person to be a man? Would you prefer to be a woman? Because I know you said, did you say you want kids, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you prefer, do you have a preference there when it
I do not
comes to
have
your
a
partner?
preference. I think
Okay,
love
so
is
open
love.
to adoption or?
Absolutely.
Okay, surrogacy. Okay, got it. Okay. What about you?
I'm in a serious relationship right now
All right, relationship. How long have you been in the relationship for?
for about 7 months.
7 months. Okay, got it. What about you?
I'm currently married, and my longest relationship is 3
Okay.
years.
Is that your current marriage?
Yes, my current
Okay,
relationship.
Gotcha. How long have you been married?
Like a year and 3 months, probably.
A year and 3 months. Okay, cool.
I'm currently single,
Hmm?
and I would say I'm single from last 7 months. So, yeah,
You said, okay, single for the last 7 months. Longest relationship?
it was 2 years.
2 years. Okay, got it. All right. And you, how long have you been in the U.S.? Because you're from India, correct?
Yeah, I would say 18 months.
Can you,
I would say 18 months.
18 months? Okay. All right. But you've been single for 7 months. In that 7 month period, so you did have a relationship here in the U.S.
Yes,
for
I did.
period of time. Okay.
6 months.
Why did he dump you? Kidding.
Sorry. I am
What?
not killing. I get to know that he's married.
Oh, he was married. Okay.
How did you not know that?
That's what the problem. I didn't get to know. The way he portrays himself, it's like he's a single person, and he was giving me good time. He was like taking care of me. I didn't realize. Honestly, I had like no idea he can't be married. But yeah, eventually.
Did you
I
never
find-
go to his house or anything like that?
Did he have a wedding ring?
No,
on his-
no.
Did you go to his house?
Sorry.
Did you go to his house?
No, because honestly, I was working a lot, so I was like working a lot. So
How long were you dating him?
6 months.
You never went to his abode?
No,
He always went to your place?
I would say
Hotel meetups.
at my place. I would say yeah, but not a lot.
So how did you,
You guys-
find out?
I found out through his phone.
Did you get in there by yourself, or did he let you in?
It was eventually, honestly. And also one thing was about his house that it was like he said he lives in some certain place, but I found a mail that says another address.
You went
So-
there, didn't you?
Yeah, so that tricked me. Like, why this is a lie?
Did you drive past the address?
Sorry.
Did you drive past the address?
No.
Don't lie to me. Did you? Did you not?
So I strictly
would've.
asked him. And he was like, kind of get panicked. Oh, you're going through my mails and this and that. I was, that's not what I'm asking. You need to answer me. And yeah, he didn't answer. So I kind of get an idea like something is fishy going on. So yeah, but I get to know it. So I have to end it up for sure. And I
Wow.
did.
Good times. We'll dive more into that in a little bit. Jake, what is your relationship situation?
28 and single, and that's about it.
Sweet. Okay. And you've been traveling a lot recently. Any love connections on your many travels?
Too busy. I just stay inside my apartments, my Airbnbs the whole time and work.
No lady friends? You know,
I don't get
nothing?
time.
You don't got time?
I don't get
okay,
time.
he's
No,
focused.
don't get
He's
time
focused
to
on the
mingle.
grind. He is
Yeah.
focused on the grind. Okay, cool. Well, so I have a few notes here that we need to go over. Let me just see. I think a good starting point would be, actually, before we get back into some of the people's relationship statuses, hold on one sec, guys. I have a kind of a light question to start. If you had to choose, would you rather your boyfriend cheat on you with a girl who is hotter or uglier than you? If you had to choose.
Uglier.
And we'll go around the table. We'll start with you, and we'll go around. Okay, so for you. Okay. What about you?
Sure, uglier, yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass on that question.
What? Why? Why?
Because I think looks are objective or subjective, right? So it's each opinion.
Hold on. Okay.
Who's to say that she's uglier or prettier than I am? Not going there.
Well, wait, hold on. Just one.
Go ahead.
Are you straight?
No.
You're bi.
Yes.
So you can't make a determination whether somebody is physically attractive to you?
I can, but not if she's prettier than I am or not.
So you can assess someone's attractiveness, but not if they're more attractive than you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, who here is more or less attractive?
Oh, yeah. You want me to? I could do that.
Yes, please.
I
Go
could
ahead.
do that. I feel
Explain
like it
to
might
me how
be,
you do that, because I don't understand.
It
how
might
you
be
do
a
that.
little rude.
It would be, right?
It might be a little
Yeah.
rude, but this is I'm asking you a hypothetical question. So it's rude in the sense that
I can't answer then
these,
unless there's a girl there. Give me a hypothetical girl. What'd she look like? Give me details.
Who's
So
like
Victoria's Secret supermodel versus.
Then I would
versus-
understand why he cheated on me with her.
But would you
I
rather
would
him
cheat on me
cheat
too.
with the Victoria's Secret supermodel or Hulk Hogan wearing a wig?
I would honestly say the hotter chick, because I would say I want him to have standards. Like, if he's gonna sleep with
Okay.
someone that low, then what was I?
Well, there's the question.
There we go. All right. What about you?
I'm gonna go prettier.
Prettier. Okay.
Uglier.
Yeah, uglier.
Uglier.
Okay. So why?
You want to start with me?
Yeah, we'll start with you.
I would say that's the basic thing. Like maybe my English is it's not my first language. I don't sometimes have the proper words. So
Was his wife hotter or uglier than you?
say it again, please.
Was his wife hotter or uglier than you?
I would say that obviously if a person is, maybe I misunderstood the question. Can you just run again?
I asked the question. Was your last boyfriend, when you saw his
I
family
haven't.
photos with him and his wife, was she hotter or uglier than you?
She was good. She was beautiful. I would say I don't want to compare. She was beautiful. A beautiful lady, I would say.
Hotter or uglier than you, though? What do you think? If you had to say it,
I have to say.
because normally if you go for a side, I reckon the side girl's probably going to be hotter.
I would say she is beautiful. That's it.
Okay.
I would say uglier because it would probably hurt less. I don't know. I think it would just hurt less.
Would it be less of a threat?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
If he's cheating, at that point, I'm already leaving, and in my mind, I'd rather think of him with an ugly girl than with a pretty girl, because that's, at that point, kind of
Sure.
his league.
Okay.
I said prettier because if she's bad, I'll sleep with her too.
There you have it. Okay. What about you? Oh, well.
You need more opinion?
It's a podcast.
Let me just say, for the ones that are saying the ugly, that you gotta, your self-value, you are so beautiful.
The question wasn't if you think you're beautiful, though. It's like
Right.
if they think they're uglier or hotter than you, and why.
Yeah, but when you're saying I want them to be uglier than me because it's boosts your self-esteem, that
You
doesn't
don't think
matter.
people have
that
egos?
doesn't matter.
People have
Oh,
egos.
it totally does.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what the question's about.
Okay,
People's egos.
thank you.
We all have them.
Oh, totally.
So do you.
Yeah,
So what do you think?
I think I said what I think.
But why would you want hotter?
Well, I said because I want them to have the standard, because I think their standards would be, I'm at that same standard. So if they're liking Victoria's Secret girls, then I'm like a Victoria's Secret girl. Must be.
Wait, I don't know if that really checks out, though.
Okay.
So wait, is the logic here, I'm dating my boyfriend is attracted to me. If he sleeps with a girl of a certain physical attractiveness, ergo, I must be just as physically attractive as the other woman he sleeps with? Is that the logic?
Sure.
That doesn't sound like a very
I think she's saying that
convincing
I think
reason.
she's saying that his standards must be high, so therefore she must fall within those standards.
Like
Is
when
that
they
how
go
men work?
lower, when they go down, when they go to uglier girls, it's just like, yo, what happened to your standards? Like I've had this guy, like dated a guy that had pretty girlfriend after pretty girlfriend after pretty girlfriend, and then you see after so long he starts going down because they start finding out he's not a very good person, you know, and so he has to start being.
So you're saying that
Makes
his
sense.
girlfriend's got uglier?
Huh.
Subjectively?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of a hard question. I kind of agree with everyone. Like, I would just look at the guy and I'd be like, I'd more look at the girl, like, what is it about, like, the personality maybe that got him? Like, if he's just sleeping with her because she's hot, like, good for him. Like, that's great. Like, but it would be beyond the appearance, which is what would irk me. It wouldn't really, like, I don't think the first thing that would come to my mind is like, oh, she's prettier than me. I wouldn't be comparing myself to her like that.
Okay. What about you?
I think it would be more for my mental, just feeling like I wouldn't have to worry about her anymore.
And you said you'd prefer
Uglier.
if she was uglier. Okay.
Uglier.
Just
because
listen to some Beyonce and just get over it.
yeah, and he can live with that regret, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Good times, good times. So one thing I want to go back to here for a little bit is some of the people's answers to the relationship status question. You said that you were not a big fan of American Boys. Before I have you kind of elaborate on that, anybody here concur with her opinion? Are you not fans? I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you haven't been out of country or haven't met an international person in a romantic sense anyways. I guess general, yeah, I feel like you can't really answer this question if you haven't met an international, well, anyways, does anybody else want to weigh in on that? Any thoughts on American men?
They're up there
Yay.
with Canada.
Huh?
They're up there with Canadians.
And where do they sit in the pecking order?
I like white boys.
You like white boys? Well, I suppose you could get
Norwegians are cool too.
Norwegians. What about Swedes? What do you think about the Swedes?
I don't know.
The Finnish? What do you think about the
I
Finnish?
only know what I know.
What about the Danes?
You like that Aryan
You like the
flavor.
Danish?
I don't know. I
Do
don't know.
you like the Danish?
Sure, yeah, I like Danish.
Are there any
people.
other Scandinavian countries? I hit Finland, Denmark,
Denmark,
Sweden, Norway.
Sweden,
Are there other
Norway.
Scandinavian?
Iceland.
Those are the four main.
Iceland.
Oh, duh.
Is Iceland?
Yeah, Scandinavian. Yep.
Is that
Yep.
Iceland? Is
Yep. Scandinavian.
yeah, but they're kind of like over there. So
Yeah,
they're
like,
a-
like you meet an Icelander.
they're not like
and
they're aren't they? Isn't Iceland's that's next to Canada, isn't it? Wait.
No, that's Greenland.
Oh, I'm thinking Greenland.
Yeah.
Duh.
Does
Wait,
anyone
what-
even live on Greenland?
I think
It's funny because Greenland is icy and Iceland is green.
I heard that in the Disney movie like 20 years. Okay, anyways.
She likes that. You like that like Aryan flavor, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Not necessarily blonde hair, blue eyes, but just, you know, Justin Bieber.
What about the
type.
Dutch?
Yeah,
Do you
right,
like the
yeah.
Dutch?
I don't know anyone who's Dutch.
The Netherlands, like from the
I
Netherlands.
don't know anyone from there.
Okay, all right.
Actually, Goose stepped in here.
Yeah.
So okay, we'll go around the table. Well, actually, before we get to you, has anybody dated someone internationally? Compare and contrast with American men. I mean, you got some Indian dating experience, so India dating experience.
So what do you want to know about Indian dating experience?
Compare them to American men. What,
Compared
who-
to American men. yeah.
Oh yeah, I would say they are
They call you 35
forever
times a
ready
day?
for marriage.
Hey, what? Sorry.
They are forever ready for marriage.
Okay. As in Indians are forever ready for marriage.
Yeah, I would say like 70% of them, they want to date because they want to get married.
But as you find American men a little bit harder to sort of lock down.
I have a couple of friends. I wouldn't say I haven't dated that much, so I don't know the thoughts about that. But like I have friends, they are in dating life and they are just seeing each other. I have seen this. They're just like they're seeing each other and sees wherever it goes. Don't want to get married. No thoughts about it. Definitely no to marriage. Thoughts like that.
Anybody else?
Yeah, my boyfriend's international too. It's long distance, but were you saying something? So my boyfriend's also international. And my experience is even if there's if there's similar hookup cultures in different countries, other countries the guys will put in a little bit more effort. So whether that's flowers or taking you out on dates or complimenting you, they're a lot sweeter. than these American men who are, I guess, accustomed to the hookup culture that we have here, where it's a little bit less effort to get into a situationship or to like get with someone.
Why do you think the reason is that men aren't giving you flowers and being sweet?
Well, I think that abroad, men are just raised a little bit differently. Like, in my culture, like, I'm Russian, it's standard that there needs to be flowers in the house. And so these men are raised to bring flowers to their mom, to their sisters, not just the girls that they're trying to get with. Here in America, I don't think that's taught.
So if you went on a first date with a guy and he bought flowers, you'd be flattered by that?
Yeah, I think that's an extra step. It shows that he cares, that he's putting in the effort.
You said your current boyfriend, it's long distance. Where's he from?
He's in Israel.
Okay. So he's Israeli. Okay. And so, okay. And you said it's always been long distance, or?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, I met him in the summer, lived there for a little bit, and now we're doing long distance.
Okay. So you say American men, they don't put in enough effort.
As much, yeah.
And you did say that the men in these other countries, perhaps where they do make more effort, they're raised differently. And when you say they're raised differently, do you mean they're raised better, perhaps?
In terms of how they treat women, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
There's a lot more emphasis.
Do you also think, correspondingly, that the women in these other countries are also raised better?
I can't really speak on that in terms of relationships, because I've never, like, gone on dates. I've
Sure.
never seen how a woman would treat me in
Right.
a different country.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Do you have experience, international guys?
I don't have any experience with any
Ladies?
international guys. No.
Okay, we'll come to you then, since you originally made the comment. So American boys, you're fed up with American boys. Can you expand on that? What's your experience been?
It's the accents. It's what gets me. I love the accents. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
Well, that too. But I mean, maybe it's because I meet all these people. Like, I also travel a lot, so I meet a lot of people in like hostels or people who are traveling all over the world. Like, you tend to be a little bit more open, you know, if you're traveling, and just like more genuine. So maybe the international people that I've met are, you know, just kind of like-minded in that way. But yeah, I don't know. It's just more fun. It's more interesting to me. Like, I like learning about, you know, your country, your culture, where you're from. That's just something that I'm interested in. The banter's different, you know, the language even is different. It's just like a whole new realm. It's fun.
Okay. I think you've provided some reasons why perhaps you prefer dating not American men. Do you have any criticisms, though, of American men?
Criticisms of American
Yeah, it sounded
men.
like, well, here's the positives of dating international men, but tell us what are some of the
I mean, Shayna talked a lot about it, like the effort. I mean, I go to school here.
effort? Yeah.
Isla Vista is a huge hookup culture.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
the frats here, you know, they don't even let like guys into the parties. It's only like the frat guys and then like beautiful, beautiful women, and they kind of like sit on like the fence and like look for women to like pick. The hookup culture here is crazy. I don't know. And I think that American men just aren't as mature at our age, at 20, as people in other countries who aren't as coddled and who might, you know, have to work, or I don't not even work, just like they're just raised differently. I don't know. More mature.
Okay. So it sounds like lack of effort is certainly
Lack of effort and
a big
depth.
thing.
Lack of depth,
Now-
I feel like.
And I want to ask we got one here.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. As much as I disagree with it, this entire panel makes the convincing argument for arranged marriage. Shallow, vapid, arrogant,
wow.
and deranged just barely begins
Okay.
to cover the list of red flags.
All right. I will say, we have no OnlyFans girls on tonight. Can I get in the chat, can I get some compliments, little W's?
777 sextillion 777 quintillion
Oh, man, this is gonna be-
777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 donated $200.
Oh, thank you.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Good. It's good. I like it.
Comes back like
It's not
this.
even done. Oh my gosh.
Honestly, it's true.
That was good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Grid1, thank you. Good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you for your patronage. Appreciate it. So wait, going back to the effort thing, going around the panel, do you guys think that men don't put in enough effort when it comes to when it comes to dating? Starting with you.
I've had experience with LA boys dating, and it's just a no for me. It's so shallow. They're kind of like leeches, even though you know the connection is not there right off the bat. I'm a cut and run type of girl, so I have literally like ditched dates before, even if I was the ride. That's how bad dating is here.
Wait, what? Hold on. What do you mean by what is a cut and run?
Cut and run is just kind of like I'm whether or not feeling anything romantic or potential, and I'm not big on hookups, maybe like in high school a little bit, but like now it's just no. Like I would if I was in a relationship right now, I would not date at the moment.
You are in a relationship.
I am.
Right now.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I
It's okay.
wasn't in a relationship right now, I would not.
I see. Well,
date
so
out here.
Have
you ever done a bathroom break where you've just said I'm going to the toilet and then left?
I don't think so. I think I'm more obvious and literally run.
Literally.
Or drive away. Yeah, there are leeches out there.
Wait, so can you break down the whole? So you'll just leave a date?
Mm-hmm.
Will you tell the date that you're?
Well, I will
that's
leave
nice.
them after I say like a few times I want to go home or this. Like I'm not like never like at their place. Well, maybe I would leave their place. Yeah, probably. I don't know. There's too many stories.
Wait, so you're on the date. You're not feeling it.
Mm-hmm. So example.
I don't
do you
think
need
it's.
one?
I mean, you use the term cut and run. To me, that sort of paints it to me as if you're like walking up, doing the bathroom thing, and then just kind of ghosting.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling it, it occurs to me that it certainly would. It's fair to, some diplomatically and politely communicate that you don't feel a connection, and then excusing yourself. But are you actually like just? I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, I'll like grab a friend or something. If it's at a party setting, I'll grab a friend and be like, "Let's go." But the last time I did it was when I went to the beach in Venice, and I was the driver, and he would not leave. Like he kept wanting to go place to place. So when he even said he would pay for like the parking, so I was like, okay, when he goes pays for parking, I'm gonna just leave him there, and
Brutal.
I did. Yeah.
Does your boyfriend get reception in Area 51?
Oh yeah,
Can you watch
he
this?
does. Yeah, ours are different though.
Okay, cool. So what's the worst story where you actually felt a little bit bad after it?
After leaving someone?
Yeah.
Never.
Never.
No.
If you were that person, you might have felt bad. What's the worst story?
Yeah, but I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. I get a ride home. Talk to a friend about it. I don't know. I would never keep company with someone who didn't want my company in return, and that's where guys do not care.
So there's no stories where you can think that were particularly memorable?
Oh, I felt bad.
Yeah.
No.
That maybe someone else with a conscience would have felt bad at all?
I have a conscience.
Wait, so how many times, because you said there was once where you were at a party. I mean, I feel like that's a bit different than if you've intentionally gone out one-on-one to meet somebody. If you're just, if it's more of a casual thing, like, oh yeah, we can meet at this party. I mean, I think that's a little less, if you just like dipped from the party, I don't object to that to the same degree if it was like a scheduled date. But it sounds like you've done that on dates, right?
Yes.
When he gets the parking.
Well, on a date, it's like one time he had 1 penny in his bank account after ordering so much food, and I wasn't going to pay for it, so I excused myself nicely and left.
So he had 1 penny after paying for all the food for you guys?
His card was denying, and then he's like, oh, I have only a penny.
And he wasn't aware that he had only a penny before the date?
He didn't act like he knew. So I don't know.
Wait, okay. So how did you excuse yourself? Like role play. This is
Oh, I called my friend, and she lived down the street from the restaurant, and her boyfriend ended up paying for him, but I just didn't see him after that.
I mean, if you're going to go on a date, you should probably be prepared to take care of it. Like,
Yeah.
how do you ask someone? Did he ask you to go get food?
Yeah, it was a date.
Yeah, he asked you to go get food, and
then
maybe he was hustling her.
Did it never occur to you? It never occurred to you that maybe you might have to pay?
I thought about paying, but I was like so into like my business at the time that I was like, I'm not about to pay for a guy who flexes so much, acts so wealthy, drives nice cars, and then has a penny on his card. I don't know. I just didn't feel right paying.
How do you just have a penny on your...
I have no idea.
It's not even possible, a penny on your card.
Usually credit card, like, that's not...
Yeah, he didn't have a credit card?
I guess not.
I don't know where to go with this story.
I don't even understand. That's very confusing to me. I'm confused. All right. So do you think men should put in more effort?
It depending on... I think they should date intentionally.
They should date intentionally?
Date intentionally.
What do you mean by that?
Like, just know what you want before you start dating. If you want to go out there and have fun, go have fun. Like, if you don't want to put in that much effort, that's totally fine. Like, you can have fun. If you want to be in a relationship, don't string people along. Put in the effort, put yourself out there. I just think dating intentionally.
Are you dating intentionally?
Right now, don't want to date, so that's my intention, is not dating.
Not dating. So if someone that you found attractive were to interact with you, you would say not interested at all?
If they were to ask, that's right now, like, I don't want anything, but I'm still open to like
if a strapping Australian
anything.
MMA fighter just was like, hello, love. Sorry, chick. You're not gonna nothing.
I'd flirt.
You'd flirt?
I'd flirt. I'd see what the vibes were, but like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. What about you? Do you think men, they don't put in enough effort?
I don't think it's about putting in more effort or less effort. It's about putting in the effort in the right places, which then comes down to learning about love languages.
What are the right places?
Well, that's different to each person. So when you know your love languages, then that's where the effort needs to be put into. So often you'd see men giving in what their love language is and saying like they like to get gifts, and they're going to give this woman all these gifts, and say, I'm putting in all this effort, I'm doing all these things for you. But if she doesn't care about material stuff and what she wants is just like time or to be talked to or like little things like that, then to her, she's not going to accept it, and she's going to be like, you're not doing anything for me.
And what is your love language? What's the love language that you like to receive?
Lots of them.
If you had to whittle it down to your favorite few.
Aren't there only 5?
No,
I thought there were 5.
There's not. There's
I don't
more
even
than
really
them,
buy
and I
into
don't
the
know
love
all that
language
right now.
thing.
Not me too, but
There's a few?
There is more than the 5. I have looked into this. I can't tell you off the top of my head. Like,
if you had to
what
say
they
some
are.
of your faves, though.
Yeah, what are your faves?
I mean, I do like gifts. I will say that. I do like gifts. And I know that. So a good way to know your love languages are how you give to other people, because that's what I'm saying. We learned the rainbow rule in school of treat others how you want to be treated. That's not right. It's treat others how they need to be treated. So often I really like gifts, right? So I love Christmas and I love birthdays. I love giving people presents and stuff. And often I've run into situations where they're like, oh, like, I don't really care about birthdays. I'm like, but I do. Like, I love it. And that's where you realize it's like, okay, that's more about me than it is about them.
Yeah.
Intellect, that's where it goes into the other one, is like that there's intellect. I really appreciate having a conversation. I like a good debate, not getting into an argument, but able to have that debate back and forth, have other conversations, an open mind.
So would you consider yourself more on the left, like the liberal side of the thought?
I consider
spectrum?
myself like out in space when it comes to all that. I have no idea.
Cool. So you're more of like a spiritual type?
For sure.
That sort of thing?
Yeah.
Right. So you like men who are the spiritual type?
It's a hard question because was in a relationship with a spiritual guy, and I think that a lot of men that are coming into spirituality are not ethically working with it in the right ways, and
They're just doing it for pussy?
I think
Like,
there's
heart
some things I can't
chakras,
say
right?
on here. So
What?
they're doing it for manipulation, we'll say.
Yeah, I think the best way to know that you don't want a spiritual guy is to
It's
date
real.
one. The universe sort of
If
guys.
they're coming off like, oh, I know all this, like, come hang out with me and we're spiritual in love and let me like massage on you, like, that's red flag.
It's another
okay?
yeah.
That's like, if they're going in and they're taking their time to not date and do their work and they'll talk about their emotions and they'll cry with you, that's a spiritual guy
What-
that I'm interested in spending more time with.
I mean, what if they're like trying to do Reiki?
Reiki
What's it
is
called?
not
Reiki.
hands-on.
Huh?
Reiki is not hands-on.
No, but it's like, don't they do like this shit?
Sure, if
over
you're
the body?
certified in that and you're doing that practice and it seems
You
appropriate.
strike me as somebody who might be into the spiritual realm a little bit,
Yeah.
summoning some things.
Who here believes in astrology? Show of hands. Anybody?
Really?
Astrology? We got one, we got a maybe, we got nothing. Astrology?
Well,
No
I
astrology?
would say I'm kind of spiritual, but
Not into the astrology thing?
astrology, not.
Okay, all
And
right.
more research.
Got more research.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't. You can just say that's fucking bullshit. I
No,
don't-
no, I don't
It's
know
okay.
enough
You
about
don't
it.
gotta pull
I
your
don't know
punches.
enough about it. I don't know enough about it.
about astrology.
Yeah.
About how like if you're a Taurus, that means like you are like bound to certain personality traits and behaviors, and just based on the alignment of the stars, which is
The chakras.
kind
bro.
of dubious at
Yeah.
best. But
It goes deeper than that, though.
well, give me a 30-minute, or sorry,
All right, so
no,
like
30 seconds. Give
Jump
me
out the
the
building.
basic part of astrology. So we are born with our zodiac sign that we all know, the month that we're born in. For instance, I'm born in June, so I'd be a Gemini, right?
Yeah.
So that's our sun sign.
Wait, you're a Gemini?
I'm a Gemini.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, so that is only one part of our being, right? And it goes even past these three, but the first part is our big three. So we have our sun sign, our moon sign, and your rising sign. And this would be, so your sun sign is kind of like how you're portrayed on the outside to other people, to the world, how they see you. Your moon sign is going to be about your emotions, your sensuality, how you kind of deal and cope with things, your relationships. And then your rising sign is going to be like who you truly are to yourself, going to be like the things that maybe no one else knows about you. So when you're reading a horoscope in the newspaper and we read our sun sign, we might be like, take it or leave it. It might not really resonate. But if you actually start reading your rising sign, it might resonate with you a little bit more. And then that goes so much deeper into all the layers of, so like you have a Gemini, but if you have a Gemini Taurus, they're going to be different than a Gemini Pisces, and so on and so on. And yeah, it could be way more than a half an hour talk. So
You could talk about astrology for more than
a half hour.
a half hour?
Yes, yeah.
What's the whole
I'm just
like
learning, so I don't
rising
know.
thing? Like Jupiter rising, is that something?
Yeah, so each
that
astrology
astrology?
sign can
Is
be
that
a
astrology?
rising. The rising is where, in the sky, where the sun was in the on the horizon, it was rising on the map. Yep.
Okay, so Jake here is a Capricorn.
That would
Can-
explain why you are so busy in your work all the time. Capricorns are all
Really?
about working, about drive, and that's why we get into, right now, we're in a winter season, which is about hibernating, but we're in a Capricorn season, so we think that we need to make a goal, and we need to make New Year's resolutions and drive, when we're actually supposed to be hibernating, so we get all these people who then beat up on themselves and can't meet their goals.
Brian's a Libra. What would you say about? Does that suit him?
I'm not too sure about Libras. I know they're very generally liked by a lot of people. They're outgoing. They like
know
to be
about that
like just eccentric a little bit.
So I wouldn't
and
really
then-
suit the Libra then.
I am not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Libra.
Yeah.
I am.
Are you a Libra?
I am.
So, okay, well, if you want to get into it, that's what I'm saying. So that's all of our, I just
Yeah.
learned that that's our tropical
alright.
chart. And if you go into sidereal, that changes your whole identity, and that's more
Okay,
real. So it's a
alright.
whole thing.
Okay. So moving on. Do you think men don't put in enough effort?
I think it depends on the guy.
Depends on the guy. Okay. In general, though.
I've had guys who put in effort. I had guys who didn't put in effort. I'm telling you, it depends on the person.
Okay.
It's who you are as a person at the end of the day. Do you put an effort in life? Do you put effort in everything you do? If that's the case, then you tend to have putting an effort in a relationship.
Okay. What about you?
I think the majority of my past relationships, I would say they did not put in enough effort.
Not enough effort. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say certain men definitely need to put in more effort. Definitely.
Queen.
I think efforts matter, and my relationship, all of the men made efforts, and that's how it worked out, I would say.
So for those of you who said that men aren't putting in enough effort, men should put in more effort, what does that look like?
Dating intentionally. Just emotional intelligence, being aware of what you want.
Anything else?
I think it's a balance. Like, the relationships that work out for me are when he and I both want to be there for each other in every single way and do things that make each other happy.
And just a point of clarification, I'm talking more so during those very early stages when you're just meeting, the first couple dates, when it comes to effort. Obviously, things can tend to evolve and change once you're a bit further into a relationship. But like, for example, one example of wanting a guy to make more effort, and a complaint I've heard from a lot of women, is a tendency from some men to just text a girl at 11 p.m., what you doing, WYD, not putting in a lot of effort perhaps to make a plan to actually, here, meet me Friday, 7 p.m., I'll pick you up, that sort of thing. That's a complaint I frequently hear from women.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. The question then is how much effort
Oh
you
my
put
God,
in.
Grid 1,
What do you
Jesus
offer a man
Christ.
other than 3 usable holes and an
Christ.
attitude? Why would a man worth having look at you twice?
Okay, thank you, good one. I was kind of getting to that,
Yeah.
but so there's these expectations on men to take initiative, pay for the first date, make the first move, do X, Y, Z. That's my sense of what putting in an effort is in terms of the initial courtship stages. So if men are expected to pay for first dates, ask you out, pick you up, open car doors, get you flowers, etc., what are women expected to do to build a relationship in the initial stages? What's the effort that a woman puts in? Go ahead.
Good communication, showing feelings, and like thankfulness, gratefulness.
I mean, good
'Cause
communication, it occurs to me that both parties, it's not clear to me if that's...
Yeah, but a girl could totally be accepting all these things from a guy and then just kind of like, oh, he texted, I'll text later, or, just kind of pushing him away and getting the good stuff.
Okay, so the bare minimum
Yeah, so you...
is what a girl should do.
No,
Okay.
if you like the guy and he's showing all of these amazing signs and how he's a man, then you would, I would accept it appreciatively.
So
Okay.
accepting the gift is how you put in effort, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what about you?
I think, like a lot of the times women, especially, we want men to put us into our feminine, right? We want the guy to be a little bit more dominant, and him making those plans and him showing that is that's attractive, and that's showing us that, okay, this is something I also want to pursue. So again, communicating with him with that, just, I don't know,
Would you say
just
that,
connecting.
Would you say that giving flowers on a first date is dominant and masculine?
Oh, it depends on the person. For me, gift giving's not my love language.
Right.
So
So we're in a bit of trouble here, because
Yeah.
damned if we do, damned if we
it
don't.
depends.
Yes.
For me, it's flowers. I don't really care too much.
Yeah.
It doesn't okay, maybe it's a nice touch, but yeah, that goes into what you like.
I've actually heard from a couple previous women who've been on the show that they would actually punish that sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
Not
It
all
gets
not all
punished.
women,
Yeah.
but some women would be like, that's way too extra, way too much up front initially. They'd think he's kind of simping or
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because I think a lot of girls don't want a guy to be doing all this extra shit way too soon. It
Yeah.
kind of
No,
might make them
I'd
pull
wait
back.
at least a few dates before I was to bring flowers or do anything.
Perhaps on the wedding day,
Unless you're in a different
I
country.
think is a good,
Yeah.
maybe a couple flowers.
In the West, it's a
Okay.
bit different though. But
Seems
if you're in other countries, they
tough
actually
crowd
appreciate,
today,
like
I don't
Eastern
know.
Europe, like you were saying. But over here, girls will actually punish you for it. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it.
Have you had an experience with that?
I have.
What happened?
Basically, just like we said, it was years ago, but just giving flowers. And then eventually you sort of realize as a guy that what you got taught in the movies, in the Notebook, or whatever movies that sort of inform our relationships these days, it's all wrong. So then you have to sort of adapt. But it's easy to get sucked into that trap. And that's why we have so many simps these days, unfortunately.
It's very unfortunate. The simps.
Can you explain?
We have a simp-epidemic. A simp.
Simp is giving
Simp-epidemic.
like affection and gifts and all this stuff, like you guys just said, and receiving nothing in return. If you do that constantly, then you're a simp.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
What would you like to receive as a guy? Coming from a guy's perspective.
I want you to be a total simp for me. That's what I'd like. I'd like you guys to be texting, how are you, good morning texts, good night texts.
I think that's what we
all
mean
that
about
sort of stuff.
communication.
Yeah, if that's what you meant by communication, yeah, then absolutely, that's good. But you want a girl, because especially if you sleep with a girl, you want it to mean a lot to her. Because if it doesn't mean anything to her, then it shows that she's kind of a hoe, and she does that a lot. So that's a problem. So you want a girl to be a simp and to be like really like invested in the fact that you guys are dating. So that's one thing in terms of communication. And especially if we're going to go to the stage where I'm giving you flowers. I mean, yeah, the simping has to be there for sure. Girls get rewarded for simping and guys get punished. Do you agree?
I think it depends on the early stages. I think I've had experiences where guys are a lot really early on and it scares me off. But then I also have the exact opposite where they're not doing enough. So I think it's finding that perfect balance. And I'm sure you can agree too on the women's side too. If you see a girl that's completely drowning for your attention, it's probably not the biggest turn on.
That's the thing though. You have to not like drowning for it, but just putting in the effort, you know. You want that because a lot of girls these days think, oh, I'm a boss babe, I'm just gonna I don't need no man, I'm not gonna text him, but it's just unattractive. We just don't like it. We like a soft touch. If I wanted someone who was going to be hard and compete with me and be masculine, I'd just go hang out with the boys.
Yeah.
You know,
that's playing games.
Yeah.
It's just about communicating, being vulnerable with your feelings, and
And I know you're not busy as well. So I'm actually busy. You're not busy, so yeah, that's one thing that I'd appreciate.
Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure.
Okay. I want to go back really quick to some of the people's relationship statuses. So we have so single and then never been in a relationship. I'm curious, are there any, you said you're so single, there's nobody in the picture right now.
it's amazing.
Nobody in the picture?
Nope.
Can
So
I
you're,
ask-
are you,
I was gonna say because you're dating at college, or like you're so single, but like you were previously dating at college.
Yeah, college or traveling.
Have you considered dating older guys?
Yeah,
If you're looking for someone who's a little bit more sort of
100%.
stable? Yeah.
Yes.
But you're not doing that at the moment, being so single?
Nope. I just got back from being on the other side of the world. I have a lot of like passions and like career things that I'm doing. I have classes. I'm also really busy. I don't have the time or effort to invest in a relationship, and I don't want to hook up really right now. So,
Yeah.
oh, so you're celibate.
I mean, right now, yeah, sure.
Wait, hold on. Sure?
I mean,
There's a little sneaky link in the picture? Or?
no
No
there's
sneaky
no
links.
Sneaky links.
Zero
No,
sneaky links.
Zero sneaky links.
An occasional sneaky link?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Nope.
What about you? A sneaky link? Couple sneaky links?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. What you working with?
I mean, I just don't want to be committed to anyone right now. So
Totally fine.
I'm here for experience. I really, really like having experiences with people. And, if that leads to sex, then that leads to sex. But if it doesn't, that doesn't. I just like, it's whatever it's in the moment, I think is what I feel like is what I do
Sure.
with people.
Well, so currently, are there people you're like sneaky links? You got any sneaky links?
Yes.
Any 11 p.m. WYDs? No?
Can I ask the sneaking in means like what you're trying to say?
Sneaky link, it's kind of like someone you're very casually hooking up with, and
Okay, I got it.
your people might, the sneaky part is like nobody else might know about it, like your friends might not know about it, so it's very on
those
the
Madrid
DL,
romances.
on the down low. Yeah, you what are we talking here? You got like, because I detect, like, I feel like you got Rizz.
Me.
I think you got game. Yeah, I think you lay it down. Like, I think you got game with both men and women, though.
I
like
do.
insane Rizz.
I do.
Like fucking legendary status Rizz.
What made you think this?
It's just like a vibe. I
That's
just
the best.
feel it.
I think that's the best compliment I've ever received in my whole life. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God.
You're welcome. But I think like, you step to a girl and the girl's like, oh, what's up? So anyways, I'm curious though, because of your like insane levels of Rizz.
Yes.
You got a roster is what I'm getting at. Do you have a roster?
No, personally, I only like to like be not even talking to, but just like one person at a time.
One at a time, okay.
Yeah, I can't do multiple people. I fully salute if you can. It's just not me.
I see.
I
Okay.
can't do that, but I do have insane Rizz with one person.
You have insane Rizz with one specific person.
One specific
And is
person.
that your current situation?
Yes,
I see. Okay. Male, female?
male.
Male.
Actually, I just went on the first date last week, and
Okay.
we're talking. So
It's going good.
it's going good.
Would you describe yourself as I was going to say serial monogamist, but it sounds like you haven't really had a relationship really. So
Like I said,
you're like a serial situation.
no, not even.
Shipist? I don't know what the term would be for
Like
that.
I go on dates with people, and if we don't vibe, I'll be very straight up, and I'll be like, like I'm not really feeling this. I'm very honest. So I'm like, I'm not
Oh,
really
damn. Okay.
extremely honest
Shit.
to a fault, because I feel like I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want you
Yeah.
to waste mine
Yeah,
personally.
okay.
Like,
Wait, so let's reenact
yes,
a date. Do I have a hat I can wear?
a hat.
There we go. Let's just say you're with like a frat boy.
I would not be with a frat boy. We're already wrong.
Is this the type of guy
Absolutely
you
not.
go for?
You
Okay.
look like one.
Sideways.
I'll take it.
Absolutely not.
So okay, we're on a date. I don't
Yes.
know, where's like a date? You've like just you go get food or what?
Well, typically I'll either go like to restaurants or go to the gym with a guy. That's like the two
on the
places.
first date, you'll go to the gym.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you gonna hit some squats or?
Well, I'm a power lifter, so I
Oh,
feel like I
shit.
go for guys who go to the gym, and so we kind of. That's.
Do you
what
think
we-
you could bench Jake?
Well, how much do you weigh?
About 87 kilos.
I don't know.
Kilos? They're American, Jake.
Yeah,
I don't know. What is that in pounds? I think it's like 180 pounds.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, like I'll go on.
I think Spencer was like,
Gym
let me do the
dates.
jujitsu conversion. Right? Spencer's like, okay. He's got it down. It's 180. He's
180. I
180
cannot
pounds.
do it. Oh my god, no! I cannot bench 180.
Okay.
Do you think if I laid there like a prawn, you could lift
Could
me?
you-
You could deadlift me?
Oh yeah, I could deadlift you for
Yeah?
sure.
Could you,
Could
what's
you
it
clean,
called?
clean
Jerk
me?
and clean?
Clean and
Oh my
jerk?
god, I
Clean
need
and
to
jerk?
learn how to do that. I want to learn how to
I'll
do
teach
that.
you after the show.
Oh,
Okay.
please.
We'll use
It's
one
a
of the
date.
smaller
It's
members
a
of the
date.
It's
panel,
a date.
and we'll do it. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
See, I got that right.
Wait, so okay, let's role play this.
Yeah. Well, do you want me? Okay, I can. What are we role playing?
We're on the date. Well, you said you're super like if you're on a date and you're not really feeling it. Like, will you up front just be like,
Oh,
you fucking suck?
Oh no. I'm
Oh,
very
okay.
respectful.
Oh, you're respectful.
I'll go on the date. For example, not the last date I went on, it was really good, but the date before that,
Yeah.
I was just not feeling it. The guy showed up 2 hours late, and he brought a friend.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, was
So-
it?
He's a young guy, wasn't he?
No, he was older, which was very surprising.
Wait, hold on. He set up the date.
Yes. So we had arranged to go on this date.
Food date.
We were gonna go bowling.
Bowling.
Oh yeah, so we were gonna go bowling, and then he texts me and he's like, "By the way, I brought my friend. Do you have a friend for mine?" Like, so I'm like trying to get my roommate in on this, but then it turns out he's 2 hours late, so my roommate doesn't want to go, so it's me, him, and then his friend trying to go bowling. Yeah, and
couldn't think of anything
so
worse
I was
than
very
crashing a
respectful
friend's date.
throughout the whole date, but then after the fact, I was just like, hey, like I just don't think this is gonna work out. It's personally not.
I'm
for me.
actually I gotta give you flowers on that
Yeah,
because
100%.
2 hours late, he's asking to bring a friend when it sounds to me. I mean, we don't see that, we don't know what the texts were, but I'm gonna take your word for it. It was very clear that it was like you were gonna meet up with him for a date.
Absolutely.
I mean, I give you props for actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have if I think more than 20 minutes. I leave.
I know.
I'm not Einstein, but the guy's in the wrong in that situation, 100%. Being 2 hours late, and then asking to bring. Do you know why he wanted to bring? Was he like just a coward, like scared?
I don't know. I
That's
never
so
really
weird.
asked why he was with his friend. I
Bro,
mean, I
that
did
guy
ask him to
needs-
take me home though, like halfway through the day. I was just like, yeah.
Jake, do you do any coaching? This guy needs your help, dude.
I
He
don't.
needs somebody's help.
No.
What's he doing, this guy?
Yeah. I think the friend needs help. Why would you want to go
No,
and crash
honestly, I
your
was
friend's
talking to the
date?
friend more than the date himself.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
probably why I brought him.
That's so weird.
The friend was weird too that he agrees to go with him.
Yeah.
No.
Interesting.
Was his friend hotter?
No.
Rip.
I know. or else I would have gone for the friends.
I was gonna say maybe that's why he brought the friend, was like, okay, this is my hot friend and all my girlfriends always leave me for my hotter friend, so if I bring him and she doesn't flirt with him, then it's okay.
That's terrible logic.
It's man logic.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
come
man
on.
logic.
You want to bring the ugly gregarious friend, not the better looking friend.
I just don't think you should
Shorter,
bring
ugly,
a
and more
friend in
talkative.
general on a date.
Yeah, that was.
Just leave the friend at home.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's
we
just
agree.
there's two just absolutely egregious things going on here. The 2 hours late, egregious. Bringing the friend, egregious.
Egregious.
So he fucked up. That guy's an idiot.
Yeah, and he lost his chance with me. So
Yeah, I mean,
Fair enough.
I think it's at the end of the day though, better find out sooner that the dude has like a like a 2-digit IQ.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, but if you're 2 hours late and then you're asking to bring a friend, you may very well be.
Can I put a situation out there though? Because I have to, right?
Are you real? Are you about to make a?
We're about the threesome's about
She's
to
about to devil's advocate.
I am going
She's gonna
to.
devil's
That's a
advocate.
metaphorical
Because
threesome
you
happening.
didn't
This
ask
asshole,
why.
but okay.
Why was he late? Did you ask why he was late? Who knows? Maybe I can't say that word on here, but maybe his friend really needed a friend and he was in one of those times and he couldn't be alone, and so his friend was actually a really good friend and was like, sorry, I gotta bring my buddy with me. Like, do we ask him why? Why was he
Bro.
2 hours late?
I
If we
honestly
don't, we
don't-
cannot make judgments without understanding.
I don't care about people's problems when you're going on a date. Like if you're 2 hours late and you're having a problem, if you're having some anxiety or whatever it is, just pull out on the date. Just say, hey, can't come tonight.
Yeah, communication is definitely
Yeah.
key.
Oh, I wanna ask some more clarifying details on that.
Mm-hmm.
Did he? So what was the time of the date?
So originally it was supposed to be at 8 p.m.
Okay.
He showed up at 10.
So question. So originally it was at 8 p.m. Did you show up at 8 p.m.?
So he was picking me up from my house. I was ready at my house.
So you were at your house. You weren't going to meet there. At what point prior to 8 p.m. did he text you saying, "Hey, I'm running"? Like, did he make it very clear here? I can meet at 10 p.m.
He texted me around 7 saying he was going to be an hour late. And then, the hour late comes by and he's like, give me another hour.
Okay. I mean, it's at least good that he told you an hour in advance that he was going to be late, because some people will, like, you could have gone to the place and he's texting you at 8 p.m. You're already there. Oh, I'm an hour late. So I mean, still. Okay. So he picked you up at 10. So he ended up being 2 hours late. And then,
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so we get to the bowling alley at 11, right? And there's an hour wait. And we don't get there at 11. We get there at like 10:05, 10:10, but the bowling alley closes at 11 and there's an hour wait. So we
Yeah.
couldn't bowl. So I said, okay, just take me home then. So me, him, and his friend are just chatting in this car as he takes me home. And that was the date. It was like
so the day was like 10,
20 minutes. Literally.
Can I throw another situation out there?
Wait, before
Does
you
it
do,
ever-
did he try to smash?
Yeah. He said, you want to go inside and drink some wine and go kick it? I said, no.
Yikes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was just about to say, did it ever occur to you maybe you were the third on their date?
Oh my God, you're a genius.
No.
Highly unlikely, but highly unlikely.
No, that was not the case. But I don't know. I think, again, communication and honesty. If you know you're going to be late, just tell me straight up. Or just pull out. Like,
Yeah,
be for real.
definitely.
I'm busy. I got time. I got classes to study for. Like, don't waste my
Of
time.
course I'm being safe. I pull out.
I agree. You should always pull out. It's the safe. Okay, anyways. Good. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, wow. How did we get there? We were talking about effort, if I recall.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was asking. Okay, ladies. All right, all these guys, these terrible American men, they're not putting in enough effort. I think the question was, what are women doing in terms of their effort during those initial stages? What do women do initially to build a relationship?
Cricket.
Starting over here.
Well, she answered sort of. She said, good
Taking
communication.
the gifts, yeah.
So you're saying
accepting.
if he wasn't pursuing it and I wanted to, what would I be doing?
Well, let's say there's a mutual level of interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mutual level of interest, and
And
you
he's
guys are
doing
going on
his
dates.
part.
What's his part?
What you said, like, I'm going to pick you up at this time.
Pursuing.
Like,
Pursuing.
giving you
Okay.
flowers.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I would just ask him, like, meaningful questions and remember them and do little thoughtful things.
Okay.
my love language is acts of service. So I feel like I'll counter if someone does something for me. I'll be like, oh, let me do something for you. But that's also just how I show my love. So like if a guy shows up with flowers on one date, the next date maybe, you know, I make you dinner. Like it's like a little back and forth, you know.
Sweet. Okay. All right.
There's some better answers.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said before, I like getting flowers. I don't expect flowers on the first date, but I do think that if a man puts in that investment does come back. Whether, you know, that relationship continues, me getting him gifts on a higher degree than flowers, like Lily said, cooking dinner, it comes back in a different way. I think that men have, this is my opinion, I know a lot of people disagree with that, I think men have not a role, but certain things that they can do to get a woman, and a woman has her part, like giving him loyalty during that talking stage. You know, being free for him, we are busy too, you know. So making time for those dates, helping plan those dates, doing dates that he enjoys, like finding out his hobbies and doing the things that he likes, getting to know him. That's the effort we put in during that like talking stage.
Good answer.
Okay, that was a good answer. Especially the being loyal during that initial stage. That's, I concur with that, so.
And the thoughtful things. I think both of you guys said that. That was good.
Good times. Hold on.
How about...
Did you guys have anything over here?
Do you guys have anything to add about what a lady should do?
I think she said it all. I would just say a big one is just being there, like, emotionally and physically. But yeah.
Yeah, I do also believe in equal efforts from both the sides. If one time a person is paying, I would say next time I'm ready, and I would love to do that for him if I see he's doing things for me. And also, yeah, the time, I would say time is the most important, and like being nice and like showing him like I'm really interested in him. Yeah, if I am, that's why I'm pursuing it like for like further. Just not like killing his time and just showing him like kind of, mostly like I've seen this, oh, just show the less interest, then why are you dating?
Okay.
So I would just, yeah.
Sure. I have some pre-show, some of you were able to provide some pre-show notes, so I'm just going to go over some of those pre-show notes. Your name's pronounced Vanchika?
Yes, you can call me V.
V. Okay, V for Vendetta. Got it. Should we get the mask? I have the Guy Fawkes mask. You said you were recently in a love triangle.
Yeah, it was kind of love triangle. I was hanging out with like a crew. I had like friends, so I was spending a lot of time, I would say. Just my free time I was just spending with the guy, and yeah, my girlfriend used to like him too, so it's stuck in the middle, I would say.
So it was one guy, you and your friend.
Yeah.
So he was stuck in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was sleeping with you and your friend?
No, I didn't say about sleeping.
Oh.
I just said about liking.
Oh, liking?
Yeah.
Well, did he like either of you?
So I would say he was more into me.
But
yeah,
it didn't work out, or?
No, actually we talk about it, and he wanna date a girl who actually willing to marry, because he thinks he's 30, he's well settled, so he wanna get married. And I said I'm 24, my struggling life has just started here, so I can't commit to you, so it's better to not date. You just find your goal, whatever you're looking for.
Okay. You do want to get married eventually, correct?
Yeah, but not currently, I would say.
Kids eventually?
Yes,
okay.
for sure.
Gotcha. You also said no one should fake orgasms. Now, here's the interesting part.
Yeah.
One guy that you dated did.
Yeah, the past one, I would say.
And so you're curious if guys do that.
He faked it.
He faked. The dude faked the orgasm.
Wow.
Did he tell you why? And how did you know?
I just know it. If you know about a girl, you know about a boy too.
Huh?
You know it, just you know.
So into the mic if you can.
I think you just know it.
You just
once or twice. Oh, it's okay. I don't know it, but later on, you eventually know it.
What was his facial expression? Could you reenact it?
I don't want to go into the deep, but yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, you know it.
You're really quiet, so can you make sure you're really on the mic? It's just your
Can you hear me now?
You can scoot the chair a little closer to the.
Sit up on the top.
Bit of body heat. We need it.
I would say you knew it if you are sleeping with that guy.
Jake, have you ever faked an orgasm?
No, I wouldn't even know how to. I'm not that good an actor. I couldn't do it.
I feel like most guys don't have trouble. And
no, like
why would you? I'm not sure
Yeah.
what-
That's a bizarre thing from
Nick?
like if you don't, you don't, you know.
Once.
Have you ever?
Once.
Have you? Well, once.
You have?
He did.
What?
All right, Spencer. What about you?
Nope.
Nope. All right.
How about you, Brian? You ever faked one?
No, never faked one.
No?
I
You never
thought
just-
about it.
You never
one
just wanted it to be
time.
over?
Yeah, but I can usually bring myself to
Okay.
climax if I do want it to be over.
Yeah.
You know, so okay, that's
Close
interesting.
your eyes and
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't fake it. Like I would either just be like, all right, let's just
like,
stop.
yeah, I'm tired.
Let's just stop.
Say it then.
Or I would just. So okay.
So, did you reckon he had like a kink for faking it? Like he felt a bit naughty, like he could get away with it?
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Do you think that it was like a kink for him? You know?
I don't know.
Maybe
why
he felt a bit
why
cheeky?
he start doing it if he don't want it? Like, and then
Maybe,
just
do you
faking
think
it.
maybe he was gay?
That is possible. I would say I'm like less into all these dating here, so this is possible.
Was there a cock in the wrist when he walked?
No.
No?
No.
Nothing like that?
Nothing like that.
So going around the table, I think this is probably pretty rare. But has a guy ever faked an orgasm with you?
No.
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 Going back around this way, have you ever faked an O? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Wait, so that was yes for everyone besides you?
Except for the two liars.
You said no. Okay. I have a question, right? I think maybe one or two of you said good communication is important. Do you guys think good communication is important?
Yeah, that's my
Well, hold on just a second here.
Yeah.
Don't women often criticize? Men are just these terrible communicators. Men don't communicate. But in a very important aspect of relationships, why is it that y'all be faking orgasms?
Well,
what is going on?
You said relationships. In a
Well,
relationship,
even in the casual-
I've never faked an orgasm.
Okay, just with the casual sexual encounters with hot, sexy Europeans? That's not a roast. I'm just,
Maybe.
it's okay. It's, good for you. All right, have fun.
Because it helps them to finish.
Okay.
Makes a bit more sense. Yeah.
That's a fair point. I still don't think you should do it, though. But
Do you understand, though? You're not a woman. You don't know exactly how it all works in there. So
I
sometimes
know how it
it
works.
doesn't
Yeah, I know
like,
how
always
it works.
go there.
Wait,
and
what do you
so, and you might like be satisfied in your feeling in your situation and still want to give them.
So you're saying it's a charitable act?
truth
Yes.
über alles. The truth is the most important. Give me the, I want the truth. Always.
Okay, so you rather them stop and say, "I'm sorry, you're not doing a good job, and your
No.
dish is
Yeah.
just not
You
it."
don't want that.
No,
You don't want
no,
that.
I don't want
okay.
that.
Okay.
But like, I don't. The truth would be a girl not faking an orgasm, and
So what would the truth be? Would be her
Well,
stopping and
the
saying she
orgasm
doesn't like
becomes
you.
non-existent.
huh?
The orgasm ceases to exist. There is no.
Yeah, just you don't lie.
Yeah.
The truth would be not committing an act of, and if you, I mean, is that if your partner was failing to pleasure you, is that how you would go about in an intimate sexual setting, just kind of bluntly and ruthlessly just saying, yeah, you kind of fucking suck. I don't think
If
that'd
they
be,
weren't
I don't
doing
think
a good
that'd be
job
like,
to me?
huh?
If they weren't doing a good job on me,
Yeah.
then I would say something.
Well, how would you say it?
I would just be like, this isn't feeling good. Like, I don't like this. Let's try
What-
something else.
Wait, what's the last part?
Let's try something else.
Oh, let's try something. Wait, when you say this isn't feeling good, are you communicating that like it's painful or discomforting, or it's just you're not feeling pleasure or sensation?
They're just, not hitting it. They're not knowing what they're doing, or it's just not what you want. Maybe they're really into doing something and you want them to do something else.
Okay. So how would you go about telling the person?
You would just tell them.
Well, how? Because I'm sure there's a diplomatic way, and then there's like a way that would like totally kill the mood.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. And that happens sometimes.
And there's also like
so wait, you
And that's,
kill
I mean,
the
that's
mood
on their, I mean, I might, yeah, I have.
because they aren't precisely hitting the correct spot in that
Yeah, if
precise
the
moment.
mood is killed, it's hard to come back up, It's,
Well, isn't it you killing the mood?
it might be.
Well, would
Because I want
it might be a little selfish, but if I'm not feeling it and it's just not going good, and I'm just like, okay,
Certainly
I'm not into
selfish,
this
but-
anymore.
So if it's like momentarily not feeling good, like if you're not continuously feeling pleasure, you're just gonna like abruptly stop the sex.
No.
Or
have you
well,
ever had that situation with somebody who you have a deeper connection with?
Yeah.
Somebody that you've been on dates with, been in a relationship with, and you've had to kill the mood with those people?
Yes.
That'd be awkward.
Better than faking orgasms, right? And just
Well,
sitting
but
there
there's-
being like, oh,
there's-
yeah,
but there's-
I like
there's
not
this.
black and white.
There's also like a nice.
Like, what do you want?
There's
You
all-
guys are so difficult to like
no,
please.
it's
What do you
it's
want?
actually quite.
Wait,
quite
men are
simple.
difficult to
Yeah,
please?
apparently. What do you
Well,
want?
but it's not about. But you just said it's not about our pleasure.
No, I did not say that. Let's record. I did
No,
not.
no, no, no,
say
no.
that.
You said if you were not.
Yes,
in
I
that
advocate
specific-
for myself. I'm a self-advocate, but I'm not saying that.
No, but I'm confused why you're saying well, men are so difficult to please, but you abruptly ending the sexual encounter or interrupting the sexual encounter, it seems strictly because of your lack of specific pleasure in that specific moment.
It's not just like a one little like, oh, you messed up for one moment, that's it. But
Okay.
if you're trying and you say, let's try something else, and that's like,
Okay.
Do you think
It's
maybe you're not
situational.
attracted to the person though?
huh?
Do you think maybe you're not attracted to the person? It sounds like you're very worried about the physical feeling. But if you're sharing that intimacy with somebody who you actually care
That's a
about,
big-
then
that's a big part, yeah.
that situation is not going to occur where you're just so off it because you're sharing something very intimate. Do you think you maybe just don't like the person and
No,
you should
I don't
be
think
careful who
that's
you...
true. I think that there's sometimes that you're just not into that.
Do you think you may be a little bit too
And
worried about the
especially when-
physical pleasure and sensation rather than the actual act that you're engaging in?
No.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I think I was saying something about communication being important.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta stop faking orgasms, guys. You can't be faking orgasms. Just let the guy take the L and then, let him take the L.
Yeah.
I think. Especially,
agree.
but I don't understand the logic of, well, in a relationship, I wouldn't, and I don't know if that was everyone's response, but I know you said that. But in a casual encounter, sure, I guess I'll fake an orgasm. Well, it would occur to me, wouldn't it, not that I think you should fake it in a relationship, but wouldn't it make, like, if you don't give a fuck about this casual encounter person, why bother to fake an orgasm?
I think it's like the killing the mood thing. It's just like if you're having a good time with someone, like I don't know, and it's just like
Okay.
you're not.
Oh, sorry.
Grid
one
One Motorsports donated $200. Not really sure which Waffle House you picked up these
We
ladies
don't have Waffle
from,
Houses
but
here.
maybe try IHOP next time. All this talk of communication
I
and
really
they
want a
can't
Waffle
even
House.
express what gets them off. Fuck's sake, mate.
They want to know.
Thank you, Grid One. Well, it is an interesting point. I mean, you often hear women, they often say they wish men communicated better. Men are poor communicators, but also it's, y'all be faking orgasms. I think that's poor communication.
Well, you're talking sexually versus planning dates and stuff. You're trying to compare two forms of communication.
Well, I mean, I think when we're talking about communication, we can talk about all sorts of things, but like,
Yeah.
I think we can all agree sex is an important part of a relationship, and if you're not being satisfied and you can, but you're not communicated and you're defaulting to here, let me fake an orgasm. You're not communicating your lack of receiving pleasure and being able to climax.
Yeah, but look, like if you're traveling, you're never going to see this person again. You're having a good time where you guys are friends, you're leaving the next day. Are you really going to sit there? I mean, maybe this is healthy, but like sit them down and be like, okay, this is actually really what I like. This is what makes me comfortable. These are my boundaries, blah, blah, blah. If you're having a moment and stuff,
Sure.
I mean, either fake the orgasm or don't fake the orgasm. Okay, fine. But if it's in a relationship or something more serious, something that you're going to see this person again, then I think it's very important to communicate. And yeah, communicate.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree that it would be more important to not fake orgasms if this is somebody that you're pursuing for a long-term relationship versus, I suppose I don't have a super strong objection if it's a casual encounter, although I'm not really in favor of casual encounters, but at least from my point of view, to me, it's like, what's the point? It's not something I'm particularly interested in, but I think even in a casual encounter, you could be like, and the communication, I mean, it's just like, could just be like, rub my clit this way, or, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
True.
Word.
Has
anybody here faked an orgasm in a relationship or with somebody who you wanted to pursue a potential relationship with?
No.
Anybody?
Katie, you said you
your
did
husband?
before.
It was only the first time, but I communicated it to him afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, so we talked about it and we fixed it.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
But I just felt scared in the moment. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to hurt his feelings, obviously.
Okay. Uh-huh.
It's the first time, so yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. Did you have something, Katie?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We have some more notes here. Last thing with you, you said you believe if you feel attracted towards someone, you should just come clean with your intentions on the first date. If you want to have sex, just say it.
Yeah, I would say just don't play with the feelings. Like you want to have I want to take it more further. You want to just hook up, just say it. I'm not ready for it. I don't want to do it. I will say you straight to your face. No, don't put efforts. Don't go on more dates because I'm not going to do that. But I think don't play with the feelings and don't make it more forward dates and more hanging out. You should be clear with the intention, whatever you want. You want to.
Okay. So if I want to go around the table on this, starting with you, are you on dating apps?
Yeah, I am on Bumble, BFF.
Okay, Hinge or anything, Tinder or anything like that?
No.
Let's say it's very early on when you've met a guy, maybe you met him in person, maybe you met him on a dating app, and fairly early on in the interaction, he does exactly what you've suggested, exactly what you've recommended. A guy just point blank says, I'm trying to think the best way a guy could phrase this. He's just like, hey, I think you're cute. Do you want to have sex? You gonna go for it?
No.
Okay, what about you? Well, if you weren't married, of course.
Of course. If a guy went up to me and asked me, hey, you're cute, want to have sex?
Yeah.
What would I say?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'd like that.
Same. I think in theory that's a good practice, so we don't get screwed over. But realistically, if I came to a date, in the back of my mind I was okay, sleeping with this man, I would never sleep with the man if he outright just said, I want to sleep with you, I think you're cute. I think when you come to these dates, there's a sense of what both people are trying to get out of that first encounter.
Personally, I would say no, just because I don't go on dates just to sleep with people.
What if you just went to have sex, just have sex with them?
If I was just going to have sex with them and they said, yeah, you want to have sex, then yeah.
Okay.
I think it just depends on your intention going into the date.
Just to be clear,
yes.
If a guy up front was like, hey, do you want to have sex, and you'd be open to that?
Is it a pre-planned date or is this a random guy coming to me on the street? It depends on do I know the guy? What's the background context with this guy?
Have you been on a dating app?
I have been on a
matched
dating app.
with him on the dating app. You think he's attractive? Had a little pleasant back and forth. That's the extent of it.
And if my intention was to hook up with this man and he said that, then we're on the same page.
Isn't that your intention though?
Yeah, that's my intention, then yes. But not all of my intentions on a dating app is just to sleep with people.
So long as he asks it up front, but if he were to ask you on a date just to grab some food and then he asked it, then you would object?
It depends on if my intentions going on that date was to sleep with him or if it was to get to know him and further advance that more into a relationship.
Okay. What about you?
No. If they walked out, no. I mean, there'd need to be more to that.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Same. Yeah, no. Unless, yeah, no.
Wait, so okay, you match with a guy you've been on a dating app?
Once.
Once, okay.
Long time ago.
Did you go out partying at all?
Here, no.
Okay.
And most of the ones that come up and say that, it's no.
Okay.
It's it's not my intention. See, I'm not really that's not attractive to me.
Okay.
If I was at a state of my life, and I know that there's many people out there who, they just want to have sex, and sex is fun for that. And, they're vibing with the person, and they're like, okay, do you want to go have sex?
Mm-hmm.
Then, yeah. But I'm personally, that's not where I'm at right now.
Would it be too forward, do you think? Like if a guy just straight up asked you, hey, do you want to have sex? Not in a creepy way, but just like in the most, just normal way you can ask somebody.
No.
What if he was really super duper hot?
Super duper.
If he was super duper hot and I wanted to have sex, just sex, I didn't see him as anything else, then I think that's super, that's great.
What if you wanted more though? Like
if I wanted more, then no.
See, the problem is that you girls always think about some creepy guy in a big coat. You think about this question.
No.
We're talking about Chads.
No, we don't.
I'm thinking about Chads. I mean, maybe
Really?
it's because of my
Me
age,
too.
because I'm 29, but yeah, I think about the little college boys that are...
Okay. Wait, but so... Hold on, just to be clear. So, wait. A guy that you would want to have a relationship with, you would want to wait to have sex?
100% yes.
Ooh, this isn't... I want to go around the table on that one, but... But if there was just some like hot dude and I'm trying to think how I frame this question. He was just straight up wanted to have sex. He communicated it. You'd also go for that. You'd just have the quick, casual sex.
If I wanted a relationship with him?
Well, if you didn't, I suppose.
And all I wanted was sex at that moment, yes.
Okay. At that moment, if all you wanted was sex. Okay.
If I'm at the time in my life where I don't want to date and it's a guy and I'm friends with, and I don't see him as anything more than a friend, or like I just know I don't want to have a relationship with him like that. But there's some banter, there's some tension. He's like, okay, I think you're really attractive. Like I want to have sex, and that's what I wanted. Then yes.
I see. I have something for this, Nick. If you can start pulling it up. It's in the Dropbox folder. It's F8. It's like a Reddit thread we can react to. It's next to the picture of Molly. It's black. It's a black screen grab from Reddit F8L in the just the first Dropbox folder. I mean, you don't need to show it to us, but get that pulled up. And then what about you? A guy, I know you're in a relationship right now. Let's assume you were single or back when you were single. Guy walks up to you or maybe matches with you on a dating app. It's just, hey, I think you're cute. Do you want to have sex? Yay or nay?
Probably from the dating app, even if he was really hot, not the first time. Just because I'm going to assume that that's how all his dates go, and that's kind of gross because to me it's like exchanging souls, like way more than just having sex. It's kind of like giving a piece, which I feel fine, but like receiving, I don't know what I'm receiving.
Wait, I'm
like, I don't want to get really into it. It's kind of spiritual, but just cooties.
talking like STDs.
I mean that, and like I don't know. I'm just very like, this is my temple, and I don't want bad energy from someone I don't know very well. Even
your
if he's
body
attractive.
is your temple.
Yeah.
Okay. So how long do you think? And I do want to return to the whole, waiting. How long do you think you should wait before having sex with somebody?
I don't know. Kind of when you know. Like if I really like the guy and I see potential and I want to keep hanging out with him, then of course I would.
You would sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So what if you're on the fence about the guy?
On the fence?
I don't know if you've encountered that.
I probably would still, yeah. I'd be okay with having sex, even though I was kind of like, maybe.
Well, your current boyfriend, how was it? The first date?
No.
Second date?
Yeah. Second date, but there was a lot of time in between them because we met one day when I was still living in Missouri, and then he went back to California.
Okay. All right. So, Nick, don't pull it up yet, but do you have it? Okay, we'll react to that in just a sec. So, I think the point was, actually we'll go around the table on that. How long do you think you should wait before having sex with somebody? How long do you like to wait?
I like to wait. If I actually see a potential of a relationship and I want to be in a relationship, I wait a while, I would say. More than the average person.
So if you see a potential for a relationship...
and I want a relationship...
You'll wait.
Yes.
Coincidingly, though, if you don't see a potential for a relationship, you will you're willing to have sex immediately?
If I'm like traveling and
Sure.
yeah, I want to have experiences, yes.
Okay, so when you're
And
traveling,
if I want sex, yes.
yeah, and you just were traveling, correct?
Yes.
You were in Europe. You said you were in Spain. Did you go to any other countries or just
Yeah,
stuck?
I
Okay.
went, yeah.
Okay, so if you're just traveling, so you don't have any qualms with having sex with someone immediately. Like, okay, while you were in Europe, like, was there just like some dude, maybe you were at a party or something, I don't know, and like an hour later, like you guys are hooking up?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. But if you mark the person as somebody you want to have something long term with, then how do you have a sense of how long you'd like to wait?
Depends on the person.
Do you have an estimate, like a couple weeks, couple dates, a couple months?
I've done a couple months before.
You've done a couple months
Yeah.
before. Okay. Is that recently or? Wait, but I thought you oh no, you did have a 1-year relationship, correct? Okay, was that the 1 year?
Yeah.
So your 1-year relationship, you're 20, correct?
Yeah.
When was how old were you when you had the 1-year relationship?
18.
18, was this in high school or?
It was like the end.
Of high school? Okay. Now, prior to the 1-year relationship, did you have any of those experiences where it was just kind of more fun and?
No, not
No?
really.
Okay, so your 1-year relationship, was that the first guy that you had ever been with?
First guy I've ever had sex with.
Okay, first guy you ever had sex with. Okay, so I mean, that changes things a little bit because I mean, so it was your first time having sex, you were a virgin, so you waited a little bit. But after that relationship, you're more open to just having sex immediately.
I'm still not really that type of person.
Well, you just said when
Like
you were...
if I'm traveling and stuff, if I'm not, but I'm not
okay.
looking.
No wonder why we don't want them traveling.
I'm not, but I'm I'm living in a place for 4 or 6 months. I know that, like, it's not going to be a long-term relationship for me with Michael. It's not going to work out.
Okay,
Like,
I see.
It's not like I'm going out there and I'm looking for people to hook up with. If there's,
Right.
If you had a long-term boyfriend, would you go traveling
Yes.
by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he would be reasonable to have objections to that?
Hopefully he wouldn't, or he would travel with me.
But you would go traveling by yourself, though.
I would.
with a boyfriend.
100%.
And he's at home.
I mean, if he doesn't want to come, yeah. Also, it's healthy to have those things. I would not give up traveling at this point in my life to stay at home, to be in a relationship.
Okay. So I'm curious. So, for example, like you just were traveling. It sounds like you just had some of these short-term, like casual experiences. Now that how long have you been back here in Santa Barbara, in California, or not Santa, just back home?
A month.
You've been back home a month. Okay. Less than a month, or what? Oh, I thought you were like shaking your head or something like.
Oh no, I was just cracking my neck.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now that you're back here, are you trying to, do you think, okay, the next guy that you potentially see as having a relationship with, are you going to want to wait to have sex with him?
Yes.
Okay. Just off of the back of having a string of short, like immediate casual sexual encounters?
I mean, there weren't that many, but yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how many?
Over the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Like 4.
Like 4? 5?
Plus or minus? No.
Plus or minus? Okay. Okay, 4.
At least 4.
Is it conceivable that guy who you are potentially eyeballing for a long-term relationship, and let's say he wants to have sex, but you're like, no, I want a long-term. I really like you. I want it to be serious. If he knows that your previous standard was, well, when I'm in Europe, I'll fuck the guy immediately. Do you anticipate that a guy might object to that?
I hope that he wouldn't. I hope he would respect my boundaries. And also,
But do you realize that you only have boundaries for him, though?
Also, when you guys say fuck immediately and have sex immediately, that's not always what happened in Europe.
Oh,
Like a lot of the time when I say casual, it was like friends
Yeah.
that turned into more. Not relationships, but you know, more than that. It's not like I don't know.
Well, but it sounded like, I mean, I asked you, I think if, you know, you had hooked up within like an hour of meeting somebody.
That happened twice.
Twice, right.
Yeah. So then your boyfriend's gonna have that standard in mind when he wants to.
He's getting different treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
the
think
guys in Europe I wasn't pursuing long-term relationships with, but I am.
It almost occurs to me though, if this is somebody that you see for long-term, with long-term potential, wouldn't that be the guy who's more deserving of having like sleeping with sooner?
No.
Like, wouldn't you? But if you like really like the guy, wouldn't you want to have sex with him?
I would.
Because to me, it seems like you're almost gamifying. It's like you're playing a game.
No, I would definitely want to have
So why would you, if you don't have any sort of objections to sleeping with somebody fast, because you don't, why would you make a potential boyfriend wait to have sex?
Because I would want to make sure that we're in a relationship that's based on much more than just sex or much more than just my body.
But why can't you simultaneously, like you're using it as like the carrot on a stick.
No.
Why can't you simultaneously build a relationship and have sex at the same time?
You definitely can, but I would just wait.
But you have
longer.
you have no like moral objections to sleeping with someone quickly. So I just don't understand. Like it's not like you're religious and you're waiting until marriage because that's like your moral or religious point of view.
Yeah.
Can I pitch in?
Well, I'd like to
Okay.
But you can add to it in a bit, but I'm trying to get an answer from her.
Well, for me, I mean, sex, like, it is very meaningful.
Is
Even
it though?
yes, even when I've hooked, yes, it is.
Okay.
It is. For me, sex is meaningful.
But so why the different standard for if that is the case, why engage in casual sexual encounters?
Because I'm on a different side of the world. I'm 20. I'm living life. I want to experience that. I haven't done it before. I want to experience hookup culture. It was fine. Like,
Okay.
you know, but it's for me like a long-term relationship that's serious.
Okay.
And I want to really get to know the person. I want to make sure that we're compatible intellectually, compatible emotionally, compatible, you know, like that. And it also makes the sex better. as
Sure,
well, when
but
we do have sex.
but all those things you listed, if you were to have sex with them on the same timeline that you've had sex with these casual encounters, that wouldn't preclude you from any of those other things that you want to explore with a partner.
Can I give one example?
Absolutely. Go
So, how would you feel if would you prefer someone to buy you a really nice gift, an expensive gift, or take you for a weekend away?
Take me for a weekend away.
Okay. How would you feel if you were dating a guy and all you wanted was for him to take you for a nice weekend away, but he made you wait 3 months, and then you found out that 5 other girls, he took them for a nice weekend away straight away? How would that make you feel?
I mean, I would just ask him, why did you take, like, what is it about me that made you not want to take me away? If this is what you were doing with all the other girls, I'd be like, oh, maybe I'm not like all the other girls then, you know?
Well, it's kind of a special thing to take someone away for a weekend. So would you feel that maybe he doesn't have the same sort of burning desire to spend that time with you?
I mean, I'd have to communicate with him about it.
But
I don't know.
do you think, like, logically, that would mean that he doesn't have the desire to want to spend that time with you straight away?
No.
Because for us, it's like a woman's body is very sacred. So if I want to be in a relationship with a girl and she says to me, you're going to wait, if you're Logan Paul, though, and like and you find out that she's slept with a bunch of different guys straight away, then you're going to feel like she just doesn't really have that desire for you.
Then
Did you see the whole Logan Paul situation?
No.
So Logan Paul's wife, they went on podcast together, and she was saying how, I made him wait, and he was saying, yeah, like that's how I knew she was the one. And then he was fighting a guy, and then the guy Dylan Dennis came out with all of these photos of all these guys that she'd been with, and it turns out she hadn't exactly been so tempered with her body before that. So then Logan Paul got taken the piss
But these
out.
are different people. Like in my life, it's someone who I have a deeper connection with, and I want to have that deep connection with, versus, you know, a night out in Europe. Like it's just a whole different realm.
Yeah. So
And
you're thinking it very much from your perspective, though. It's kind of, I'm not really hearing much empathy with how the guy might feel, because whether they admit it or not, like us guys have big egos, right? So when we have our girl, if we find out that she's given it away to guys really easily beforehand with us, and then she made us wait. It makes us look like a mug. And then other people, when they see that, like if I saw my mate and he was with a girl and he's like, yeah, man, I think she's the one, she's making me wait. And then Brian was like, no, I hit it first night. I would think that like my friend was like a bit of a mug getting made to wait like that.
Really?
So guys
That's
guys have that politics, and maybe you're not aware of it, but
I think it depends
you
on the
have
guy.
to think about the ego of the man that you're.
I think it depends on the ego of the man.
Well, and to add to what Jake is saying, it's kind of like the way we might view it is, women often, for example, might complain about fuckboys, right? So you reward the fuckboys who will never give you commitment with immediate sex, and you're going to punish the guys worthy of a relationship by making them wait weeks, months, or even until marriage. And look, ultimately, it's certainly your prerogative. If you want to have 100 previous sexual partners, you slept with them, 100 previous sexual partners, you slept with them on the first date, and then the next guy, we're waiting until marriage. That's 100% you're right. We're coming at it from the guy's perspective of, hey, 100% you're right. If that was your previous standard, all the other guys you slept with immediately, now you want to make me wait for marriage, that's your right. But we're going to view that in a certain type of way of like, you're not the girl for. A lot of guys are going to feel a certain type of way about that. They're going to have an issue with that.
Yep.
And it does seem to me to be, I don't know if it's a bit of a double standard to some degree. Like you have not in the typical sense of a double standard, but you have one standard for this cohort of men and a different standard for another cohort of men. So, yeah.
Can I make a comment on something you guys said?
Sure.
So when you guys were talking about like, she's the one because she waited to sleep with you, maybe that's why like a lot of women, I think also if I'm trying to pursue a guy in a relationship, I want, like, a lot of guys' perspectives are, oh, she's gonna make me wait, so she's the one. If I'm trying to pursue this guy, I want to be the one, you know? So I'll be like, oh, it will show a good it's a good foot forward if I don't sleep with him on the first date, because that means when I'm interested in him,
I'd say,
I want to hear about him. Like, it's not just about sex for me.
I'd say you've got a good point in terms of the fact that you want to present yourself as somebody who's a long-term partner.
Yeah.
However, you have to be very wary of your past coming back to bite you in that regard, in terms of if he's a proud guy and he finds out that actually in fact you didn't make other people wait, then that's going to be an issue. But if you're somebody who has a track record of making people wait, or if you're somebody who's saving themselves to a marriage, for example, then a guy's going to really respect that.
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
I think that it sets up a completely different dynamic what you choose to do. So if you're sleeping with a guy on the first date and you don't want anything serious, you're letting him know that. I think there's an understanding when you're going into a date or pursuing someone in a relationship that both of you are waiting. Sure, one more person might be eager, but there's an understanding that you're getting to know one another. In the past, like if I've slept with someone earlier after getting to know them, that never results in a relationship. That leads into a situationship or friends with benefits. And I think that waiting structures a successful relationship.
I get it, but I guess I do get what you're saying. And you do want to set a precedent, but you can't really have your cake and eat it, because if that's not your standard all the time, then it can't be your standard for me. And my personal standards, and like a lot of the guys who I know, would be the exact same like that.
So are you saying that if you ever did a one-night stand in your life, that you no longer you're not up to standards to have a relationship if the girl wants to wait? If you once in your life had a one-night stand, and then you meet someone that you want to pursue a relationship with, and she wants to wait, but you didn't wait in the past.
If her standard was that she always makes people wait, and if she didn't respect the fact that I had one-night stands, then that would be fair enough if she didn't want to do that.
Okay.
Sneaklicious donated $200. Hello to all. I wonder where the podcast will go this time.
That is a good question.
I do too.
Who knows? Who knows where it will go? Maybe someone will pull out.
No, I do see your point. I think a lot of guys would say, oh yeah, men and women are different. And men and women are different in that regard when it comes to promiscuity and sleeping around. But I would say that if I met a woman and she was like a woman of high moral principle, and she said, I've waited so much and I've resisted so much temptation, and you've done this, this and that, sorry, I would understand, because my past has come back to bite me.
Sure, but do you yourself feel like these one night stands made you ineligible for a good relationship?
They probably did affect it, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. Even guys are different. I do think that guys are different to girls in that regard. But I would say that definitely, if you look at a person who's like a really devout Christian or Muslim the whole life, and they wait till marriage, then they're going to be of a different. They're going to think about sex and relationships and everything very differently. But the world that we live in, we're surrounded by so much temptation and so much freedom and liberty and Yas Queen and everything, that it's very hard to sort of fend off that temptation sometimes. So, yeah, that's what I'd say about that.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean, as far as, and I think there's certainly a scope to it too. I mean, you said if a girl had one night stand, and then moving on from there, her new standard became, well, I'm going to wait for all my future partners. I think that's a little different than a girl who's perhaps had multiple casual engagements. Say she has had 10, 20, 30 of the 10, 20, 30 guys she's had sex with, that she all did it immediately. Then, oh, this is the guy I want to be in a relationship with. I want to wait 3 months, 90-day rule or something like that. It doesn't come across as like an actual authentic standard. It just seems like you've just totally, and it's your prerogative to shift, but we're not saying women shouldn't be allowed to do that. And of course, you should, if you want to change for the better, fantastic. But don't expect men to accept your past. We also have a right to discernment and judgment, just as you do. And we're allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. So, did you have something on this?
Yes.
Okay.
I just lost my train of thought, though.
Oh, I can keep going, and then if you want to think about
Keep going,
okay.
sure.
Yeah, so I have a couple examples here that I could give you that might be able to like paint it a little bit. So here's an analogy, sort of the inverse. Telling your date that, so all the exes got 5-star meals, but she gets McDonald's, because you've turned over a new leaf and decided that money has better uses than just trying to impress people. That's one example. So you're on a date with a guy, you know that he took all his previous ex-girlfriends that he dated, all the other girls he's seen, on these really elaborate, really nice dinners, and he doesn't have any financial issues or anything. He took them on fantastic dinners, spent $100, $200, but he takes you to McDonald's.
I have something to say to that. What if that man was fine with taking all these women out to nice dinners because he didn't want anything with this girl, and then he finds a girl he likes and he wants to make sure she's not a gold digger, so he takes her to McDonald's? That's exactly what women are saying, that sometimes
so you'd be cool with that, is what you're saying?
If that's his reasoning, if later on he does take me out to a nice dinner, we have this conversation.
But like, don't worry about later on. First of all, you know that this man chops out. He goes for the filet mignon, and he tells her to wear a nice red dress, and they go out and they hit the town. Your turn comes around, and it's Macca's.
But I think
and he says, I'm going to make sure you're not a gold digger.
I think where this differs is, are you saying this, if this man knows that you've had these one night stands, you've slept around, and he doesn't want to pursue you, that's completely okay. I don't
but like, no. Like, stick to the question for a second.
Sure.
Would you be okay with that situation? And then him saying to you, I'm not taking you because I want to make sure you're not a gold digger.
Yeah.
Did he make sure that everyone else is not a gold digger?
But he didn't want to pursue.
How do you know
them
that?
Past. Well, that's what we're saying. We're saying like, if
but don't you think there'd be a double standard though? If he said to you, look, first date we're going to Macca's, just want to make sure you're not a gold digger, but then you're thinking to yourself, but you took everyone else to the filet mignon.
I think it would be a double standard if he didn't plan to see me again the same way.
But you don't know what he's thinking though. This is just objective, looking at it straight up. There's 5 ducks in a row. One of them is black.
Sure, but you can't make that comparison when this whole conversation has been what differs between a relationship and one night stands is because when some of these girls might sleep with them right away, they're not envisioning a relationship. They don't want to see them past this 1 hookup, 2 hookups.
But like,
so
don't you think that there's something that you're giving away that's special there? That's what we're trying to get at. When we're saying he's done this special act for 4 other girls, and then you come around, and then you're not getting that special act just yet. You have to wait for it.
I think there's different ideas of special. Sure, I think everyone thinks that sex is special, but I also feel like letting someone in to know my personality is also special. So like if I'm waiting a few weeks with someone that I want to date, they're getting to know me more than any of these other people are getting to know me, which I think in its way is special. And some people don't care about sex, you know? So other people's do. It's very much so based on individual people.
Do you think for the most part though that guys are going to care about that?
Yeah,
guys are going to care about who you've slept with, especially if they know the people.
Yeah, and
it's going to be an issue.
I think it's okay for them to care. I think it's okay for them to judge. I know we women, we also judge. I don't want to date someone with a huge body count, tons of one-night stands. I think that goes both ways. You have a right to judge. You have a right to leave. But in the conversation of how we're feeling, we're just explaining that when we want a relationship with someone and we don't, things differ.
Yeah, right. I get that how you guys feel about it though, but do you empathize with how the guy feels about it? That's the different part.
And I'm saying they have a right to not be interested. They have a right to leave. I'm not saying they have to stick it through.
What's if you're dating somebody, say for the first few months or whatever it is, what are the most important factors to that? What's the most important thing for you that just says, is this guy worth dating or is he not?
Honesty. Yeah.
Anything else?
Loyalty.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So if he was not honest and loyal with you at the start, but you know that he was honest and loyal with 5 other girls, would that upset you?
Yeah, but that is not a comparison to...
Why not?
You can't compare...
Well, you just said it's most important. For one of the things that's most important for me is that she hasn't slept with a lot of people.
That's acceptable. If that's what's most important to you, then absolutely.
Right.
I'm not denying what you're saying or that you can get upset. That's not my argument at all.
But then, so I guess at the end of the day, we kind of do agree in a way because we're both allowed to have our standards. But the problem is that I get where you guys are coming from. Sometimes I don't really think that you girls really get where we're coming from though. Like why we have those objections. And you tend to think about it from your own prism. But go on.
You had something?
Yes. Okay, so I think what we're talking about is, on both sides to even it, is that we're talking about the past, right?
Yes.
And that we don't know what happened in someone's past unless we choose to have a conversation with them. If we're judging them from their past right off, that's going to be your win or loss, and that's for you to decide if you want to have that conversation or not. People experience life and all parts of life and growing up in different ways, and possibly have trauma in different ways, and things happen. So it goes all from finding out those things, you know. If you don't know if that person grew up in a way that was normalized or whatever, and they were promiscuous when they were younger, but now they're realizing, oh, that we are more sacred, that I don't want to be giving my body out like that. Like, the best relationships are being able to see that person changed, and being that it's not, oh, you slept with all them first, why aren't you sleeping with me first? It's saying, okay, I can see you're at maybe a little bit more immature state of your time, of your life.
So you're saying that everybody grows up differently. We all have our past traumas, and sometimes, you know, you were promiscuous in the past, but now you've changed your ways, and somebody should accept you for that.
I don't like to use the word should. It's one of my things. I'm trying to eliminate that shit word, but
why not?
Should?
Yeah, it's quite a common word in the vernacular.
It is a very common word. There's a lot of common words that we could delete from our language, but should is a shit word. It just makes us judge each other, put ourselves against, like, compare ourselves to each other, and then it makes us give ourselves standards that we're not really doing. We're saying that, oh, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this. It's saying, like, you're putting yourself at failure, so you're going to make yourself down.
I have a question on the should thing.
Yeah.
If you have a child, should you feed the child?
I mean, it is best looked upon to feed the child. Who's to say what one should or shouldn't do?
Hold on.
A child needs to eat.
So do you object to the following sentence?
Okay.
People should feed their children.
I say parents need to feed their children.
Okay.
But did you object to what he said and the way that he phrased it?
Do you also object to the word need? Because need seems much more powerful than
finishing my thing about it. So with should,
how do you feel about
anytime that you use should, you can mostly replace it with would or could. And would is the actual that you're willing to do it or that you possibly could do it.
So What's your beef with should, though? I don't know.
What's wrong
feeding
with
the
should? Should's a good. What
Because
about ought?
now you're just using synonyms.
Do you like
for
ought?
should.
Ought is a good word.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know ought? Someone ought to do something.
Ought refers to it being a natural.
Should
a
I
natural
Google it?
thing,
Let me
like a
just Google the
natural law.
definition of
You
ought.
Use that in sort of
Yeah.
more religious talk.
Ought.
So this came to me though with when I had a boyfriend, right, that he was not getting his license. He had his license removed and then he could get it back, and I was just like, he should get his license. And then someone asked me, who's to say what one should or shouldn't do? It's the whole butterfly effect. You don't know what's going to happen. If I pushed him and said, you should get your license, he gets his license and gets in a car accident. Who's to say that he was supposed to get his license at that time? Okay, it's all in people's own time to say.
I feel like you read this on a tarot card somewhere, and now you don't really know why you said it.
I actually have a whole curriculum for childcare based off of this. If you'd
Really?
like
You
to know
teach
more
kids
about
that they shouldn't say should? Do you teach kids that they shouldn't say the word should?
I encourage education around the word.
I feel like when you say that people shouldn't say the word should, you're saying that there are no sort of
I didn't say we
there are
shouldn't.
no objective standards, so so people should do whatever they want to do all the time.
You can do whatever you want to do.
But is that your beef with should? Because you're telling people that we shouldn't say that people should do anything?
I'm not saying you shouldn't.
So, you know what I'm saying, though. So is ultimately why you don't like the word should is because you don't believe that there should be objective standards. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure.
Because if I say that someone should feed their children, I think I could also say that someone ought to feed their children because it's like that makes sense to make it an ought claim. But if I say somebody should feed their children, I'm saying that there's an objective standard.
Right, okay, so
hold on a second. I'm saying that there's an objective standard that we all have to abide by, that people should feed their children.
Should is a judgment that's automatically making it that they will feed their children, they can feed their children. It doesn't matter. My judgment has no opinion.
Do you object to judgments?
I limit judgment.
I think it's a powerful word, I would say.
Should. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I just feel like that you're saying that because you don't believe that there is anything objective. Because then how can you eliminate the word should if you think that there are objectives?
Because in most times that you use the word should, from now forward in your future from here, try it. When you're about to say should, try to replace it with would or could.
No, because I actually have
and that will give you more integrity to your life. It won't make you be like, oh, I'm going to half-ass this, or I should do that.
I think this is like a fruitless conversation.
No, but I think
it did definitely go left field from what
it just depends on your worldview. That's why I find it interesting, though, because in my worldview, I have things that
I'd love to talk to you about this more on some other time.
I use should a lot as a positive, encouraging thing. Like, oh, you should do this to like inspire somebody. Like,
but then that makes them feel like they're like, oh, I have to do this. It puts so much pressure and comparison on each other.
Iron sharpens iron. Pressure's a great thing. Well, I do want to come back to the kind of the thing that we were talking about.
Can I put when can I get back to that?
Is it about should?
I was trying to talk about the other thing.
Okay.
That was a fair statement. Going actually back
Nick,
to
can
the
you close
whole,
the door?
What should women put into the relationship when men put into the relationship all these things that they're doing that we said that we wanted, really let's clear the elephant in the room that if men put in, women put out. That's pretty much it is. And yes, I totally understand what you're saying, and that if you see the woman and she's like, oh, you slept with all them, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
I am that old.
So you're saying that you said that if men put in, women put out.
Yes.
So if men put the effort in, then women put out.
And that's why another part.
Doc Venabilly donated $200. I'm amazed at the mental gymnastics these women perform to justify female promiscuity. Your fathers have failed you. I wonder what does basically India think about American loose women? Do you agree?
I wonder what does basically India think about American loose women. What do you think about American loose women?
Say it again, please.
So he said that what he said, not what I'm saying, is that these women at the table do mental gymnastics to justify female promiscuity. What do you think about American loose women, is what he said. Do you think that American women are loose?
Loose like what, the body?
No, as in like they don't have much standards.
I don't think so. It's nothing like that about standards or something. It's just what they are.
Are Indian women like more reserved? would you
I don't
say?
think
Probably
so.
more
I'm here
traditional,
talking
right?
about sex. I'm
I
not
don't know. I
reserved.
kind of feel like they're more orgy-ish, but I'm
They
not
get pretty,
educated
like-
very
Orgy?
much.
Huh?
I don't
That came out of left field.
I don't know. I
Indian
just find
women-
India like very like open
You
and like
you could
in,
like
in,
Kama
like,
Sutra.
private
Is that what she's
Yeah,
saying?
Indians get freaky.
in like
Indians get pretty
with their-
freaky.
with their family friends.
Yeah, you've seen like those
I kinda know
like
about
gods
it.
with 8 arms and stuff, gods of love and sexuality and
Yeah,
stuff.
Who's that?
chakras, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
like
that's
honoring
true.
all of them.
Hold on.
Grid
just a sec.
1 Motorsports
Yo, Grid One,
donated
thank you.
$200.
By the way, Doc, thank you, man.
The
Appreciate it.
scary thing is community college Annie interacts with children in a teaching role. I weep for our youth. It is simple. Men are hunters. If you want them to want you, be prey. Also, do not do drugs.
Word. I agree. Don't do drugs. PSA. This is a DARE program. Do not do drugs. Hey, Grid One, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. I do want to continue on this a little bit. So I was going to go around the table. We'll wait until she's back before I go around the table on the question I had. I do think that I think there are some men that think if a woman makes him wait for sex, it's a green flag. But actually, I think in 2023, I think it's just she's just not that into you, or banging somebody else. To be honest, if she makes you wait, that's what my thought process. I have a couple of other analogies here I'd like to go over. Here's some other analogies. Perhaps we can hammer the point home. Let's see here. I think did I do the McDonald's one? I might have. Wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. Here's one. Okay. Do I do this one? Hold on. We'll do that in just a sec. Imagine every woman the man she's going for has dated in the past, got tons of effort, trips to Hawaii, Paris, Tokyo, personally selected gifts based on her likes, excellent communication on everything she needs to know about. And now that she gets with him, new guy, right? He decides to be very tight with his money and effort. No trips further than to Target in their local city. Gifts are like maybe a $50 gift card to Sephora. And yeah. Then when she asks what's up with him doing so much less for her, he says, it's because I knew they were just momentary fun, but I think you might be the perfect partner, so you have to earn all the effort I normally just give out freely to the other women I've dated.
I wouldn't be with him. I think I would want to have fun with him if he had the means to, not necessarily feel like I'm earning it from someone who should unconditionally love me.
So you're saying that you wouldn't be with that guy?
Probably not. What's keeping me there? Maybe he's amazing inside and out, but like I'd want to be on the same page with his like thought process with saving money. I think I would just tell myself he was just trying to save money, not that I would have to necessarily earn it.
So you wouldn't be with him because he's trying to save money?
No, I would.
Oh, so
That
you would
in
stay
that
with
way,
him?
I would. Yeah, I'd support that.
So you would be okay, just to like make it clear, you'd be okay with the fact that this guy has made all of this effort for girls who are just nothing to him. But when it comes to you, you're fine with just no effort. I don't know a single
Would
female
we
that
be
I've ever met that would actually be okay
like,
with that.
are we dating? And he was
Yeah.
being like that?
Yeah.
I'd probably just break up with him.
Okay.
And I'm not going to feel like, I don't know, I have enough pressures on myself, like, to be good. I don't need somebody to be like, oh, I'm not going to buy you this.
Both
Butler
sides, the effort
donated
and restraint.
$200.
Yo, Jay
to the
Butler,
woman with
thank
the
you.
rag on her head, you are the biggest PSA for why genital herpes is so dangerous. It's
Every
rotted
show
your
he
brain
talks
to
about
mush,
herpes,
and your lady parts must be rancid at this point.
Jesus
Hashtag
Christ.
hashtag
Holy
herpes.
fuck, Jay Butler.
Bring it in.
Oh my, okay, all right. Jesus Christ, Jay Butler. Normally he's more tame. I don't know what got into him tonight.
Haram.
He's a he's a, urologist, thank you, yeah. So he always talks about herpes and various ailments that impact, these sorts of things. Okay, I have some more analogies here when it comes to, well, you used to have a bunch of casual sex, but now you found a guy you like, you want to have a relationship with him, so now you're going to make him wait. This would be the same as if a guy were to say, or this was how a guy was moving, he used to take his dates to 3-star Michelin restaurants, but he doesn't do that anymore. So you can take the bus and meet him at McDonald's.
Now there's a bus.
Or you go to McDonald's, right? Okay. The cashier in front of you is like, What is it? The cashier, there's 3 people in front of you. They all get a cheeseburger for $2, $3, whatever. You finally get to the cashier and they say, that'll be $1,000 for you because I like you the most. Those other customers were just a mistake, or I was just having fun. No? Okay.
What's the question?
This is ridiculous.
What, that doesn't make sense? Is that not?
What's the
so
question?
ridiculous.
So I get $1,000 burger. I get $1,000 burger when everybody else got the regular price.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why would he do that?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Yeah, so you're at McDonald's, right? You're in line for a burger. You the 3 people in front of you, they get a burger for $2.
And they're just chomping
you get
down
to
it.
the front of the line.
Yeah.
The cashier's like, that'll be $1,000 for you.
I have to.
Nothing's changed, by the way.
And you get extra pickles.
Now you're getting fucked by the industry. So lucky you.
And you just see those people just hoeing down on their burger like a pig at the trough, and you're just there, not knowing what to do.
Okay, here.
Is it because I'm black?
Are you black?
No.
Okay.
You get the gift of the chance to walk away.
How did Brace get brought into this?
No, just a comment.
No, it's more about privilege than race.
I think with all the analogies that you're making, it's pretty clear that you should feel upset. But I think when we're talking about sex, I think it's more personal. Like, I think at the end of the day, it's just how you feel. If you want to have sex with someone, you're gonna have sex with them. If you don't, you don't. Like, food, sex, 2 very different things. The analogies you're making, clearly you are 100% in the right on that. But when it comes to sex, you have sex when you want to have sex. Whether it's the first date, whether it's the 3rd date, whether it's the 8th date.
Do you think that's a good way to float through life? Is that you have sex whenever you want to have sex?
No, I think for right now, for the age personally that I'm at, I think that's great. But I think when I want to settle down and have a relationship.
But even for the age that you're at now, don't you think that comes with a price?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Imagine being such a red flag. A guy pretends he has a penny left on his debit card to get out of his date with you, or is 2 hours late and brings a friend. Just make sure you never call him again.
Maybe he wasn't feeling you and he was, maybe.
Who knows? I guess the waitress was in on it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Grid 1. Appreciate it. But again, when it comes to this, like, me personally, if a girl had sex with 100 men on the first date, and then she wanted to wait until marriage for the number 101, that's her call. That's her choice. However, for me personally, and what I would actually recommend to other men, that is a completely unacceptable standard for you to, let me reframe that. That's not a woman that you'd want to pursue.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Like, that scenario makes sense, but that's not going to be the scenario in most cases.
I think if we get down to the nucleus of the point, though, what we're saying is that we have these sorts of standards, and you guys are basically saying, okay, you can have your standards, we don't care. Does it make you rethink it, though, if you actually did like a guy, and if there was sort of that tension? Would that make you rethink the mindset that you're in now, which is I'm young, I'm just going to have sex with whoever I want to?
Absolutely.
It makes you rethink it, as in, like, maybe I should be a little bit more sort of frugal in my younger years.
I think if I meet the right guy, I'm gonna settle down with him. I like him. Like, I don't want to be having sex with anyone else. I want to be having sex with you.
But like that's not the question, though. The question was more like because you're college students now, and these days with the college students, I mean, it's just free love everywhere, and And I'm somebody who's not a choir boy by any means. Like, I've done all the promiscuous stuff. And I would say that even for me as a guy, there's an element of regret when you look back at your younger years and the more promiscuous days. Do you guys ever have that sort of thought process at the moment? When you are that younger age, that you're like at the peak of your sexual value at the moment?
I can speak on that from an older age, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I got into my first my serious relationship when I was 18, and I lost my virginity at 19. So I waited to have sex. I would say maybe over the average age. I don't know what the average age people lose their virginities to, and that's something that I wanted to do for myself, and I don't regret that, but I would never shame anyone else or judge anyone else if they lost their virginity younger or if they engaged in sexual acts younger as well. It depends on the person. It depends what you value and what makes you feel good.
Would you recommend it, what you did, waiting until you're 18?
for me, it worked really. I mean, for me, I don't know. I can't tell anyone else what to do.
I'm not saying that you're telling people else, like other people what to do, but I'm saying that as a society, like we have some sort of standards, and you know, as a person, I've just told you that in my past, I've had, you know, quite a promiscuous past at times. I've done all the traveling. I know exactly what you're talking about. And even as a guy, sometimes it comes back to me and it bites me, because you meet a really moral, principled woman, and then she probably, maybe she wouldn't be so interested in me. So if I could take back time, I'd probably be a little bit more frugal with it if I was your age. Mm-hmm. Not even giving you advice. I'm just saying that's the way I'd do it.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Men want a woman that, like, on the first date, if they do put out on the first date, in your mind, wouldn't you block them off to being eligible, like you were saying earlier? Because I think that might be wrong, but I think a lot of women have that in our brains, is that they're not gonna see us, like, so even if we were promiscuous before, if this is the person we do want to be with, then we're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna want me to be this way, so then we change to be that way, and then it gets so confusing. There's so much misunderstanding and miscommunication between men and women.
I do see that. So what you're basically saying is that you're kind of in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's like, I want to fuck you on the first date, but I'm pretty sure you would respect me more if I waited, so I'm gonna wait. And then they're like, well, why didn't you do it if you did it for them? I was like, oh, well, I would have. And then they're like, oh, so you would have been a whore? I don't want to be with a whore. And then it's like, wait.
I do get what you're saying. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it comes back to the old adage that you can't have your cake and eat it. We put ourselves in certain situations.
But you can have your past and your future too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what that means.
I actually have. I do.
It does.
I do have a response to that. I mean, here's what I think. Right. If that guy, if you would otherwise, how do I want to frame this? Let's say you end up waiting with a guy, right? Okay. You end up you force a wait for 4 days, right? 4 dates. It's not clear to me, had you hooked up with him immediately, that you would have not ended up in a relationship anyways. Right. So I think whether you hook up with him on the first date or the third date, quite honestly, I don't think it's going to have really a major impact on whether because if he's interested in having sex with you, perhaps he wants there to be continuity and it could lead into a relationship, or it doesn't. So
that's good information to have. And I just had to remember something from before, is that when we were going around about how long you should wait, that I never got to it, was that honestly for me in situations that there is that period of waiting to make sure that it's not just about sex, it's not just about my body, that they actually do like you, but to be truthful and honest and radically transparent. For me anyway, I do believe that not believe, but the whole like waiting to marriage thing, I don't understand that at all, because I do think that what if you don't like having sex with that person? You just spent this whole time getting to know them and in a relationship, and you might have love in that way, but if you're trying to have a intimate relationship and then you all of a sudden love each other and trying to have sex, and it's like, oh, I don't like having sex with you, or like we don't connect that way, that is something.
How long have you been spiritual for?
My whole life.
I mean, in terms of like the pantheism and the astrology.
I feel I'm, let's see, maybe 23 it started.
Have you ever, and I'm not even taking the piss, but have you ever tried to go to church?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to lean into a like Christianity or?
Yeah, I actually did not wear my rosary today because I didn't know if I wanted to have any religious context on here, but I have a place with God for sure.
Yeah? And it's the Christian God? You said you wore a rosary?
Yeah. I was baptized. I was brought up Christian. I think there's the hard thing.
Is there something, because I feel like you're like yearning and longing for some sort of spirituality, and I think people tend to put that into these sort of more ideas of astrology and pantheism, as I said. But do you feel like maybe that yearning could be better placed in a church and a community?
Do you know what I do in my regular life?
Well, I mean, if you believe in astrology, you don't believe in the Christian God, and you probably don't believe in Jesus.
That's not true. I can be an astrologer and believe in God at the same time.
I do want to try to bring it back, because we have a lot to get through. So we were going around the table on two things. I'll wrap up on the whole waiting for sex thing. We were going around the table, one on how long do you think you should wait for sex? I don't think everybody got an opportunity to answer that. I don't know if we left off with you or...
I think we went around.
Did we go around?
On that.
Did everyone get an opportunity to answer how long do you think you should wait for sex?
I wanted to wait till marriage, but that didn't happen. So I don't know. I waited till we were official.
Okay.
If I was dating
Is that your
them.
current boyfriend or like in the past boyfriend?
All of them.
All of them?
Yep.
Okay. How long did you guys... I think we left off with you. Maybe how long do you think you should wait for sex? Before having sex? Are you down first night, second date, third date?
Probably being official. If it's a relationship, being official.
Unless you're traveling and you're
Unless
trying
you don't
to
want a
cultivate
relationship.
experiences.
Yes.
Okay. What about for you?
I don't really have like a time thing on it.
Okay.
I don't know how to answer that
How
question.
about the last guy that you were intimate with? How long did you wait with him?
Let's see. Few weeks. Probably 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Okay.
I feel like for me, it would depend on if the chemistry was there and the vibe of the night. Like if I want to have sex that night and we're talking and then we want to have sex, then let's have sex. But if not, it's not there. I want to keep going on more dates before. It just depends on when I feel comfortable with it.
Can I just say something? I think that just before we continue, I think that the duality of what you guys are talking about is the problem in terms of what we're seeing. Whereas you were kind of talking before about like turning over a new leaf. If you turned over a new leaf and you thought like that, you know, this is the sort of person I am now, and the past hadn't been too crazy, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. But if you have the two thoughts simultaneously, where I could have sex on the first night or I could make you wait, that's where the problem is, because they're like, why am I in this basket? And I'm not saying that I even want to be in either basket, but I think that that's the problem, having that duality. But if you are at a different phase of your life, and you know, if you're plugged into a church or something like that, and if you're actually taking it seriously, then it can be. Anyways, continue.
Yeah.
For your analogy, I don't think I fit in with any of those two baskets. That's what I do. Like I don't identify myself as I'm gonna wait for this long or I'm gonna sleep on the first night. I just go when I want to do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't I don't fit into one basket.
But the baskets exist.
The baskets do exist.
That's the problem.
Yes, they do exist. But for me personally, I just don't identify to either of them.
Okay. How long do you think you should wait before having sex?
If I'm in like pursuing a relationship, like around 4 dates or so.
4 dates, okay.
Me personally, probably like a month or two. I want to make sure that I get to know them, that there's an emotional connection, and that I feel safe and comfortable with them.
Did you ever have a one-night stand?
No, not personally.
Okay. What about you? How long should you wait?
I would say I will wait a little bit, like for months, because I can't get connected with person like emotionally in like 1 or 2 days or like in 3 dates. So I would prefer the time.
So a couple months?
Unless I don't feel like emotionally connected with that person.
So you would wait longer if you don't feel an emotional connection?
Unless I don't feel like, I will wait if I don't feel like it.
Have you ever had like a friends with benefits?
No.
Fuck buddy?
No.
One night stand?
No.
Okay, congratulations. So the other question is, have you ever made a guy wait, but also have you also had a one-night stand or had sex relatively quickly? I think you answered yes. Kayla?
No. Not that I can remember.
Well,
no.
What's the longest you've made a guy wait? Let me reframe the question. What's the shortest you've made a guy wait? What's the longest you've made a guy wait? Go ahead.
Maybe the shortest was probably maybe like a week or so, just because I knew like we were already like dating, and then he became my boyfriend. And then before that, like maybe like a month, just because of distance.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Does the situation differ for your minds if like we're like hooking up, we're kissing, we're doing like things, but we're not actually having sex? We're not doing the act of sex.
I would say it changes it a little bit.
It changes it?
Because you can maybe feel the burning desire there, and maybe it's like that you want to draw out the tension a little bit. But if you don't feel sexually attracted, as a guy, it's pretty easy to tell if a girl's not overly sexually attracted to you. And if she's making you wait because she thinks you're a good relationship prospect in other ways. But if you can tell that she's really attracted, can't keep her hands off you, is kissing you, whatever, and then you draw out the tension, that's a little bit different.
Okay.
But if you can tell that she's not attracted to you, it's pretty, you can tell.
Okay.
So the question is, would I be more accepting of the situation if, would I be more accepting of the situation if I knew she slept with 10 other guys immediately, but then she wants a relationship with me, but she's willing to make out with me? Is that the question?
No, more like she went out and like she met a guy at a party, they were like, I guess hooking up isn't the right word, but like doing everything, and then she was like, okay, actually, like I'm not gonna have sex with you. But they like engaged in some intimacy.
Wait, with me or this hypothetical guy?
The hypothetical guy. How does that change your view?
I misread the question.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you meant if you were on a date with a person and then they'd done that in the past and then, yeah, okay. Reframe it one more time.
Like, let's say you're getting into a relationship with a girl and she says, hey, by the way, this is my body count or whatever, but like these men in the past, like I would go out, I'd go to parties, like, we'd do some stuff, I'd sleep over, but when the act of sex came, like I'd be like, no.
Okay, so she's saying that this is my body count and these are all of the guys who nearly got there.
Yes.
That's probably a bigger red flag than the stuff before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because when you go into parties and you're sort of like doing everything, you just don't know the extent to it.
Yeah.
That to me, that sort of draws out a periphery that will make me ask a lot of questions.
Okay. So it's like, would you say it's like a bigger, like you would judge a girl more if she's going out partying, like having sex, having like full sex, like one night stands, versus like she's going out, she's with a friend, she meets a guy, whatever, it's like chill, they're about to have a one night stand, and then she's like, actually no, like sex is really meaningful for me, like I'm not gonna fully have sex with you? Or is it like the same thing?
I don't know, party girls are party girls, to be honest. It's kind of the same thing, to be fair, because he probably sucked his dick and stuff, so I mean, yeah, because that happens a lot. You say, I'm not gonna have sex, but you're still,
no, I'm genuinely curious.
Still the next man's willy.
Yeah. Continuing around the table, what's the shortest amount of time you've made somebody wait? What's the longest amount of time you've made somebody wait?
I've had a one night stand before.
Okay.
So I'd say within the night was probably the shortest. Sure. And then the longest was probably a couple weeks.
Okay. What about you?
I've also had a one night stand, and I think that the longest was around 6 months.
Okay.
I haven't had a one night stand, so I don't have like
sure
a lowest, but 3 months, because I've only been with my husband, so.
Oh, okay. What about you?
And the shortest, I would say 1 month with my ex.
Yeah.
And the longest, you're gonna sound funny to you, but like, yeah, my longest relationship, I didn't have sex with that guy. It's not like by purpose or something. Yeah, that's funny for you.
Were you waiting till marriage or?
Maybe, but it didn't work out.
How long were you with him for?
2 years.
And you weren't waiting till marriage?
I was not in US, like.
What was the reason? You got to give a man a reason.
Like, it's from the both sides. It's not just me. I'm not.
Was he asexual? What? He didn't want to have sex?
He never said it.
He was gay?
No, he was not.
Okay. Last question on this, guys. Oh, we need to come back to you.
It's gonna be popped up.
I didn't sneak out.
What's the shortest amount of time you've waited, and what's the longest amount of time you've waited?
I don't know the answer to the longest time. I don't know the answer to that one. And I mean, I've had hookups on the first night, so. Okay. You maybe range like 3 weeks, 4 weeks? No, I've never like planned out like, oh, we're gonna wait this amount of time.
So
I've had friends that I'm like really close with, like that we're like really close friends, and like we're never like, oh, we want to be like that, we want to sleep with each other, and
then like one thing leads to another, and
it happens because you know. But
well, what about, I mean, the friends thing's a bit complicated because there's like a pre-existing acquaintance or relationship there. So I mean, if I can narrow it down for you to make the question easier to answer, what about if people like immediately the context of the relationship was romantic. Maybe you met on a dating app.
Like in relationships, I think the longest I've waited is my most recent one with that 2 weeks, because that's
2 weeks. Okay.
I've been the most
Okay.
growth from.
Here's another question related to this. So, going around the table, starting with you. Have you ever had like a friends with benefits, or there's like a casual thing? Because some people, like, if you're not in an official, committed, it's been overtly communicated relationship, there's room for you to be dating more than one person, potentially sleeping with more than one person. Or at least maybe there's one guy you're hooking up with, he's just a friends with benefits, he's a, fuck buddy, whatever it is, but you're dating other people at the same time. You might just be sleeping with that one guy, but you're dating other guys. So my question is, have you ever been sleeping with a guy and then also like going out on dates with other people, or sleeping with a guy or a girl, while also pursuing other potential partners? Not necessarily sleeping with them, but there's one solid person you're hooking up with, sleeping with, whatever. It's clearly not monogamous, and dating other people. Starting with you, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
He was a foreign exchange student, so that's why we never like made it official. He was from Norway, and when
she likes the Scandinavians.
Tell you what.
Awesome. Shout out Norway.
We called it. They've got
so I guess we
good
were
oil
fuck
money.
buddies.
Could be Greenland. Could be worse.
Yeah.
Keep going. Never mind. It's all good. Go ahead. Any other scenarios like that?
The other Norwegian. Kind of at the same time.
So
you were seeing them both at the same time?
Yeah.
The two Norwegians.
Yeah, it was kind of like a triangle. Like, obviously the other Norwegian was seeing another girl.
So,
Okay.
so you were sleeping with Sven, and then Franz was just he wasn't getting any of it.
Were there other guys also? So that you were
No, I mean, I was friends with guys, but not sleeping
Okay.
around.
But at the same time, you were sleeping with two Norwegian guys.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit separated.
Overlap.
Like, it was one
Overlap.
for a while, and then maybe one time it overlapped.
One overlap.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and were you also dating other guys too? Like going out on dates, but maybe they didn't go all the way.
No, but I was talking to my ex-boyfriend who we were trying to work it out. We were long distance.
Okay.
So we were trying to like fix it, mend our relationship. Kind of we're still together, but at the same time I was with these Norwegian guys.
So you were with your ex-boyfriend, or like technically with him and getting the double Norwegian at the same time.
Hey, that's my whole phase for you.
Okay.
Oh, hoe phase. We could talk about hoe phases. Okay, hoe phase. Let's write that down. So okay, you were sleeping with two guys, and then also talking to your ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It happens.
Temptation.
When in Norway, eh?
What about you?
No.
Okay. What about you?
I mean, yes, I'm into open relationships, polyamory,
Sure.
so yeah.
Okay. Question for you. Since you're into open relationships, polyamory, at any given time, not currently because it sounded like you're just seeing one guy right now, allegedly, what is the most amount of guys that you've seen at any one given time?
3.
3. So you're sleeping with 3 guys at the same time?
Not like all in the one.
Well, not
time.
like an orgy or anything like that, but like 3. One
Let's
was
be clear.
Monday,
Yes, yeah,
one
yes,
was
yes,
Wednesday,
yes.
one was Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that? While you've been doing this, what polyamory is it?
That would be non-monogamy at that.
Right.
Stage.
While you've been doing the non-monogamy, has there been one particular guy who you've had like special feelings for? Has that happened? Someone who you're particularly drawn to?
I mean, so in the realm of open relationships, and not just open relationship so that you can sleep with everybody, in my view on love and relationships is that loving one person is very limited, and I have relationships with lots of people, so I do consider myself, like I said, this person that's across seas, like I definitely consider them like my lover. They have a very special place in my heart.
Okay.
But I also have other very
I know
close
that,
friends.
but I'm saying, is there one?
Also, like,
is there one that you have? Who comes to mind when I think about someone who you have special feelings for?
yes.
He does.
Yes.
That guy overseas.
But like in the
I
past,
accidentally pressed.
Jake did not
in
mean
the
to
past, they like. I mean, I have special feelings for all of them, and it's all different
But if
things.
you had to say, is there one who's particularly special?
At this moment, yes.
Why is he not enough?
I didn't say he wasn't. That's not like enough,
But if you need others,
because you can't expect one person to be everything for you. That's not fair. On
but don't you
people.
think that a part
That's
of
not conditional love.
the idea of having a relationship and one day having a family is making the sacrifice
No, I
that
don't.
one person is enough, and you sort of you
No, I do
battle
not.
through any differences that you have or any sort of shortcomings?
I do not have the old traditional relationship beliefs. No.
Do you want to? You said you wanted to have children before.
I would like to like continue my genetics. I would like to have an offspring to like care for. I am like I work in childcare, so I'd
Right.
love to have something to care of my own.
So would it be like you freeze the baby, that type thing, or what are we talking?
Well, if you really, really want to know something weird, I've always like fantasized that I want, which obviously I can't because but like Mary got impregnated. Like you're talking about going to church. Like I would for a long time. I would just like wanted to like not have sex for a long time and then just somehow become pregnant.
So
with
it's like
God's
an
baby.
immaculate
conception. Yeah.
Interesting. So that's your dream
I
is
think that would
immaculate
be
conception.
really. I want to have a baby that.
Do you
like,
think
is my
do you think a
baby.
guy like God would like really be sort of into a girl who's not a virgin?
Yeah.
Because Mary was a principled woman.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Not saying
what
you're
I
not.
said.
but-
Might probably won't happen, but
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. I guess the point I was saying there was like, if you do want to have children though, don't you
And God
worry?
doesn't pick the shiny penny, by the way.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Don't you worry though that if you're going to have children, in like them seeing that sort of lifestyle, or is it something that you'd want to like tamper down once you do have children? Because if you've got
That's
a baby
whole
daddy,
thing. That's why I'm not having kids right now. I'm not.
but I'm
in
saying
that
like
stage.
right. If we get out of right now for a second and we think about
Mm-hmm.
the future and the implications of what we're doing right now in the future, when you think about having children and when you think about the idea of carrying someone's child and then you guys having that child together, being in the labour room, you ride or die with each other, do you think you'd want to bring someone else into the relationship after that?
I don't know. I'm not there. I don't know.
Isn't that something you think about though? Isn't that something that you sort of maybe try
I
and
think about
forecast?
so many things that my brain
Yeah.
goes. So
Here, let's continue
I'll
with
keep thinking
the
about it.
question at hand. So I believe we left off. What's the longest? I think we did longest, shortest. Have you ever dated?
Yep.
Have you ever been hooking up with a guy, casual with a guy, while also dating other guys?
I have not.
No.
I have not either.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. All right.
What about you guys? What's your hoe phase?
Yeah, I went through a hoe phase myself. It was
Thank you
probably
for your
like
honesty.
yeah, teenage years and then into your early 20s. I guess, like I said before, we live in a world, and especially in the Western world, where we have absolutely no limitations to it. When you're a young guy, you're thinking about sleeping with as many girls as you possibly can. And when you're a young lady, you're thinking, I'm empowered, I'm having sex with all of these guys, and everyone around me is telling me that it's great. So, anyways, Brian wants to move on.
Yes. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Deep sighs.
So, really quick on the hoe phase. Anybody here had a hoe phase? Just show of hands. Jake had one. She had one. You had any hoe?
It's when you're a hoe for a while. You know, it's when you sleep with a lot of people over a space of time.
Okay, like after so long.
Well, I don't think a hoe phase necessarily means that you're sleeping around with a ton of people.
What do you think a hoe phase means?
I think just being a little bit less careless than you would be in a relationship. Not like my hoe phase, I wasn't like sleeping with these people. It was just, I think my hoe phase, I was really young. And like you learn from those experiences. I was seeing a lot of like older guys and like going on dates and just doing really irresponsible things. It was kind of my rebellious phase mixed
Kind of things that
with-
you wouldn't really want to sort of necessarily share the details about with your future partner.
Well, my current partner knows absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Details. They are things that like I'm happy that I got through because I think the majority of people need to learn those things in their
I think
life.
there are levels to hoe phase, but I would say that generally when we speak about a hoe phase, we speak about a few years, like a space of time where you're sleeping with different guys, and it's the kind of thing where you're like sleeping with guys that kind of no one knows about. You're on dating apps and you're just,
I guess
you
I
know.
haven't had a hoe phase then, not in that term.
Kayla, you said you had a hoe phase. What
What-
can you tell us about the hoe phase? What does a hoe phase look like?
I feel like it was a little bit dishonest, and that kind of made it a hoe phase for me. Just
Dishonest
kind
how?
of exploring my taste.
In Scandinavian men?
Yes.
But okay, so I mean, was it, when you say hoe phase, was it just those two dudes? Was there more?
One was
There's
more
more?
preferred.
No, but there's more to the hoe phase than
Well,
just the
yeah,
two.
I mean, I was the new girl, and I was a junior in high school, and I mean, a lot of guys hit on me.
Okay.
So-
Did they know each other?
Yeah, they did. We went to rival schools though. So one was with me at my school, and the other one was at the rival school.
Did they know that what was happening? Did they know that there was that competition
They
happening?
found out because the one at my school was like, I was in love with him, and then I met the other one through him, and the other one, I don't remember what happened, but something like led us to kind of like stop for a while. I think we got into an argument, and so that's when
So
I
you
was
went and
hanging out with the
texted
other
Sven.
one more. But we would all hang out. So
Wait, you would, the multiple people you were sleeping with, you would hang out in a group?
oh yeah,
And so you had a fight
like
with
they
one
were
of them.
the two Norwegians in our entire city, and the same age and same district and stuff. So we hung out in groups, not just us three.
What was the age of your hoe phase? Because you're 24, is it?
I'm
Wait,
24.
24, yeah.
Oh yeah. This was junior/senior year.
Wait, remind me, you had a 4-year relationship, correct?
Yes.
When was that?
That was the the end of middle school. So 8th grade,
It's like a
basically
high school
through high
relationship. Okay.
school relationship, and I met these guys
So your hoe phase was from when to when? 17
in between
to...
that relationship with my long distance boyfriend. So I moved from Texas to Missouri, and I had dated the other guy for 2 years. And then when I went to this new school, I was meeting all these new people, but the other guy was doing the same. Like I found out he was like sleeping with some of my friends and going off, and so I just kind of retaliated in private with 2 Norwegians who I cannot regret.
At the same time? Was it a threesome?
No.
Oh, threesomes. Okay. Well, so
I mean, they
when the
probably
hoe
would've been
phase,
open to that.
the hoe phase was from when to when? 17 to 19? What are we talking here?
Yeah, so I guess in college, once I got to college, I had a boyfriend again for 4 years, and that's when
I see.
the hoe
Okay.
phase went away.
So from 17 to 19?
18, 19, yeah.
Okay. All right. What was the extent of the hoe phase? Like how big was the roster?
Jeez.
Did I ask what's the most amount of people that you were sleeping with at
One time?
one time?
So I dated for like a few months during when I met those 2 Norwegians.
Sure.
Or actually before, it was the quarterback. So, I mean, it was another one. So that's maybe 4. I'm gonna guess 4 or 5.
At the same time?
Not at the same time. Like I definitely like stayed put with like a few for a while.
So maybe like, wait, so the hoe phase was 5 guys?
Speaking to the mic.
You can pull your
That's
microphone
I'm
closer
just
towards you.
guessing, and that's like the max for sure. So I
Okay.
had my ex in Texas, and then the 2 Norwegians, and then I dated a guy for like a couple weeks. So I would be 4 in the age of 17.
Okay. And then, so at the same time though, you said 3?
3
Okay.
3 times I slept with somebody in high school.
No, I mean like
Somebody
at the
else.
same time.
Oh, at the same time?
Yeah.
We're like talking like threesomes?
No. I mean like
I'm so confused.
Roberto on Monday, Eduardo
Oh.
on Wednesday. I don't know why they have Latin names.
Yeah.
On Friday there was Bartholomew,
Okay.
and then they would circulate. You know, Bart was definitely your Friday guy.
No, it really wasn't like
Those
that.
other guys, they get the weekdays, but Bart, he got the Friday. He got weekends.
Yeah, no, it wasn't intertwined like that. Not really. No.
But you said the two Norwegians were at the same time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, sort of. So like I stuck with the Norwegian at my
Okay,
school,
all right.
and then it was the other guy like once or twice.
Sure. We're going to pull something up. I'm going to do a couple chats here. We have Davey. Oh.
Davey Pchil donated $100. I wish one time a girl or an entire table will just admit that their entire life and dynamic is far superior to ours and admit it. Can't even compromise on who's deserving of dignity. Looks go first.
Yo, Davey, be chill, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, appreciate it, man. Their entire life and dynamic is far superior to ours. Davey, what do you mean by this? How are women's entire lives and dynamics far superior to ours? Because we need a little bit of clarification there. Do you mean like just it's women have dating on easy mode? Is that what you're talking about? If you can clarify. By the way, just a point of, I have lowered, and I think I've changed this everywhere, I've lowered the read and TTS triggers. Read is now 50 and up. TTS is now 99, or like 100 and up. So if you guys want to get any TTSs or whatnot in, feel free. Thank you guys, appreciate it. We have Ryan Holt here. Hey everyone, I'm a new member but longtime fan. Very happy to join. Can't wait to get involved. Hey Ryan, thank you so much for your patronage, man. Really appreciate it. You're a fucking legend. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. And if you want, if you you sent this in a while ago, if you do it through Streamlabs, we have a TTS feature. So welcome, appreciate it, man. And then I think that's it on the chats. We do have the thing we need to react to, Nick. It's related to our waiting thing. So a woman posted on Reddit this, and it got quite a bit of attention. Yo, AB check. Thank you very much for the gifted 20 memberships. Good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you, man. Really appreciate your support and patronage. I hope you guys enjoy those memberships. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. So this is on Reddit. Kayla, I want you to read this for us because you have a good speaking diction. Read the title and then just read what it says. Go ahead.
I'm unsure if I should tell my boyfriend this information. I've recently gone official with a man I've been dating for a couple of months. He's kind, respectful, and considerate. I really think he could be the one. Popcorn. You read the rest.
But something is eating at me. Should I keep reading?
Yeah. Sure,
sure. I wanted to build slowly with this man, so we didn't become intimate until after going exclusive. But between the first date and that point, I did see an old friends with benefits a couple of times. Back then, I didn't think anything of it as I wasn't exclusive, but I underestimated how much I would care for my boyfriend, and I feel almost like I've cheated on him. Have I done something wrong? Do I need to tell him? Will he end things with me?
And then update. Kayla, go ahead.
There was mixed reactions here, but my gut told me I should tell my boyfriend. He said, sorry, I don't want to be in a relationship with someone who does that. Then he blocked me on everything.
Okay, so she was, can you pull it up back for just a second here? So she went official with a guy she'd been dating for a couple months, kind, respectful, considerate. She thinks he could be the one, but while she was building slowly with this man, and she didn't want to be intimate until after going exclusive, during that entire period, she was also having sex with a friends with benefits. Now, mind you, technically they were not official. However, during that initial period, while she was making him wait, she was having sex with another guy. He ultimately ended up breaking up with her, as you guys read. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think fair game for the guy to have taken issue with that? And even though she was technically, they technically weren't official.
If I was the guy, I'd be hurt. I'd 100% be hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's so valid. I think in the dating stages, like, especially if you're just starting to get to know a person, you guys don't know if you're gonna pursue a long-term relationship yet. You're getting to know a person. Like, who's to say that you can't go and also date other people? Isn't that healthy? Isn't that about figuring out what you want and what type of person you want? Doesn't mean it's valid for him to feel upset.
Well, I mean, so my personal standard on this is if I go on the first date with a girl and I'm interested in pursuing her, all the other guys have to be a wrap. You're not if you want to go on a second date with me, you're not going on dates with other dudes. You're certainly not sleeping with other dudes. And quite frankly, if I'm going on a first date with you, and I'd hope a woman would be forthcoming with this. If I know that you're fucking another dude and you're going on a date with me, I'm not interested in you. True. Goodbye. Yeah. So my standard is, if you want to go on a second date with me, the other dude, preferably there's no other dudes to begin with, but the other dudes have to be a wrap.
And did you communicate that boundary?
I was going to say, that should definitely be a second date conversation. If there were to be a second date, or even like after the first date, be like, I like you so much, I want to be exclusive with you.
Even if
and just make sure you're both on the same page. Because what if someone's polyamorous, or what if someone's just, you know, wanting to have the experience of dates, and you need to know.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that labels or like a conversation of exclusivity like should change the way that you act. So like personally, if I like someone and we're going on dates or we're talking, if I like them, I'm not gonna be with other people, and I expect the same from them regardless of a conversation if we're exclusive or if we're boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't think that label changes anything. If you wanted to sleep with someone else up until that exact moment that you decide that you're not okay with it, I don't think that is reflection of how ready you are to be in that relationship.
Okay. But do you guys think, it sounded like, yes, you said he was justified for breaking up with her. Anybody else?
I think it's so fair.
Fair? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Oh, do you have more?
Yeah, I think it's fair because they... Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
So it's a fair because I believe they are dating, kind of. They didn't make it official, but they are dating. Like, we should close the doors. And also, she did the right thing by telling the truth. That's the honesty, the first step. And if you didn't like it, obviously no one gonna like it. And also, eventually, just imagine if you're gonna know later after like dating for a year or after getting married, they know like something happened in the. I think it's better.
But here's the crux of it, right? So, she was making him wait to have sex. All the while, she had a different standard, and she was having sex with a friends with benefits who I assume of course there was no commitment there.
That's why I said it's a fair game. He denied to be with her.
Yeah. No, but I'm not countering your point, but this gets back to kind of our initial debate here over this whole, well, you have one standard for these guys while you're traveling, for example, where I'll have sex with him immediately, and then, the guy that you want for a relationship, I'm going to wait to have sex with him.
But also, I'm not having sex with other people.
But it's like you just feel like you're the beta male in that situation. I think it's either Rich Cooper or Rollo Tomasi has a saying that's alpha seed, beta need, which means the alpha gives the seed and the beta gives the need. So if you're the guy who she's stringing,
by the way, I'm not a huge fan of like the alpha beta terminology, but no, I know what you're. It's to articulate the point.
I don't really use it too often myself, but it's like you get what I mean by it. So if like it kind of makes you that sort of like beta male in the situation where you're getting strung along and you're getting led along, and you're not getting that sort of burning sexual desire. When there's some other guy who, after you guys go on a date, is rearranging her guts, and and you're just there, just waiting along, and then like. For a guy to think that I'm taking all these nice dates, I'm making all this effort, and some guy is there just absolutely pounding it.
I feel like my thoughts on the situation is I never want to be made like a fool, you know? And I feel like if I was put in that situation, I would feel like a fool. Like, I don't want, like, if I'm taking you out on this nice date, if I was the guy, let's say, taking you out on this nice date, I'm investing my time in you, investing my energy, I'm only committing to you, and you're going around sleeping with somebody else, like, and you're not sleeping with me, even though I'm putting in the effort, now you're just making me look like an idiot, because what is this person doing that I'm not doing? Like, what's wrong with me now? Am I not good enough? Like, why am I not getting sex?
I would be mad.
I feel like this person is completely valid because, you know, they're not exclusive, but then I start to like look inward and then I'm be like, whoa, like, am I wrong? Like, what's wrong with me now? Like, do I not deserve this? And then that's when I start getting in my own head about that.
Yeah, I when it comes back to the whole, you know, making some guys wait for sex, having sex quickly with other men, it's just kind of a fraud. I mean, the whole point of a woman having a waiting period before she has sex is supposed to be due to her not being someone that gives away sex so easily. So having a man wait implies I'm not easy to get into bed.
Yes.
So it's like you wanting to build something so slowly is kind of pointless if you're willing to give it out sex to another man who did not give her commitment.
It's hypocritical. This whole situation
And
is
it ruined
hypocritical.
that idea for that guy forever, probably. Like, the next time someone wants to wait and make it special to him, he's going to be like, no, that's a red
I'd say
flag.
he probably saw the signs, because you have to see the signs in those situations.
So you
but
think you could have told, like, off the bat that this girl was probably sleeping around with somebody if she told you she
not
wanted
even
to wait
sleeping
with you?
around, but like you can kind of tell if they're sort of in the streets, you know. You can kind of tell if they're dating and if they're sort of putting out little thirst traps. You can tell by like the way that they react to your date. Like I said before, if they're simping on you, if they're really wanting your attention. You can tell what they're doing on their Saturday night. If they're really busy all the time, then it probably is a bit of a red flag. But if they're reading a book and having a bath and doing some origami on a Saturday night while all the girls are out, then that says something. So there's lots of little different telltale signs, and I reckon he probably would have ignored a few signs.
And the reason I brought that up, while it's a little different than the situation with you, and I think some of you kind of sided with her on this, of like she was sleeping with a guy while they were dating, it's very similar to this whole, you know, you said when you were in Europe, you know, you were having your fun, whatever, but if you were to pursue a guy for a long-term relationship, you would make him wait. The guy you view as long-term potential, you'd make him wait, but you don't actually have any qualms with sleeping with someone quickly. So it's sort of viewed in the same way. Like, oh, those other guys who you didn't really care about, it was just fun, I'll have sex with them immediately, but the guy who you do view as long-term potential, okay, we're gonna wait a month,
Well,
2
can
months.
I say that maybe those experiences also changed my view of like casual hookups as well? Like, it was
Sure.
fun and stuff, but it's also something that like I realized that sex to me is meaningful. And for me, it's like, it is meaningful, and I just do want to wait. That's something that is special to me. So, I don't know. Even though I've had that past, I guess. Not really, but that past. It's, yeah.
Well, but is that like going, hold on,
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Why can't women be properly single? How hard is it to not be a craptastic 304? The Mentier
okay,
want
all right.
that will love, care and cherish you will not tolerate such behavior. Stop it. Get some help. Be better.
Learn how to type.
Oh, roasted. Grid 1 Motorsports, boom, roasted. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So my response is, I mean, if that's going to be like your genuine new standard from now on, then, I mean, I suppose that's commendable. But is that really going to be like from here on out, I'm just, okay, all the guys that I'm going to be with, I'm going to wait to have sex with them? I mean, is that really going to be the standard? Or is it like when a super hot guy comes around and all he wants is casual and I want casual, like, are you still going to do it?
Yes, possibly. To be radically transparent, and I maybe only speak for myself, but I think I speak for more than
Well, yeah,
myself.
you're poly. I mean, you're open about that. But was there something else that you wanted to come in on?
In general, though, I mean,
Okay.
that you're saying, like, that from going from, like, oh, from your whole phase or whatever, and being like, oh, no, I'm sacred temple, now, like, only starting, like, you only can sleep with me if, like, we're together for a long time, and, you know, like, that might not be your forever. To be honest with people, no, we may dip in and out. We may go back into a whole phase. It honestly depends on where you're at.
It's even worse.
But it doesn't matter if it's worse. It doesn't matter if it's true.
Just dip
You're
in.
asking
that's
for the
fine.
truth.
Hey,
The truth is that,
Sure,
yes, you might dip
but
in
okay,
and out.
If
and
like here's what would be
depending
like
on where you are in
Sure,
your
sure, sure.
emotional trauma healing.
Here's what would be the biggest L, right? Pretty big L. So, okay, you meet a
You gotta feel
girl,
it yourself.
the past 10 guys she's had sex with, instantly, then she makes you wait 3 months, you date her for 6 months, you break up with her, and then she fucks a guy within a week of
Right,
you
because
breaking
that's
up,
usually
and then
how
she
it
goes on and
happens.
fucks 10 new guys. So the standard was completely arbitrary, totally arbitrary. It has nothing to do with some sort of moral standard. She was just dangling the carrot in front of you. She either just didn't have that burning desire, as Jake says, or she's she's gamifying, she's
think also true.
gamifying, or she's using sex as a means to secure a relationship with you.
All the things you said were true. Everything that's been said is true.
I mean,
Yeah.
But yes, it's okay. So it's
But again,
dialectical therapy where two things can be both true at the same time.
sure. And my advice to men is, if you know,
I understand
that
it's hard to understand.
if
from
you
your
know,
aspect.
here's my advice to men. If you know that a girl had a different standard previously, she's not worthy of your commitment. Go find a girl who's worthy of your commitment.
I think that really comes down to personal insecurities, and
It
that you
has-
got to work with
No.
it
It's got nothing to
yourself.
do with
I mean,
insecurity.
It's got nothing to do with
It's
that.
got nothing to
It
do
is.
with
If
insecurity.
that's how you feel like, oh, I'm not worthy of her love. That's not love. Okay.
She's
That's
not worthy of mine.
No, who's saying that?
She's
the
not
sex
worthy
is
of
the
mine.
love. Like it's so situational that and that's fine. Everyone
she's-
is valid
she's
to their
playing a
right.
game.
I'm saying
It's
that
a
it's right
game.
or wrong. You're valid to that, but they're not necessarily wrong for deciding that they want to sleep with someone. Like, that's their choices. You can't say it's right or wrong. It's completely their choices, but you are completely valid
Sure.
to make your boundaries.
It's totally her choice to sleep with 20 guys before me
Right.
immediately and then make me wait until marriage. It's also my choice to look at that
Right.
and say, that's bogus. I ain't signing up for that. Goodbye. Go find a
Correct.
different sucker.
Correct.
And that's what I advise to men is no. Go go
what?
find a girl who that's always been her standard.
Let's flip this
But
on
that's
men.
not true. I was gonna say that how many people are you gonna find that's the standard, that's true? Because especially in the day and age, like, we are not raised with those kind of morals. We are in such a messed up society. We have sex pushed down our throats
Sure.
so much
Okay.
that when I was younger, I didn't understand all that, and then it
Yeah.
happens, and then you're like, oh,
you got
shit.
sold a lie.
You know?
You got sold a lie. Although you're
So
still buying
then-
into the lie. But so, okay, question.
Okay.
Do you think men should pay for first dates? Do you think men should pay on the first date?
I think they could. Would you?
It depends.
Who am I to say what one should or shouldn't do?
I tend to be pretty selective with the women I like to date. So one of the things that I might select for is a lack of past promiscuity.
Okay.
So if she's to some degree a traditional woman, then under those circumstances, I'm prepared to pay for the first date. But my advice to dudes, like, if you're not getting traditional treatment from a girl, first off, you shouldn't date her to begin with. So there shouldn't even be a conversation of, well, should you pay, should you not pay for a non-traditional woman? Look, if you want to be a non-traditional woman, you should expect non-traditional treatment from a man. Let's go 50-50. You're going to have to take initiative when it comes to various things. What else? Trying to think of other sort of things where it'd be more 50-50. You can plan out dates, that sort of thing. You can take the lead. You can take initiative. Don't expect any gifts. Don't expect me to provide, etc.
Yeah, what you're saying is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times. But do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
Do I want them to? It's situational. I like gifts. I said one of my love languages is gifts. So yes, I would like to be spoiled in that way, but I also will do that too if that's their love language and they like that, and I can. It also comes down to those things of what you can give, that I may not have as much money as he has, so maybe I can't buy him dinner, but I can make him dinner. There's all different. It's all right. All opinions are right.
All opinions are right.
All opinions.
You
shouldn't say
here,
should also, by the way, Jake. No, we got to get rid of should.
Sorry.
Should it be removed from the dictionary? Wait. Should.
It could,
Sorry.
but
Like an
will
episode
it?
of Inception.
Could it be removed?
It could, but will
should
it?
Should it be removed? Should
Who's to say
be
what
removed
it
from the
should or
dictionary?
shouldn't do?
That is
I cannot see into the
fantastic
future.
point.
I can't see
Yo,
the
guys,
future
go to
and tell.
twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have on twitch.tv/whatever. Kayla, do you see all those names next to the blue? I want you to thank each of those names next to the blue for us. Go ahead, Kayla.
Think of them.
Thank them.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Jay Bond. Thank you, True Eric. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Live Gamer STTV. Holy sheet, man. Thank you. Treadlad 8. Thank you. Pin Ilosa Spoonman USMC. I think I know him. Neil and
That's her
Teddy.
boyfriend.
No, it's not.
Okay.
True Fire Blix. True Eric B. J Bun the Great. Thank you, guys.
Read these new ones.
True Fire Blix.
The at the top.
Oh, awesome one. Scotty Squirts. Thank you.
Scotty Squirts, I really appreciate you. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
What were we thanking them for?
Subscribe.
Oh, they subbed on Twitch. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to come back to something you said. You said beauty is subjective.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking. Oh,
Modest Hikima donated $200. Brixan, someone told me you're racist.
What?
So I needed to ask. 5 girl versus 6 girl, bro? No lying, you come in with 4 girl and I'm a not accept.
Oh, wait, right? Do you mean? I think he means 5 foot. 5 foot girl versus 6 foot girl. No lying, you come in with 4 and I'm race. What does this have to do with racism? First, Monster Comma, good to see you in the chat, man. We thought we lost you.
Some more
previous show. No, he doesn't need. No, it's fine. Is your question? Would I prefer to date a 5 foot girl versus a 6 foot girl versus a 4 foot girl? I mean, I'll date them all. I like short women, so the 5 foot. I'll take the 4 foot. I'll date a dwarf. Would you guys date a dwarf? I would date a dwarf.
I want to ask, does the height matters for boys?
Yes, it matters for me.
It matters for you? Like how so?
They have to be below 5'7".
Have to be below 5'7".
Yeah.
Okay, I'll date a girl who's like, she could be a fucking Amazon woman.
No, I can't.
I'll date 6'7".
No, I like to get a good
Think
view
of the
down.
kids.
No.
But also, I'll date like a girl who's like 4'5".
You're like that guy in Game of Thrones, that one who loves, you know that one, that warrior who loves the big lady.
Oh, Brienne of Tarth
yeah.
Tormund.
Yeah. You're like
he was like, what did he say?
You're like
What
the
did he
wildling
say?
who loves Brienne.
He's like, we will make giant children, or I forgot exactly what he said.
No.
The big lady, I guess you call it. Okay.
How about the short girls?
Short girls with tall brothers. That's ideal. How about that? Short girls, tall brothers.
No, I'll date. How tall are you?
I am 4'11",
into the mic?
I would say. 4 feet 11 inches.
4'11's good. That's a good height.
Yeah.
Whenever I see a 4 in front
honestly,
of it,
I think you're kind of too tall for me, to be honest. Like, I wish you were kind of. I would like.
Yeah, I always have kind of
like if her
this
height-
thing in my head. Like, I felt it like personally. Like, I think height is a thing that boys see. It's just like in my head. I don't know.
Yeah, but we like short though.
Oh,
I think it's weird when guys like tall girls.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You
You want
do
to be able
too?
to pick you up and throw you into the pool. You know?
Fun size is a thing.
Yeah.
So you think guys don't like short women? Is that what you're saying?
I think this was the thing in my head.
It's because
No.
Victoria's Secret.
I actually think it's like men. There's, I mean, I think honestly, I think men don't care about height. They'll date. I think men will date women their height, maybe even a little taller. I think typically it tends to be women would not date a guy who's shorter than them, or they prefer to date a guy who's X tall. Typically, you're here 6 feet, or at least taller than them. But I don't think I've really heard of guys saying they don't like short women.
No. I think don't like tall is more common. So you're good. 4'11.
Yeah, you're good. You're chilling.
I know.
Are we
Little
asking
armrest.
if size matters? Are we going there?
I mean, we could. Is it? Why not? What's
All
your
right,
answer
we're
to the
there now.
question?
Not if they know how to use it.
What if they don't know how to use it?
Then it might matter.
And it might matter. Okay.
Big old useless slug.
Here, wait. Actually, I want to do. We have to do this all at the same time. Okay. We're not going to do this with paper. On the count of 3, with your like this. Don't do it now. When I say 3, I want you to lift your hand up, and I want you to show what you think. Oh, this?
Yeah.
Okay, you could do that. What do you guys, should we do what they think the average, what do you think, what's a good, the average?
Yeah.
I know the average if you guys want to know what it is.
It's like
Scientifically.
5 inches?
It's
or
5
something?
and a half.
5 and a half?
I was gonna say
I'm pretty
4.
sure.
That's
All right.
maybe, ideal or average? What do you reckon? I reckon ideal is funnier.
Yeah, let's do ideal.
Yeah, I reckon
like, what would you,
ideal's
ideal?
Well, then you
All right.
like the whole.
Everybody get your ideal
shape.
ready.
Well, there's girth,
and-
there's
yeah,
good
that
length,
matters.
length for girth.
Like this. Like
Length.
this.
Shout out to length for girth Reddit.
I reckon we go length. first.
Length for girth.
Yeah. Let's just say that it's an acceptable girth. Yeah. It's an acceptable girth. You
Here,
don't need to
on
go-
on 3. Did you say flaccid
Hard.
or hard? What, hard? Okay, on 3. 1,
Wow.
2, 3. But you can immediately up here, guys.
Still didn't care.
She's got that Jason Love over there. Far out.
Wait, stay there, Nick. Get the wait.
My best perception is not
Look
very.
at Johnny Sins over
Wait,
bigger than your face.
Madison, can you measure? Wait, keep your hands
think,
up.
yeah, bigger
Madison's
than
gonna
my
measure.
face.
Can we ask each person how much they think?
Yeah. How big do you think that is?
Oh, there you go. That's a
Wait,
good
keep your
idea.
hands up.
keep it,
Don't
guys.
change.
Keep it.
Don't change. Stay there. I don't care if you start having muscle spasms in your hands.
Doesn't matter to me.
Madison's going
Yeah, you
to.
have to
Okay, so how big?
Perfect.
And I think this is average.
How big do you think that is?
I think it is.
Wait, guys. 5.5. How big is that?
5, a little. over
Don't
5.
change.
It better be bigger than
So we
average.
can see like how much they think that is.
Wait, let them answer this first, though. Go ahead. How big is that?
I think 6 inches.
Okay.
6.5.
I don't know.
Yeah, like 6.5.
Yeah, maybe like 5.5 or 6. I think.
The average one, I would say.
Nick, you're not. Hello.
You know, focus on me.
Okay, go ahead, Maddie. Let's get some measurements going.
So you said this is.
Well,
5.
turn it the
Yeah,
other.
I guess.
Turn it the other way, I guess.
I guess.
Okay,
Do
just
you want to see it?
so we can see, I guess.
Just read it out. Yeah.
That is.
6.5.
She shrunk it.
She shrunk it.
That's 6.5.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. What about her? This is ridiculous.
It's about 6.5.
6.5. All
I
right.
don't know that.
All right, we got a size queen over here. Hey, you don't move it. Don't move. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is that about the same? Oh my
Whoa!
8. Oh, she
That's-
shrank it. 8.5. Okay, what about here?
Slug.
Don't change your answers.
Slug.
Yeah, well,
That's
Wow.
7.5. Okay, all right. 7. All right. Okay, all right. All right, modest here. That's a 5.5. Okay.
Accurate. Just go this way.
Yeah.
It's like 4.5, 5.
4?
They're built a bit different in India.
More.
button.
All right. That.
So what's the size, and I can see how accurate you guys are.
Oh, you want us to
Try
do
to
what
just
we
show
think
us
the average
your
is?
size inches.
This is a PG-13 show, Madison. We're not.
Show us 6
Because they were
inches.
saying what they like.
No.
So it's,
No, we were saying the what they think
Ah.
the average was.
No, I think
Oh,
we're
okay.
doing what we. Oh, what I would.
I don't know, Brian, you go.
I would prefer.
Haram!
Okay, good talk. I don't know how we got to penis size. Well, we were talking about beauty is subjective. Then the TTS came through. Let me just double check here some of our
Yeah.
chats. Yeah, we're good on that.
What?
Oh, the height thing, right? Oh, does height matter? Okay, we'll go around the table. Does height matter?
I prefer a tall guy. I'm 5'6" something, and I round to 5'7" when I say my height. But yeah, I like tall guys.
Bare minimum.
Bare minimum, probably like 5'11".
How tall is your current boyfriend?
He says 6'1", but I think it's shorter. He's
Yeah, I think taller guys are more attractive. I think taller guys are definitely more attractive, but like bare minimum is my height.
Okay.
Clearly, I do not gauge size well, so
Have you been on dating apps?
not really.
Oh, okay. Because you can put height on dating apps, and sometimes you might use that as a metric. How tall are you?
5'1".
5'1". Okay. Bare minimum height.
I mean, I guess around as tall as me. I guess I'm
Okay.
very
so tall.
attracted to someone that was like slightly taller than I was.
Okay.
And
so
I consider them short, but usually
Sure.
shorter guys have smaller dicks, so just saying.
Makes
Wait, what? Who has-
physiological sense.
smaller guys have smaller peens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. You ever heard the term tripod?
I have.
I knew a dwarf.
Neeraj_NJ_Sharma
Sharma.
donated $100. Will a girl date a guy with 5'5" height if height doesn't matter? If this guy is good in every aspect?
Neeraj, if you want be trying to get married as soon as possible, I would have for sure, okay?
Height wouldn't matter to me
He's
at
the
that
guy
point.
Oh,
I
you-
liked. And
Oh,
I'm
he's
not
watching?
trying. Yeah, he's watching.
Wait, he's the guy you liked, and what? The married guy?
Yeah, he wanna get married.
No.
Yeah, I told you, beloved triangle
Oh.
guy. What happened?
He wanted to
was
get
him.
married, and you really liked him.
Yeah.
And he was 5'5"?
Yeah.
Wait, that's him?
That's him.
Yeah, that's him. I
Oh,
couldn't see
shit.
The name.
Wait.
Is this the married guy?
Wait,
No,
you wouldn't marry
not
him?
married.
You would
The
not
love
marry him?
triangle guy?
I said like I want to date him, but he was like, he wanna just date a girl who he's
Wanted to
willing
get
to get married
Right.
because he think he's 30, he's well settled, he wanna get married.
Is he all? Is he
So
also
you would have dated him, but
Indian?
he wanted to get one.
Yeah,
Indian guy?
he's Indian.
Niraj, wait, would you?
It's
When
fun
did
how
this
people
breakup
know.
happen?
It's not a breakup, and it's not like something like a fight or something. He just confessed. I confessed it, and I already know that he's looking for a girl to get married. Yeah.
Why not you?
I think right now on the phase of like
I got you.
building
Niraj.
myself, and I
Niraj,
don't want
I
to
got
put
you.
myself. He want to get married right away. I'm okay like waiting and just being in a relationship, give some time to him and myself, but he want to get.
Niraj, I'm gonna be your wingman here. Niraj actually contacted me before the show.
Yes, you did.
And he wanted me to propose to you on his behalf.
No.
So,
Oh my god.
Shut
That's a joke, right?
will you marry Niraj?
He's here. He drive me all the way here.
Oh, he's here.
You want to come?
Wait, is this
Yeah,
Wait.
my car broke
Hold on.
and he bring me
Do
here.
you accept?
I already told him like if you're gonna wait, I'm ready, but not right away. Because I wanna build myself.
Yeah, like don't worry, you're getting engaged. Here, just put this shit on. Put that shit on.
What?
Put that
Is
shit
that
on.
real?
Just put it on. Wait, hold on. He drove you here?
Yes, because my car broke.
Oh, I see.
Where are you from?
Here, just
There's no way.
stick out your left hand really quick. I got you, Niraj. I got you. Stick out your left hand. No, over. Just put it over here.
I don't
Here,
know
Madison,
this
slide
from
that
your
shit
hand.
on. Madison, slide that shit on. Yeah, just put it. Just do it all
Just try
slow.
it on. Let's see it.
Are you happy now?
Fingers are so tiny. Like,
Oh no, silver's not your color.
Wait, hold it up. Hold it up.
Look how good that gold looks though.
Matches with my watch.
She's now engaged. Can we get some W's in the chat for Niraj and V?
No.
Can
What did I miss?
She got married.
she's married now.
Wow.
She's married. The
So
guy.
soon.
He's down in the
So
car.
soon.
Is he still here?
Oh yeah, he's got away.
What if he's like, this is some Romeo and Juliet shit, and he like,
No, it's not.
she goes over to the balcony and
Look at all
what
those
does Romeo
hearts.
say?
Aw. Love, love,
Juliet
love,
is
love.
the east and the sun is, I don't fucking know. Okay.
Star-crossed lovers.
We have a chat here from
They said
this.
they want-
Brian, actually, Kayla, we need you to read this.
Why me?
You've got a good speaking voice. Go ahead, Kayla.
No one's told me that. Thank you. Brian is
Rizz.
like a new
Just
Adam
kidding.
Corolla. Pod could be like Love Line someday. I bet Adam could come on. He's not that far from you. With Destiny be getting divorced, what are
Everyone's opinion on poly success. Hey, first off, thank you for the compliment, man. I used to listen to Loveline all the time when I was younger, and it'd actually be super cool to get Adam Carolla on. I'd love to do that. With Destiny getting divorced, opinion on poly success. Oh, I think it's catastrophic. I don't think that there's. I don't think it's a good approach to relationships. No offense, Katie over there, but don't think it works out ever. And it's especially doesn't work out if it's like a girl with like 5 dudes.
Haram.
That doesn't. No way. I'm not saying it's better if it's like a dude with 5 chicks.
I
but-
think a lot of people that go into it don't go into it with the correct intentions
alright.
either. So I understand why that rate would be high.
All right. Well,
I think it's just not really, end of the day, it's not conducive to having a family, which is not conducive to
so
continuing
is that
our
your
population and civilization, which is conducive to civilizational collapse.
it's absolutely terrible for society. Terrible for society.
On the
In
micro, it
China,
might be okay.
I
You
heard
might
that
have
they're
fun.
letting women have babies again.
Yeah, they are since the
I mean,
90s.
like 2 of them.
They
Like not just one
uplifted.
baby, like more.
What's that got to do with poly though?
We were talking about populating the world.
Yeah, well, they had a catastrophic one-child policy.
Yeah, I
in
know. I'm saying
China.
that changed. I've heard recently.
Yeah.
So
Well, they were never polyamorous. So
I didn't say that.
what did that? I didn't get what it had to do with it.
Just with populating, I was going off
Oh,
that you
yeah.
were talking about populating.
Yeah,
and
right.
that-
So it's
Fun
would you agree that it's very like anti-natal? or anti-family?
No.
You think little poly families work?
It's the basis before going into that stage. It's about learning about yourself and love and different things.
Do you think that you guys...
And there are a lot of poly families as well.
Do you think that poly people will be a victim of Darwinism?
Of what?
A victim of Darwinism. So they'll get bred out.
Of Downism?
Darwinism. So that
Down syndrome.
I know, that's why I'm like, what?
So-
Darwinism? I don't know what that is.
The evolution.
Do you think that... Because, like, you know, not everybody...
No, I
like,
think
about
the COVID vaccine is going to be the end of evolution.
Maybe
That's kind of
we probably
basic.
should talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's avoid that one, but probably...
Only
YouTube's not.
40% of men that have ever existed have reproduced.
Really?
And something like 80% of women. Yep.
Wow.
You know what that means.
So people get Darwined all the time. I think poly
Fucking
people are just
Darwin,
ripe
dude.
for a Darwining. Yeah.
So they have Down
Get
syndrome.
fucking Darwined.
No, like natural
Get
selection.
Darwined.
You're on that Darwin, bro?
They win the Darwin Award.
Yeah.
Good times. Okay, we got to talk about beauty's objective. We got to talk about.
can talk
we got to
about
talk
that.
about.
What other notes we got?
I got a lot of notes on. Oh, actually, let me get through some of my pre-show notes here. We hold on. Was it? Wait. Oh, here it is. Wait.
What? Yeah.
I will go. I'll come back to that. Oh, I had something for Kayla here, but she's getting up to.
I just chugged an energy drink.
Oh, you got to pee? Okay.
Question?
Yes, question for Kayla. Let's see. Hold on. You said relationship. Maybe we could describe what we were looking for or who our dream guy is, and then hopefully he pops up on our DMs from the show.
Yeah, I did say something like that.
That's actually literally verbatim what you said.
Why would you say that with a boyfriend?
Yeah, don't you have a boyfriend?
I think I did it for like the group.
That's so altruistic of you, I guess.
It'd be cool.
Wing woman.
I was actually like thinking like, why don't you just throw like one or two random guys in the group with the panel of.
What are you talking about? We got.
Some alien
Nick.
just
Are
got
you
punched in the
not
face
on-
at Area
And
You
51.
haven't been
please,
on it before?
please be respectful to Madison. She's. Never mind. Okay, I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry, Matt.
I didn't know if she was like on every single one or not, but I knew she like worked with you guys. Respect to you, but all.
Who is she?
So.
She's integral. That's
I
what
don't
she
know.
is. Integral to this
Huge.
operation.
Huge. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, did you describe what you're looking for in Dream Guy, I guess?
Yeah. I mean.
Let's
I
do
was
looks, let's do physical, and then
Okay.
let's do personality.
physical, tall, handsome.
Okay.
I don't really have like a preferred eye color. I don't know. Good hair. Charismatic. Funny. And honest.
Wait.
Loyal.
Honest, loyal.
Yeah. Open.
Okay.
You know, like.
Wait, into the mic.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I can really think of right now. I know there's a long list that I have though.
You got a long list?
Yeah.
Have you written it down somewhere?
Mhm.
I have it written down. I'm about to bust it out
Yeah.
after I hear it from all of you.
I'll bust mine out too.
What are you guys looking for? Let's talk. We'll do looks and personality. Go ahead.
You want to hear my list?
Let's hear the list.
Do you want me to pull it out?
Oh, you got written down?
Oh, I have it
Hell
written
yeah.
down.
Bust it
Wow.
out.
While we wait,
Get it out. While we wait, Jake is going to do the haka, even though he's Australian.
I actually can.
Huh? You can? Wait, you can do it? Do you know how to do the haka?
I've watched enough All Blacks. You know what it means when they put their tongue out like that?
They're trying to be intimidating?
It means they want to eat you. It means it's saying I'm going to eat you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which of the hakas do you prefer? Do you prefer the kamate or the kappa openga? I don't know if that's the right one. You know,
I don't
there's
know.
two-
I
there's a
grew up
couple
watching.
different
I grew up
versions.
watching the All Blacks versus the Wallabies.
Yeah.
And it's so iconic. The Kamate, I'd say. I
Yeah,
don't really
you
know the difference
South
between
Africa,
them.
they've got the Springboks. I like the Springboks. You know, the Springboks.
Too long.
Just give us.
Wait,
just
give us.
the
No.
notes.
This is perfect. So, okay, guys, she has just to recap what's going on here. She's written down a list of what she's looking for. Do any of you else have this? She's written down a list of what she's looking for in a man or you're bi, right?
Did
so
you
also
do
could be
this?
a woman.
Did you
No.
do this while you were
Not bi?
single?
No.
Straight. Oh, okay. What you're looking for in a man?
Okay. It's like really long. I'm not gonna go through
Dude,
it all.
no. We got time.
Oh,
do it.
Okay. Emotional and not afraid to admit their feelings, existential and or philosophical, interested in the world, driven and ambitious, doesn't try to hook up the first time, asks me questions and is genuinely interested in who I am as a person, is grateful and expresses that gratitude, who can teach me things and pushes me to be my best self academically, spiritually, mentally, open-minded and non-judgmental, doesn't speak badly about people in his life or past, who is content just being in my presence, who I know likes me for me, someone I can be vulnerable with and trust, someone who loves life or wants to really feel like they are living, someone who follows through, someone who is okay with being alone and doing things alone, someone who can have fun without constantly drinking or smoking, someone I can confront or communicate with who will listen to my feelings and try to understand them, someone who is adventurous and loves to try new things, someone who does not play games, someone who loves books with a star, they don't have to, someone who is health conscious, matches and returns my energy, who doesn't make me feel like I always have to be energetic or happy, who brings out my feminine energy and can dominate me in ways, who's open-minded and goes out of their way to listen and learn about all perspectives, who's worldly, who isn't afraid to disagree with me, who's comfortable experimenting with and doing body work like Brima or tantric sex, lol, who brings out my silly side, who has found themselves first, who can cry in front of me, who knows what they want, who puts effort into seeing and talking and complimenting me, reassuring verbally, and who doesn't make me question their intent.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
Is that it? Was there more?
Nah,
was that just the first?
that's it.
That was good.
Thank
that
you.
was a good list. Now I have a question. Do you have a corresponding list of what you bring?
No, I mean, no. I could make one.
Well,
Maybe.
what do you bring?
For myself at this point in my life, loyalty, honesty, good communication, fun. I'm really adventurous. I'm really good at planning things. I'm really good at going after what I want. If I want something, I'll bring them with me. I would say I'm really ambitious. I don't know.
Okay. Well, one thing I did hear there, and I know I don't want to linger too long because we already talked about it for a while. You said you don't want a guy who tries to sleep with you on the first date.
Yes.
That's kind of, but you've slept with guy when you were in Europe, just on your Euro trip.
I'm saying I don't want to be in a long-term relationship with the guy who tries to sleep with me on our first date. On my first date with him.
But you don't have qualms with sleeping with somebody on the first date.
I don't have
immediately.
problems if he has slept with people on the first date.
No, but you don't have an issue sleeping with guys immediately. But you don't want.
If I'm in Europe and on my little travel things, blah blah blah, and I'm not looking for a relationship.
What if he's like the perfect guy, but he wants to sleep with you
on the first date, bro?
Is it a no-go?
Honestly, yeah, I don't think he could be the perfect guy.
If he wants to sleep with you on the first date.
I mean, if he could want to, but it's his intent.
What if the vibes were there?
What if the vibes were there?
And you're like, he's the one.
What if the vibes?
The vibes were there in terms of like
you said you want a guy who can dominate you and do tantric sex and shit.
That was
what if
15.
What if he's like
I said it.
On some what's that fucking
No.
Kama Sutra.
No. Because I think that takes time to develop with someone. And I have to be emotionally comfortable with
You can't just fucking get into role play.
No.
Well, I'll never say never. You can't just start tying someone up on the first date. That's like more of a second date activity. Okay. God, it's a tough crowd here. Okay.
Uh,
bondage? No? Is that what you said you're into? Are you?
I said
are you like
someone
this
who's
is a
comfortable
BDSM?
with experimenting.
It's okay.
No,
if you're into BDSM, you can tell me. You can tell me if you like BDSM.
With different
I have some interests of my own.
Experimenting with different things. And tantric sex is different.
Have you tried that?
I've tried it with my partner before. Yeah.
How does that work? How do you like you just Google that shit? How to fucking tantric sex? Like you got to practice that shit.
Probably. Do you know tantric sex?
Nah, she just fucks.
What'd you say?
You just like they are no tantra, son. It's just like let's fuck.
Do you know what tantric is?
I saw American Pie 2 and
Yeah.
Finch. You know Finch from American Pie 2? He was trying to get with the ficus. That shit was weird. I don't know. All I know about tantric sex, Kama Sutra, is from American Pie 2.
Yeah.
Where you...
Thought so.
I don't know. I really don't know anything about it.
What is it?
But
Can you share with the class?
Yeah, what is tantric sex?
That's a good question. I don't know if I'm going to define it correctly.
Should I Google this shit? Let me
Yeah,
Google
Google
this
it.
shit.
Let's see what...
Tantric sex. Isn't it where like the guy
thing.
doesn't come or doesn't ejaculate?
It's like breath work and
you
stuff.
gotta breathe.
It's like...
You gotta breathe. You gotta like
You have to
meditate.
breathe.
You can have an
Kind
orgasm
of.
without touching yourself and lots of things. But it's
I
definitely
don't know.
It's a little bit... It's just...
like crazy positions too and shit.
experimenting. Like, it's just like...
It's
you
like
know,
crazy positions and shit though, bruv.
You can have tantric
I ain't about the crazy
yoga.
positions. I'm sorry.
You can do tantric yoga and stuff, and it's not about even being with another person. You can do tantric yoga, which is it's about finding sexuality and
This all
flowing that
sounds a
through
bit
yourself.
demonic. I feel like we're going to
No,
summon the
man,
spirit.
that sounds like a lot of work.
I just said open who's experimenting. Come on. Don't you want someone who's open with experimenting
It is
different
work.
things?
Don't be so lazy.
Oh, of course, being
Okay.
open-minded, enthusiastic. Enthusiasm's probably the number one. You just got to be very enthusiastic.
Okay.
You know, even if you're inexperienced, if you're enthusiastic, you can go very far with that. So, how did we get there? We were the list. It was the list.
The
Okay.
list was good.
All
What
right.
is that?
Okay. I've got a list, but I'll let everybody else go first. What was the? Oh, what does everybody want? That was the
Agreement,
Oh,
whatever.
it's modest to comma. Kayla, read it quick. Go.
You destroyed me and my bad questions. I'm simply trying to spice it up and support, not trying to downcast MB. Please keep your up on all platforms, but also Rumble when? What?
Honestly, I think I would go to Twitter before Rumble. Although Rumble's a little better live streaming, probably they have a better live stream setup. It'd be actually interesting to get a Twitter deal. Like I could see myself moving the show to Twitter, or X, yeah. Twitter, I don't know. I feel like the discovery on Twitter, even though Rumble has a better live streaming platform, discovery on Twitter is fucking insane. So Twitter could be dope, but yo, Elon, what's up? Hook it up. Okay. We're going around the table asking what you want in a partner. Our dear Katie, go ahead. What do you want?
I don't know.
Besides a 5'4", studly, polyamorous,
5'4" with that slug.
spiritual, with the just giant cannon.
Sounds that tripod.
You don't know what you want?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question right now.
Do you want a rich man?
You asked it in one way of what am I looking for.
God, this girl. You could just answer the question.
I don't know how to answer the question. I said that. I don't
You don't know?
know. Like that's not something that I can. There's.
Okay, I got some clarifying.
At this
I have a-
moment in time, I
can
would
help you out.
like.
I can help you out. Let me help you out, Katie. I got
to
you. I got
be
you. Would you
a little
would you
comforted
prefer a
for-
guy who's not an arsonist?
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's one fact.
we've narrowed it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you prefer a man who has not committed an act of genocide,
Who has not committed an
like a war crime?
Yeah.
Who has not committed a
War-
war.
Mo-
Modest
No war
Hikima
crimes.
donated
Oh, it's
$200.
No, I don't like war guns.
That bro will reach out to Elon and tell you what he says.
Yeah, hook it, dude. Modest Hakama, hook it up. Off to X. If we get canceled, guys, go to. You never know with YouTube, woke platform, if we ever get canceled, because Katie over here starts talking about jabs
It's true though.
If we ever get canceled on YouTube, x.com/whatever. So would you date a war criminal?
Drugs?
Katie, would you date a war criminal? Would you date a war criminal?
Probably not.
George Bush comes to mind.
That's a little old.
Various African warlords. Rwanda.
I don't
Have you
really
seen
like
that? What's that
aggression,
Rwanda
so no.
movie? What's that?
Aggression is not
What's the
preferred. I don't
Rwanda-
like guns.
What's that? Hotel Rwanda. Have you seen that? The Tutsis and the.
You mean 100?
Huh?
The 100? What are you talking about? I don't know.
I'm asking if you would date or not date a war criminal.
I don't know what a war criminal is. No, I guess not.
Rizz donated $200.
Okay.
Ladies, would you date a guy in the manosphere / took the red pill?
I don't know if they know what
so funny
that is.
because I kept asking what are
What
these
is
red
that?
and blue dots for? Do we have to choose the red and blue at the
Brian,
end?
one
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
You gonna get a Christ pill on that table?
I don't know what that, like, just a cross on there? I don't know what that would look like. Oh, is that a white pill? Is
No,
the
a Christ pill. It's probably a pill with a picture of Christ on it.
Well, I thought that was the white pill.
No.
The white pill is the Christ pill.
Is it? I've just heard it
I
called the
thought-
Christ pill.
Well, I've heard the Christ pill, but I thought white pill is for.
So we're doing bro
What are they
talk.
talking
These
We're
guys,
doing bro talk.
these guys are like drug addicts. What the fuck is going on here?
No, so
Here, let me ask this, because I think the girls might not know what the manosphere is or whatever. Do you guys know who Andrew Tate is? Would you date Andrew Tate?
I don't know who that is.
No? I think he might be your type, to be honest. I could set you up, if I got you, if he's currently stuck in Romania, but if I could set you up on a date with Andrew Tate, would you go for it?
I'd go for shits and giggles.
You do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bucharest
But
is
you
a
are
beautiful city.
you would be
Yeah.
traveling in Europe, so
Exactly.
What's Heinz?
you know what happens in
Fly me
Romania
over.
stays in
Yeah.
Romania.
They have a nice compound in Bucharest. I can tell you it's a beautiful city, and the compound would probably be quite nice too. Would you guys
compound.
go there? Maybe order some pizza.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pick up the pizza. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Dicot. You know, okay, all right. Does that Rizz or roast? Is that who else? Would anybody here? Would you date Andrew Tate?
I don't even know who he is.
The top
Absolutely
G.
not.
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate.
No.
Andrew Tate.
Can we get reasons why not?
Kayla? Andrew Tate. You would date Andrew Tate. Be honest.
She would do anything to date Andrew. Look at her. Their eyes lit up. Just the thought
I
of
feel
it.
like you could
No
just
comment.
look up Andrew Tate's views on feminism and just read that, maybe.
We can talk about
Well,
that.
feminism is the worship of the devil, so
Oh.
you can understand why
Okay, all right.
why he
Is that
doesn't
in
like
quote?
feminism.
Is that in quote somewhere?
No, it's just I just said it just
Do you
then.
believe feminism is the worship of the devil?
It is.
Can you please elaborate?
Sure. I mean, you can read a book called Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson, and it goes into detail of it. Basically, if you look into the history of feminism, from the start, there's a lot of demon worshipping going on. There's a lot of summoning demons, and there's a lot of women
Lot of
there
summoning.
who are involved
Don't
in
discount
some
the summoning.
very nefarious spiritual practices.
Very nefarious.
Not dissimilar to Katie,
Katie.
but
Oh, Katie.
not
okay.
quite the same. Lots of like strange mystical practices, demon summoning, worshipping demons.
Interesting.
Demon worship.
Occult
Beelzebub.
feminism, Rachel Wilson.
Beelzebub.
It goes into it all. Yeah. If you actually wanted to learn about it, it'd blow your hair back.
Interesting.
I actually saw an interesting quote from, and Nick, I don't know if you can pull this up. Fuck. Nick, Google this. So there's someone named Kate Millett. Her sister, who you should Google, Mallory Millett. So Kate founded the National Organization for Women, which I believe was founded in the 1960s, which is a feminist organization. It's the preeminent women's advocacy organization. And I believe if it was either Kate or Mallory, they had some interesting things to say about the American family. So Google Mallory Millett, Millett, and then American family, and I think that prompt should be able to help you find it.
Yep. Well, that's what the history of feminism is: trying to destroy Christianity and destroy the family. So,
Are you Christian or Catholic?
Christian? Yeah.
Well, show me the Google results that you have. Oh, I mean, you can just.
I think there's another one, Florence Farr, I think her name is.
My sister Kate. I think you can click on that one. Yeah, but I mean, you're gonna have to search for. I don't know what the prompt is that you can search for. Destroy the something. It's like destroying the American family. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, okay. While you get, huh? Give me a second. Okay. I mean, it might be in that PDF. Yeah, but hold on, guys. Let me see if there's guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. We were going around the table on what everybody was looking for. We're looking, because I guess we're now talking about feminism. Mm-hmm. We'll come back to what everybody is looking for. While I'm waiting on Nick to find that, Katie, would you date a...
My answer is what she said.
What did she say? That she would
whole,
date a war criminal?
That whole list was like really good. That's good.
I'm a little surprised you haven't really been definitive here on the war criminal thing. So let's go back. If you were
Well,
alive,
I don't understand what war
if you were
criminal
alive
is.
in like the 1930s,
It's not a good question, because chicks love war
mid
criminals.
1940s, would you date a war criminal?
I don't know what a war criminal is.
You don't, huh?
I don't know what a war criminal is. Like,
So a
can
war
you
criminal would
explain
be
that?
someone like who has committed like crimes against humanity, who's basically like, if you go to an African country, for example, like Rwanda that he was talking about before, where there was civil wars happening and where they were macheteing people to death in the street.
Yeah, okay,
A lot
so
of
I did
machetes.
answer that I
you
don't
date-
prefer aggression. I don't like guns, so no.
Right.
Oh, that's a good question. Going around really quick while Nick is still finding that. You think you got it? Give me 1 sec. Would you date a guy who owned a firearm? Really quick, going around the table. Go ahead.
Date him.
Yes. I'd have to think about that.
Have to think about that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, my whole family owns guns.
Yes, if I know I can trust him.
No.
No. Wait, so it was yes, no, no.
I have to think about
No,
it.
I said yes.
Oh, you said yes.
I don't like guns,
You'd have
but-
to think about it and no for you. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, I'll
that
finish the
sounds
thread.
fascinating.
I'll finish the thread really quick. Okay, question. Let's say you're dating a guy. Could be a long-term relationship. You guys live together. 3 men are breaking into your house. Would you prefer your boyfriend to have a firearm or his fists? Nick, hello?
Hi.
It's a question for you and for you. Go ahead.
3 men are breaking in.
3 men are breaking in. Yeah.
Okay, and we know these 3 men are breaking in. There's, yeah. If that scenario,
Well, it's like a
that
yeah.
a firearm.
When the door busts down,
Okay.
you'll know.
In that scenario.
What about?
In that scenario, I would say yes.
You guys speak closer to the mic. Go ahead.
In that scenario, I would say yes, but I think having gun in the house, at the situation, imagine like you have a gun. Do you think you're gonna bring it up and just?
So you
Do
think
it.
that you wouldn't like a man to have a gun unless someone's breaking in?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. The situation, if you have a gun, it's gonna work. You're gonna get panic and situation gonna be
So
like
you
that.
so
I
you don't think
gonna work.
it's better to have a gun in that situation?
I said first, but then I realized like it's not gonna even work.
What if he knows how to use it? What if he can just
I think like
a spaghetti western?
I feel like it's not gonna
Make
work
my
in
day.
this situation. That's what my point of view is.
You don't think it's going to help having a gun in that situation?
I think there are just like 50% chances that it's gonna help.
Wait, 50% chance that the gun's gonna help.
Yeah.
Like that'll make a difference. Like if you'll be able to get to it, you'll be able to use it in an
Yeah,
accurate
you'll-
way.
Let's
Shoot
assume he
it
can
now.
get to it.
And he can use
He
it.
can get to it. He can use
And
it.
he can use it.
Let's
it'll
assume it's on the
protect you,
bedside
then
table
yes.
and my
Yeah,
man
then
is
it's
like
useful,
Clint
then
Eastwood.
it's useful, but yeah, I don't think so. Like having a gun in house is a good
You got
thing.
it right. You got to be like this close to the microphone.
Oh.
This close.
Sorry.
Do you want to move your chair forward a little bit? I'm gonna-
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you're-
kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, I would say if it's like saving life at some point, it's okay to have. But I personally feel overall, I'm not going to date a person who is having a gun in their house. I have a reason to.
You have a reason?
Yeah, I think anger is something that can bring a lot of things that you had never even imagined about a person, and that can be really a bad thing in the house.
Well, so you're saying that your boyfriend would like go on some violent tantrum?
Can be.
Your 6-foot boyfriend who's dating a 4'11" woman, he doesn't have the capacity to kill you with a knife, like a kitchen knife or his fists, but he could go get the gun and shoot you down.
I don't know. Yeah, there are so many.
Guns are quick.
Yeah, there are possibilities. I would say. I don't feel like it's a safe thing to have in the house.
Honestly, like, this might sound crazy. Like, if I had to pick a way to go, versus like if I'm fucked, if I have to die by a gun or a knife, I think I'd prefer the gun, to be honest.
Yeah, man, make it quick.
I mean, I know that's not I don't want either, of course, but
yeah.
I think I'd prefer a bullet to the head than like multiple fucking
So
stab
we're
wounds.
asking the men that are breaking into the house, what would you prefer them to have? Would you prefer to be killed with a gun or a knife? That's what you're asking? Otherwise,
Well, no,
the
but
question
she's
otherwise it
making
doesn't
it
matter.
like her fear is the fear of
My
violence
fear
from your
is
partner.
like overall, I don't believe that there should be gun in the house. But if that's particular situation there, then I believe 50% that gun gonna help if there is gun in the house.
But yeah, I think that in terms of living in America, though, people have guns here. You do not want to be bringing a butter knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
So when you're here, and if you have a family to protect, you're not going to be sort of like conscientiously objecting to have a gun.
If you're stable enough, I think.
But
And
like,
if you're
it doesn't matter if
scared
you're
of your
stable. If
partner
someone
having
breaks
a
into
gun,
your
then
front
it's not
door,
the
then
right
you're.
guy.
Well, it does
You got
matter.
a
If you're
family
an
to protect.
alcoholic, if you have anger issues and you have a gun, that you could.
But like you're
it's not
bringing it
as
to an
safe to
extreme.
have
We're
it
talking in
your house.
generics here. So just in general, if you live in America and everyone's got guns around you, you don't want to be. You don't want to be a sucker with the one person who doesn't have a gun.
Okay, assume it's me by myself in my house and I have a gun. Man, I can't bring up a gun and shoot someone.
Go to
No.
the range.
I don't think so I'm gonna do that. I don't have that courage that I'm gonna. I think
So you're just
in a
gonna
real
just
life
let it
situation
happen.
gonna be every person gonna panic. Like I think 70% person gonna get panic.
Well, you're going to
It's
panic,
like-
but if you're training.
Training.
Anyways.
So, well, okay, if you're going to panic, wouldn't.
I don't think.
Grid
so.
1 Motorsports donated $100. Better to have and not need than to need and not have.
100%.
Thousands of crimes are prevented by armed citizens every year. The number one weapon used in homicide is a blunt object, even if a gun is there.
And the number one death by guns is someone inflicting it upon themselves. If you guys know what I mean.
Okay, we were going around the table on what everybody wants. We're going to talk about. Oh, Nick, you're going to pull up that thing. Go ahead. Let me see if I can read it. Huh? You need to make it bigger. I can't read that. Mallory Mallette. I don't think that's it.
Feminist.
Scroll down. Scroll down. You need to do a search for destroy. Like, scroll down. Here it is. Yep. Up. 1969. Kate invited me to join her for a gathering among feminists. Consciousness raising group. Can you make it bigger, Nick? A typical communist exercise. Something practiced in Maoist China. But now it was Marxism. Okay. Here. Can you read this, Kayla? The quotes. Why are we here today?
Why are we here today? She asked. To make a revolution, they answered. What kind of revolution? She asked. The cultural revolution, they chanted. And how do we make a cultural revolution? She demanded. By destroying the American family, they answered. How do we destroy the American family? She came back. By destroying the American patriarchy, they cried exuberantly. And how do we destroy the American patriarchy? She replied. By taking away his power. And how do we do that? By destroying monogamy, they shouted. How can we destroy monogamy? Their answer left me dumbstruck, breathless, disbelief in my ears. Was I on planet Earth? Who were these people? By promoting promiscuity, eroticism, prostitution, and homosexuality, they rounded.
So, I mean, that's the sister and one of the founders of the National Organization for Women, the preeminent and leading women's organization in the U.S. I mean, it has its genesis in basically attempting to destroy the American family. Also, if you look back at like early feminism, it was incredibly, is a very rather racist movement. Like they wanted white women to vote. They wanted to secure the vote for just white women.
And some of the most famous feminists, like Margaret Sanger, for example, is a eugenicist. She believes in culling population. and she's also, responsible for family planning. All of the abortions that happen now, she's basically responsible for that. So these people are dark, twisted people, and then this has seeped into our society today, and we don't even realize what we're believing.
Before we go further on that conversation, though, I do want to go around the table. Maybe I should have asked this first. Who here considers themselves a feminist? Starting with Kayla.
I don't think I'm educated enough on the topic, and I just got really overwhelmed with how many loud girls were yelling at me or like shouting around about it.
Okay, that's kind of based.
Yeah, that's good.
What about you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't consider myself feminist, no.
Yes.
To a degree, I believe in gender roles, though.
You believe in gender roles? What are those?
Like, I believe for certain situations, other people might not need it in their life, but for me, I do believe that, like with my partner, I expect him to make enough money to take care of me, but I also plan on getting enough money for myself regardless if I have a partner. But I love the idea of him financially taking care of me, even if I have the financial means to take care of myself, because I think that creates an environment where I can be more feminine. I can be more in that feminine role of like cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids. I don't think that fits everybody. I think that's very personal to me. I believe that guys should open the door for me. I believe flowers.
Pay for first dates.
Yeah, but I believe that investment comes back. I think when you're in a relationship, if they're paying for all the dates, my love language is gift giving. So if I'm financially able, that might mean I'll buy him his like dream car, right? It's like great scenario there if like all the finances work out. I don't expect him to financially support me because I'm not able to financially support myself. I expect to have a high-paying job. That's my goal. I'm not going to be a stay-at-home wife. But I think it creates this environment that allows me to be in my feminine.
Okay.
I have a question. Can it go likewise? Like a man can also expect the same thing, like you asking him for the date and you paying first time, and then he can give you you are investing first and then he's giving you like back the same thing.
I wouldn't go on a date, a second date with a guy if he didn't pay the first time.
So
that's a very feminist position of yours, but
would you say that you're a feminist when it suits you?
Not when it suits me, but I believe that women should have the same rights as men. I believe that we should be paid
What rights
the same
are you
amount.
fighting for?
I mean, right now we have the same rights, but the idea of feminism came from a history.
But you said you're a feminist, so that must mean that you're sort of like leaning towards there being more rights given to women. What rights?
It's supporting that there's a continuation that women have the same rights as men and that we get paid the same and stuff like that.
We have the same rights. What's wrong?
I'm not saying that we don't. I'm saying that it's a continuation
Sure.
of support, because the idea of feminism started.
So that you're saying there's no need for the movement, but you are still
I think there's
an advocate of the movement.
Well, for me personally, there's not an industry that I'm in that I'm like fighting for this, but I know that there's a lot of feminists that are in a certain industry where they don't feel like they're treated as equally as men, and I support their fight for that equality.
Well, there is, though. It was legislated in the 1960s. There's equal pay, and if you can prove that you're not being paid equally for the same level of seniority, the same work that's being done, you can bring a lawsuit.
Yeah, and we've like moved towards that, but we're still seeing situations where there isn't equal pay, and that's what this great conversation of like talking about your wages, that's starting to happen now.
On the wage thing, really quick, do you think, for example, NBA players, do you think WNBA players should be paid the same as NBA players?
No.
So male basketball players, female basketball players?
No, strictly because there's a higher view.
Sure.
There's more viewers for the NBA, which is a direct translation of, their profit, their funds, the investments. I think that with sports it's a little difficult because it's based on viewers. It's similar to like a TV show.
You two are feminists. Do you think on the NWA versus WNBA, do you think that they should be paid the same?
I think that there should be a gross rate calculated per view, and then we should all just base it off that. Like a strict standard for every single viewer online. Like per viewer, you make this amount of money, and I think we should set that for men and women so that it's equal.
Well, you could just look at the profit and just do it according to that, right? Like how much money they're bringing in.
Exactly, yeah, and then base it off of that. And then
would you say that that's a feminist position?
I think feminism is bringing the idea of men and women equal. So I feel like that's setting an equal standard.
But do you think men and women are equal?
I personally do think that they're equal.
In what regard?
In almost every regard.
Do you think that women are as strong as men?
Yes. Mentally and physically.
Whoa. Wait, before we answer that one, I do want to get everybody's input on that. Are men and women physically the same strength, generally speaking?
No. I mean,
Can you scoot your mic closer to you? Like,
no.
No.
Yes, I
Scoot
can.
it. Scoot it.
Oh, I
Just
can,
scoot
yes,
it.
do that too.
Okay, no?
No.
In terms of like muscle mass and what we're able to acquire,
Strength.
no.
Just strength.
How much you can lift.
General strength.
No.
Okay.
Typically, no.
Okay.
On the average, no.
Well,
On the average.
On the average.
Yeah.
okay.
They could be, and then there's that like super mother strength,
That's
and then
not
there's
what.
like the
But
strength of your
but
vagina.
don't
That's why
walk.
it's typically.
But don't walk back your statement. You said that men and women are equal in mental acuity and strength, physical and of the mind.
Yes.
But I'm a little confused because
On the average, though, your typical woman, she's a 5'5" frame versus a typical man is like what, 5'11", 5'8".
so
right? I don't know.
So
typical
generally
frames.
speaking,
Generally speaking, no. But I'm talking about like strength and like valor and like.
no. But you said
You
physical
said physically
strength.
strong. That's what you said.
Maybe I'm comparing it to myself because I consider myself a pretty physically strong person. So in that aspect,
like-
yes.
No, but we're not.
But
in
even
general, then no. I
Oh,
retract
okay,
my
okay.
statement.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Like, what if a guy who is like doing exactly the same you were doing, same body, same strength, same everything, and you did the same thing? Do you think that competing, like, you would win?
What are you talking about?
I just kind of feel like guys, like, genetically are just born stronger than a girl being born.
Oh, I think she
stronger.
walked it back. I don't
know.
Okay, just I want to try to wrap up on a couple things here, because there's been a few conversational threads that haven't been finished. Really quick, we're going around.
Grid 1 Motorsports
Yeah, thank you, Grid 1.
donated
Appreciate it.
$100. Red is right, there is inequality, as women have more rights than men, are harder to fire than men, and have lower hiring requirements than men. Life on easy mode. Men and women are not equal. At all.
Okay. Grid 1, really appreciate it, man. Thank you for that.
If he looks up any of the like major companies you're looking at, the percentage of women and men, the majority is men, and though we're working towards making it equal, that is just false. Because if it was easier to hire women, or women were more inclined to be hired, then that percentage wouldn't be the case.
Well, I mean, one thing that occurs to me, what is the primary motive of a business? What is the purpose of a business?
Profit.
To make money, right?
Yeah.
So if it was actually true that you could hire women and pay your workforce, let's say a company of 10,000 people, you could pay your workforce and save 20%, 30% on salary. Wouldn't the companies just hire women if it was actually true that you could just pay women less?
But for these large corporations that are governed and run by men, men
Are
even
they?
yeah.
They're not governed. They're all governed by women. Look at the HR department.
The HR departments, hiring departments.
If you're talking about current day, we're also talking about equal pay.
Why?
Okay.
When you say equal though, why do you think it needs to be equal?
In terms of like your professional life, it should be equal.
You think that there should be the exact same amount of men and women in the exact same amount of positions getting the exact same pay?
I don't think a company should be based like trying to get the numbers 50-50. I think it should be based on your resume, your experience.
And
I
that's
think
why
that
women get paid less.
Because we have less
Because women
experience.
they generally are less qualified.
How's that?
Well, because women have to take time out for maternity leave, right?
A lot of women, that's after they get hired.
Yeah, I know, but okay. So they have to take time out for maternity leave, and there's like men are willing to
There's
work
also
a lot harder
paternity
as well.
leave.
Men are willing to work a lot longer hours. Like, if a man works a lot longer hours, then he's going to get paid more, especially in sales jobs, etc. Do you think that's a factor?
Oh, well, where are you saying that women won't work those hours?
Well, it's a fact. Men work longer hours than women. And also they have different interests as well. I mean, men will tend to go into STEM fields, and STEM fields pay more, whereas women tend to go to pink jobs. They tend to go to childcare, Like
You're
those sorts of
talking
things.
about the facts, not the coulds. That women could do those things. We could be there, but
But they won't because
I
they're less
typically find
they're
that
less
there's
inclined to
more
it.
women in my STEM field classes than men, personally.
Yeah, but it's classes. But you look into the workplace, and then they're absolutely dominated by men because men are more interested in things, and women are more interested in
Like
people.
what? That I don't think that's true because
It's
current
a
day,
fact.
the majority of my friends are into banking, investing, economics.
Look at
mathematics.
you look at the industry. These industries are dominated by men. And these are also industries where you have to work really hard until you're 30, 35 to start making money. Women tend to take time out because they go and take maternity leave and they want to have children because they're smart and they realize what's more important in life. Whereas men will work their asses off 80 hours a week until they're 40 years old.
Maternity
to
leave
get
is
to the top
about
of it.
3 months.
Do you think that there's a lot of women who exit the workforce or who are at least very disadvantaged by it?
No.
Who do you think's more interested in STEM fields, men or women? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
I think that there's a mix.
You think that it's equal?
Yeah.
That's a stat for you, actually, if you want to see it.
You can pull it up,
Yeah,
Nick.
I
Go
looked
ahead.
it up too.
2/3 of those employed STEM occupations were men. About 1/3, 35% were women. So, I mean, do you think it's like this thing of supposedly men making more money than women? Is that due to? You think that's due to sexism?
Historically,
Burns donated $200.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Wage gap doesn't exist. Men typically work higher paying jobs, more hours, and typically ask for raises more often.
I mean, there's like various factors that go into this when you start. If you just compare all the money that men make and all the money that women make, it's not a wage gap, it's an earnings gap. But if you start narrowing it down to, okay, well, this career field, here's the hours worked. Like, for example, men work, if you look at all men versus all women, men work more hours than women do.
okay, let's talk about a job that isn't hourly.
Yeah, but like
Okay.
it doesn't matter if they're hourly because if you're working at a career and you're a man who's just say in a science job, right? And you're working 80 hours a week compared to a woman who's working 60 hours a week, then you're going to get ahead faster. And if you stay at that company for 10 years and you really get ahead, then you're going to be on a lot better money than a woman who's had to go and leave the job for a while, do maternity leave, come back, leave, come back, and is also interested in different things as well.
And historically, through a comparison of people that work the same hours that had the same position, there was a wage gap. There was historically. And that's like feminism has existed through years, but the argument is, am I a feminist? Yes, because it took feminism to get us to the point where we are now, to get that equal pay.
Do you realize how different the job availability was 100 years ago?
But that
Like,
doesn't
do
excuse
you realize
the
that-
fact that
but-
women and men got paid differently for doing the same job for the same hours.
But here's the thing, like equal pay, feminism can really only, when it comes to workforce participation, can really only exist when there are comfortable air-conditioned office jobs. You didn't hear feminists in the fucking 1800s saying, I want to go into the coal mines and get black lung. Because for the longest period of human history, most jobs were like extremely physically laborious.
But also that's still true today though. If you look around today,
Yes.
the highest echelons of earners are all men because, you know, like we said before, but then the lowest as well, all of the most difficult jobs, the ice road truckers, like you said, the coal miners. Whenever you go to foreign countries and you see people digging ditches on the side of the road, it's never women. And I don't see you guys fighting for those positions.
We have videos.
Sure, but-
Wait. I'm sorry. I have to play a video related to that. Nick, can you play those? I want you to maybe mute the audio, but it's the ship videos. Can you pull that up?
Yep.
Yeah. Really, before you do that, we were going around the table, I think, asking everyone, are you a feminist?
I would say somewhat yes.
Are you a feminist?
Feminists, like I say, I don't have the equal rights, same thing. I'm not.
Okay. Do you have it, Nick?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. Play it.
It's kind of weird with the full screen. Is that cool?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, well, okay. I don't know what's going on there. So this is okay. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a oil rig or something out in the sea. All right. That's a guy jumping between two ships. I don't know if he's going to go weld something. Okay, there's a dude jumping out of a helicopter in the ocean. Yep. Okay. Oh, that looks fun. Oh, that looks like a good time. Just sinking in 50-foot waves. No big deal. So, if you had to wager, what the percentage is like between men and women who occupy the jobs that are, the jobs on that ship, what would you wager is the gender breakdown there?
99% are male.
It's probably male. I mean, so we should probably analyze, aside from just the money that people make, we should analyze other sorts of gaps, right? So there's dangerous job gaps, for example. There's, men are more likely to die on the job gap. Men are more likely to be electrocuted to death gap. Men are more likely to be crushed to death gap. Men are more likely to drown to death gap. Do you know what delta P is? Delta P. So this often happens with like underwater divers. When there's a pressure differential, if there's enough pressure, there's pipes, right? And if there's there's different ways this can occur, but basically you can get like sucked into a pipe and just basically your body can be imploded in like half a millisecond. I think the gender gap there is pretty significant. More likely to work outside in the heat or cold gap. More likely to work undesirable, disgusting, and dirty jobs gap.
More likely to die at war.
So, I mean, there's all kinds of gaps. Are those gaps due to sexism against men?
Well, I think this whole conversation of feminism and sexism is based on history. In history, there were those gender roles where the men went to war, the men worked those hard jobs, the women stayed home.
Still do. Mm-hmm.
Right, sure. But the reason that women started going to school, learning to read, started even working as teachers and going to law school and all that was because of one feminist.
No, it wasn't.
Then what was it?
No, it wasn't. Well, it was a series of women who did that. And most women at the time didn't want to vote.
I don't mean one individual person. I rescind that. But it was a group of feminists that pushed for women.
Most women didn't want it. Most women didn't want the vote.
But feminism
they didn't want the 19th Amendment.
Is allowing, it's moving towards equality. It's allowing people to do what they please. So it's saying that if a woman wanted to get educated, that she was allowed to go get educated, the same as a man. It's not denying her the opportunity.
So you're saying that women can't get educated?
That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, what's interesting about the education argument is since the 1980s, more women have been going to college. That's 40 years now. Is it due to sexism, or is there like this misandry against men in society now? Because I'm at UCSB, I suspect the breakdown is it's 60-40. 60% women, 40% men. Is UCSB, the school you guys go to, is it a deeply sexist institution because it's the 20% more women going to that? That's not equal.
Well, I don't think equal opportunity necessarily means that everything that we see is 50-50. There are some schools that accept more men than women. There are some schools that
actually no. Globally and certainly in the U.S., there's at almost any institution, the women outnumber the men.
But you just said equal, though. That's why you said equality for women. That's what feminism's all about.
It's giving them the same opportunities.
But they have the same opportunities.
Now they do.
And in many cases, they far exceed it.
But I'm talking about...
Do you think that maybe your brain is a little bit poisoned by the fact that like a lot of women just complain a lot about this, when actually they've got a pretty good lot in life?
I'm not saying our life is bad. I'm explaining that I'm a feminist because I supported all the work that it took to get here.
To get where?
To get to equal rights.
So you do think you have equal rights?
Yeah.
Right.
That was never my argument. My argument, you guys were
asking but you were literally just saying that you want women to be 50-50 in corporate jobs. Do you think that now that we've told you this, do you think that that's kind of a ridiculous position?
I didn't say that I want women to be 50-50 in corporate jobs. I was talking about how in corporate positions, you said that men have these interests. They have more interest in these manly things.
Yes.
Investing, this and this. And I'm saying, I'm seeing a change in that. I'm seeing that the majority of the women I know are looking into STEM, or looking into that times are changing, and that feminism means that we have the opportunity to
but if you look at if you look at like the literature on this in terms of behavioral psychology, women are biologically more interested in people, whilst men are biologically more interested in things. Okay. Women are more nurturing, whereas men are more inclined to be protectors and providers.
Sure.
So we're going to go into those more high-paying jobs. And that's why throughout history, that's how it's been.
But feminism is about women that want to pursue the same careers as men having those opportunities, because we didn't always have those opportunities.
Can I ask, like Brian just showed you a bunch of videos of men out on oil rigs and getting smashed about by waves.
Okay.
Do you think that it's kind of ridiculous that there's a movement of women saying that they want 50-50 and equal treatment in the top air-conditioned corporate offices when men are out here literally dying at work every single day?
But those men also have a decision. They chose to apply to those
Yeah,
jobs.
and women don't want to go near it with a 10-foot pole.
Okay.
That's their decision.
Also,
Sure, but feminism is about allowing those decisions.
Feminism is about getting what you want when it's
Preferential
convenient
treatment.
for you. It's preferential treatment. It's about usurping men. When it really at the bottom rungs, they'll never ever go for those positions.
I disagree.
To bring this back a little bit to dating, it's related to the wage gap stuff. I want to go around the table, and I think your answer was you prefer a guy to like pay for on the first date, correct? And you said there wouldn't be a second date if the guy didn't pay for the first date, correct?
Loose
Hold on,
Pussy
hold on,
Energy
I'll come back to
donated
that.
$100.
Oh my God, bro.
These softy feminist asses would not last 2 seconds in these extremely physical, dirty, tough jobs. Get your equal pay asses in a sewer, oil rig, coal mine. No? Yeah, I thought so. Fuck out of here.
Oh wow, okay. LPE coming in with some.
Pussy work.
Huh? Loose pussy energy is like the response to small dick energy, I guess. Anyways, so going around the table, let's say you go on a date with a guy and he asks you out and he says, you go get dinner and the check comes, or he tells the waiter, oh, let's split. He wants to split the bill. Will there be a second date? Would you prefer if he paid for it?
If I really liked him, I wouldn't mind who paid.
But would you prefer the guy to pay?
I mean, if he could, yeah. But if he
So you wouldn't ditch the date if he only had a penny in his
that's
bank
fine.
account?
What about you?
I said earlier today that, paying for a first date or flowers for me isn't a huge deal. It would be something that it would possibly raise something in my head to consider, and I would think about it, but it wouldn't be like the end all.
Okay. But you would like it, right? You've been on dates though,
Yeah.
right? Of the dates you've been on, do you know how many first dates you've been on? 10, 20 maybe?
Like where someone has properly asked me on a date.
Like you went out to go get food with a guy.
Okay.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50?
10.
10-ish. Okay. Has the guy, more often than not, paid for the date?
Yeah, if he asked me on the date,
Sure.
yes.
What about you? More often than not, Kayla? More often than not, has the guy paid for the date?
Way more often.
Have you ever paid for a first date?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
If
What
I
about you?
initiated.
Have I ever paid for a first date?
Yeah. And then
No. But
what do you want? Do you prefer the guy to pay for the first date?
prefer, yes, but
Would there be a second date if he doesn't?
If the situation that you said, if they were like, and the bill came and they're like, oh, let's split it.
Mm-hmm.
If they were in guy or girl, I mean, this because again, bisexuality. That on any date, if someone, even if it's not romantic, honestly, if a friend invites me out to if they get invited out and they're saying, oh, then I kind of do have a slight expectation.
Burns donated
Burns,
$200.
thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Women only want equal rights when it benefits them, the draft or physical standards in such things like the military.
Well, there's definitely a saying, and it goes feminist until the check comes. But so, short, quick answer: you prefer the?
Prefer, yes, but I wouldn't say no to a second date. No.
What about you?
I think whoever did the asking should pay.
Have you ever asked a guy out?
Yes.
On a date? Okay, that's fair. You do realize, though, just in response to that, most men very rarely, almost never, will get asked out by a woman.
I know.
Right. So
I know,
I mean,
that's
but
sad. That's really
to say
sad, I know.
whoever should pay, it's basically your answer is essentially men should pay.
But my answer, I said that, but saying that I have asked a guy out on a date.
Sure.
So.
But we should also acknowledge that while you're perhaps an outlier, it really is very rare.
donated $100. Theme of the night: if I like him enough, he can do whatever he wants to me. Your fathers must be missing from your lives.
Yo, Nickelodeon, dude, I haven't seen you in a while, man. Hey, welcome back. Thank you for the patronage, man. Appreciate it. Theme of the night. Well put, sir. Okay. And you?
I prefer him to pay on the first date.
And you said if he doesn't pay for the first date, there won't be a second date.
Yeah, if a guy asks you on a date, I think he should pay.
Okay. What about you?
I would prefer it, but I don't mind splitting.
Okay.
I will split, and it's not gonna change my opinion about.
Okay.
Like, I will date him for the second.
Sure.
time too.
So we've heard some women here. Some women say, well, what's up?
About the equal play thing, I just want to put in a fun point. I don't know if you saw that comment earlier about the men. Some guy posted about equal pay, that they were like the reverse, that they want equal pay for OnlyFans, and which is really interesting as a point that I never really thought about. If we want equal
Male
pay,
models.
well then that's equal
Male
for them
models,
to come
yeah.
up too, not just women to rise. But
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I thought about that interesting. Just wanted to share that out there.
Yeah, I think there should be more representation. You know.
advocate,
Okay.
you know?
Anyways, well, the point I'm trying to get at here is, some of you said, well, you know, you'd maybe be okay with it if, you know, the guy split the bill. Maybe you wouldn't even mind. But you did hear some of the girls' answers who said they either strongly prefer the guy to pay or there wouldn't be a second date. Now, let's assume in the general population that 30% of women, if the guy doesn't pay, there won't be a second date. 30% of women, right? Let's assume that's the number. Perhaps it's more, perhaps it's less. That's still a very large portion of women, right? Now, I think there's a whole lot of factors that impact this supposed wage gap, earnings gap, whatever you want to call it. A lot of factors, you know, hours worked, the professions that are pursued by various individuals, the willingness to take hazardous and dirty jobs. The more men, for example, are more willing to relocate for a job. Men are more likely to work nights. Men are more likely to work overtime. But let's remove all of that. Let's just look at what I like to call a mating pressure. Now, I think finding love, finding a partner is one of the most important things that a lot of us will do in our lifetime. If there is a mating pressure from 30% of the population that demands that the men be providers in the relationship and demands that men pay for first dates, wouldn't that, even on its own, remove all these other variables I listed, the mating pressure that women place on men to be providers, to pay for dates? She said she wouldn't go on a second date with the guy if he didn't pay. Wouldn't that, in and of itself, explain why men make more money? Because you, as women, put pressure on men to make more money.
I would
Is that a
honestly
checkmate? I don't know.
I'd agree with that.
And also, we don't care about how much money you guys make. So there's no mating pressure for you guys. Whereas for us, it's an immense pressure.
But there is a whole pressure. If we slept with too many people, then.
Yeah. But we're talking about pay gap, though, yeah.
We're talking about pay gap, but what about spendings gap?
Yeah.
Oh. Women drive 70 to 80% of all consumer purchasing through buying power and influence. Isn't it also the case that women take far more out of like taxes and social service than men do? I don't know. But I mean, if the expectation on men is to pay for first dates and we need to impress you by being able to pay for first dates and provide for you, and let's say there's 30% of women that want to be stay-at-home wives, that don't want to work and want men to be the primary and sole breadwinner, wouldn't that sole variable, again, remove all the others I've mentioned, that sole variable just completely explain away the wage gap? Would it be fair to say that men are more motivated to make money than women are because of the mating pressure that women put on men?
I would say it's a factor.
I would say it's a major,
What about
major factor.
What about the fact that, like, our primary reason to be on this earth is to reproduce?
Oh yeah,
Every
that's biological.
every single fiber of our being wants to reproduce.
I also have another one that just occurred to me. So you mentioned men occupy higher positions of power that also happen to be really well paid, right? So do you think women are attracted to high status men, like famous musicians, professional athletes, actors, or men who are at the top of their, like if they're at the top of their profession, like women find high status attractive. They find men who have prestigious jobs attractive.
Yes, but that also is because it comes with ambition. If a man is up there in a rank, he's like doing so well. It's because he's ambitious, because he's talented, he's driven. It comes with all these good qualities that embody like getting to that high top power.
Sure. So I have a question. Okay, so do you guys know Drake?
Yes.
Just his looks, like remove his status, remove his fame, remove his wealth, looks wise. Would you agree he's like an average looking guy? He's not like remarkably physically attractive.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, question. If you put Drake in like a nightclub or a bar and like there's like 100 women who are like trying to pursue a guy, and then there's like a really good looking guy, but he has no status, he has no money, and you put Drake in a bar, nightclub, whatever, do you think women are gonna be like pining over that like really attractive guy? Or they might. But do you think like if they could pick, do you think they'd rather get with like the really high, with Drake? I'm trying to think, maybe there's a better example than Drake here, but.
Forza Horizon 5 donated $100. A woman working a 9-to-5 job is definitely unattractive.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about that, but so what do you guys think? Like, who are the women going to gravitate towards?
I think the cute guy with no money, no job.
You think so?
Or whatever, is just not marriage material, which is not my type.
That's okay. That's fair.
Can I ask if
Nobody wants to answer the question?
Is that true? On the flip, is that attractive to you guys for us
what
to
I
be
would
in
argue,
higher ranking jobs?
So, okay, let me change it up. So you've got Drake, like average looking guy, but like super wealthy, one of the most famous rappers.
That's a good one.
Very high status. I shouldn't frame it as what you're going to pick. Do you think there's going to be more women pursuing him than pursuing like just that normal, but like good looking, much more good looking guy?
Our ego will, yes.
The better looking guy, or
we'll go after Drake.
Okay.
Yeah, to add on to that, I feel like it's more because, oh my God, I could pull Drake versus like, oh my God, I want Drake.
Okay.
It's more of like, if this high status is attracted to me, I get validation through that.
Sure.
That's like imagine like a supermodel comes up to you and she's like super into you. Like, wouldn't you be into her because she's pretty? Yes. But you'd also get the validation that a supermodel, like Cindy Crawford, is into you.
Some of them supermodels be
you wouldn't
goofy
get
looking.
any validation.
Fucking lie.
It would be validation, yes, but like you wouldn't look twice at them for like a relationship. One of those girls who's just been around all the time.
Exactly.
Wait, but so just to finish my point here. Now, if you do the reverse, right? Let's say like, let's put Beyonce in a club, and then you have like a 21-year-old, like stunning girl, but who's got like 100 followers on Instagram, broke, no money, no singing chops, but she's like extremely beautiful. I would argue most, and assume Beyonce is single, right? Most of the guys in that club, despite Beyonce's insane status and success and wealth, most guys would pursue the beautiful 21-year-old nobody over Beyonce.
And I'd say
over Beyonce?
And over Beyonce.
No.
way.
Listen.
Rich women?
No.
No.
They don't like, and it's also because of her status. That's a headache for us. I don't want a girl who's out there in the bright lights and like shooting music videos all the time and traveling all the time.
Well, then that's insecurity.
No way.
Yeah,
that's you being insecure.
Why is it insecure?
Why do you have a problem with a woman being in the spotlight? And why does that take away your spotlight?
It's not about taking away my spotlight. It's just the fact that you want a humble, modest woman. You don't want a woman who's running around and just out in the streets all the time and traveling all the time. You want a woman who's kind of a part of your frame rather than doing her thing all the time.
So you want her to be a part of your life versus having like her own life.
Absolutely, because one day she's going to have children, and I want her to focus on the children. I don't want her to be focusing on career. I don't want her to be focusing on travel, anything like that. I want her to be focusing on children and family.
I guess that's
you want her to just sit home, or you want her to be like a working woman?
Yeah.
See, I think it's funny when people say things like, "Do you want her to just sit home?" Do you think that that's like an innocuous task, having children?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying like. You said like a girl going out. So if a girl is going on work, then also people are gonna look at her, you know?
Yeah, so I wouldn't look for that.
You want a girl to be just sitting like being a housewife, or a girl being like out working?
No, housewife. Yeah.
Housewife.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, I know it's weird because you're looking at it through the prism of a woman. You're looking at it as a woman who wants a man to be working, Whereas when we look at women, it doesn't really matter to us. If you're not,
And what if she wanna work?
if she wants to work, she can, absolutely.
But then they're gonna be same problem, the insecurities and everything. Like,
What do you
she
mean
gonna work-
insecurities?
That's what you said. She gonna go out and a lot of people gonna see her and same
Oh,
insecurities.
look, I'm not talking about seeing you from day to day. I'm talking about being a celebrity. That would be just a headache. I wouldn't
If
want
she is
that.
beautiful, I think then also it's got problem at the work too. If she is beautiful,
Well, look,
she can chase
ideally,
man from anywhere.
ideally, what you'd like is a woman who just works part-time but then focuses on the kids. But if she's got something she's passionate about, that's a good thing. You want them to have hobbies and to be interesting and have lots of interests. But you don't necessarily want them to be working 9 to 5 and going every day to work, because then it neglects the children, and the children have to go to childcare.
So you want like a part-time job for her, and that's okay for you, right?
A part-time job would be okay, but ideally not.
So it really is a turnoff if a woman like wants like a tedious job, like a time-consuming job, or a job where she's in the spotlight.
Why would she want that?
Why would you want that?
What do you mean?
She has a right to, like she can.
I know she's I know she's got a right to, but why would you want that though? If your husband earns enough money for you to not have to go to work, why would you want to go to work if your husband says you don't have to work?
Well, for me, I want to pursue a career in something that I'm passionate for. For example, like in the beginning, I told you guys I wanted to study immunology and become a professor. That takes a lot of time, that's time consuming. But that's what I'm passionate about. And, like, that's what I want to do. Like, I have so much passion for this in this lifetime. And I understand men would feel the same. I would feel like
that's good though. That's your prerogative, and that's no problem. But you guys were looking around like I was strange because I said I wanted a woman who didn't want to have a career. Mm-hmm. Why is my preference strange, but yours is not?
Because I think it suppresses a woman's urges. But if you find a woman...
Do you think that a woman has an urge to have children and to raise those children?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think it suppresses the urges. I think it frees her to have children.
I want to add to this, and I do want to say I have no issue if women want to pursue a career. I don't object to it. I don't think Jake does either. I think, but from a dating perspective, and I kind of stepped away there for a second. I don't think a woman's career, her ambition, how much money she makes. For me, and I think for perhaps a lot of men, I don't think most men really find it more attractive. Now, I do want to just add a caveat here so you don't think I'm a raging asshole. I'm very much in favor of women, for example, going into STEM. Mm-hmm. I actually think it's a very useful career path because, for example, take cancer, for example, or take various diseases that we don't have solutions to yet. I think we should be throwing all of our intellectual vigor at these problems, whether that is a man, women, or both. I think we should be using the exploiting is not the right term. Well, we should be exploiting the intellectual power of everyone that we can to solve these problems, which I do think eventually will have a solution. I think everyone here has probably known somebody who's had cancer or has a family member who's had cancer or some sort of disease. So I'm very much in favor, actually, of women getting into STEM so we can tackle these various ailments that people eventually come across. But from a purely romantic perspective, I don't think men really care all that much about a woman's income or her success.
I'd care more about her having interests, thing that she's passionate about. And if she's running a little business that's operating at a loss and that keeps her happy and interested, I'm happy with that. But having a 9-to-5 job while you're trying to raise children, for me, it wouldn't be something that I'd like, because you'd want them to be focused on the children. And I think that a lot of guys have that preference, but they're sort of not allowed to say it these days, because then they get all the women who jump down their throat and say, "Oh, you want us to be, chained up to an oven?" No, there are a lot of women out there who hear that and think, "Yes, I would love to do that. I would love to just be a mother. Love to stay home." But then there's always this reaction when we say that, where people sort of, especially, no offense, but women who consider themselves feminists, they get like up in arms about it. And there's a lot of women who love that, who want that. So.
Thank you, Super Jim Photography, for the gift of 10 subs on Twitch. Thank you.
So, like, when a woman is pregnant to the first year of the baby, still she feeds the baby. I got it. Like, she can stay home and she needs the proper care, and kids need that to be, mom to be around. But I think it should be on the man too, equally taking care of the kids.
No, not during child rearing. Not during the infancy of the child.
Why do you
Because
do
the
that?
child's attached to its mother. It's biology.
It's just-
Child needs its mother's teat
I
for
got
milk.
it. For 1 year, a baby is feeding. Okay, the mom has to be close, but I think it's equal responsibility. It kids
Look,
of you together.
Put it this way. Do you see what's happening in the schools these days?
What's going on? I'm
Do
teaching.
you see the kinds of things that they're teaching in schools these days?
What they
or
are
in
teaching?
preschools? They've got all kinds of different nefarious flags hanging up around the preschools where they're indoctrinating little kids into different ideologies. Okay, so if you're somebody who has certain conservative values, like I do not want my kids being shipped off. I want them to have my values. So I want them to be at home with my wife, potentially even being homeschooled, depending on how bad this stuff gets.
You didn't get my point. I'm trying to say is like you are reducing her working hours because you want her to focus on kids. But I think
I'm not
it's your
reducing her.
equal-
Listen, I'm not reducing her working hours. She won't want to work. Do you think that that's like crazy that a woman
Can I
wouldn't want
speak
to
to
work?
that? And there's nannies too that can stay home.
And I don't
with
want a nanny
you.
raising my kid. Why would I want a nanny raising my kid?
I mean, I don't
Yeah.
either.
I think there's a complete honesty to that. I think I used to, a few years ago, or the last maybe 2 years, I would have been this more, I still wouldn't call myself feminist, but I had a wall up against men, and I was a little angry about some things that I went through. And so I was like, I'm independent. I can be very independent. I have been for the last few years. I've been by myself, been doing my own thing, taking care of myself. And it wasn't until this year that that is flipping for me, and that I have realized that I have worn myself out. I don't want to be like this anymore. I mean, I want to be able to take care of myself, and now I know I can take care of myself, but I do want that
Well, I mean,
to be
once you
able to
get-
go into our feminine is to be able
Once you get a
to
little
be
bit
taken
older,
care of.
towards the wall that they call it, that's when you start seeking masculine guidance more.
Yeah,
And
it
you'll
is
start
interesting that
seeking
it
now.
kind of is flipping, that it
Yeah.
used to be that way, and
But
then
the
we
reason
went
why
very
is
feminine forward, and it is kind of
the
going
reason why
back
it is that
into
way though is because like
care.
the indoctrination is so vast that it's like you're fighting me about saying that you're going to reduce your
I'm
wife's
not
working
fighting
hours.
I'm not fighting with you. Very first thing is like I'm
Listen,
just putting my opinion. Like
No, but
what
you're saying to me you're going to reduce her working hours.
No, that's
Yeah,
what
as
you
if
said.
like that's
You
a bad
want her
thing.
to, no, it's a very basic thing. Like I would say, kid needs like both mom and dad both. You want a mother to take care of the kids and focus on them, on the values. They should not feel alone. Everything, cultural value, whatever you want to put in the kid. But I think it's from the both side. It should be from the both side, not only like from the mother. It should be like from the father as well.
It's the
Equal
father's job to
time.
provide for his family.
But yeah, she's
The
working
emotional
too.
support of the
That's
child and the
why-
love of the child needs to come from the mother.
That's what you think.
That's what.
That's just
you
like
think.
one
Yeah,
opinion.
Jake.
Women can undo.
I guess-
That's
I
just
guess-
what you think. Like
That's what you think, Jake.
I guess
Maybe-
throughout history from time immemorial is all wrong, and it's actually the women who are the providers after all, and men
We
are
are
the
not
nurturers.
saying that it's equal. Like you have a wife, or like I have a partner. So I want to get married when I will be in the equal status. Like I will be having a good job, or my business is good. Whatever.
Would you want to work full time when you're pregnant?
No, I didn't
Okay,
say
well,
that.
there you
Listen
go.
to me first. What I'm trying to say.
So, well, you're not equal though, because your husband is going to be the provider. If you
That's
can
what
be
I am
pregnant,
saying. Like at what time when there is no equality, I'm saying you are not pregnant. That's why you have to go out and.
exactly. That's why the
Yeah.
man needs
But
to be
what
the
I'm
provider.
saying is after that, take care of the baby together.
What if you want to have 3 babies?
So what?
So then the man has to be the provider, because you're going to take time out.
If I take it on me, I'm not giving birth to 3 kids. I'm gonna be stick to like 1 or 2. Then what?
Okay. All right.
You can put
think
hypotheticals.
it's equal.
Couple more questions here, and we will try to wrap up soon. So I need to read a couple chats. We have Billiam the Mars. These ladies would rather be deleted from a home intruder than have a boyfriend with a gun to protect their lives. LOL. Ladies, quit letting your fear control your lives. Okay. From Billiam the Mars. There you have it. Thank you, Billiam. We have, one sec here. It's going to come in. We have Flan Life. Can Walmart Lord sing us a solo? Who's Lord? I know the Lord Day is. I don't know how to pronounce. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50, man. Who's Walmart Lord though? Who's that?
What does she look like? Who looks like her?
What was
Who's in
her
here?
song? What was her one-hit wonder? Do you know who Lord is?
I want to make.
I want to be royal. Oh god, voice crying. Okay. All right. Thank you, Flan Life. Aaron Chambers. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the
Margaret Sanger, yeah.
population. Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood. How many of you girls knew that? You condemn her statement, but you won't change your vote. Clever. Okay. Oh, there's something recently from an interesting post on Planned Parenthood's Instagram page that I saw that was interesting. Maybe, Nick, you can find it. It was just a weird billboard. It was about virginity. I thought it was peculiar. It'll lead up into our last thing, and then we'll hopefully get to we'll wrap here pretty soon. There's that. Okay. Nick, can you just pull up there the Planned Parenthood Instagram? It's not related to abortion, guys. Don't worry. We're not going to talk about that. Oh, well done. Can you put us on the other side? Virginity, a completely made-up concept, a term that was created to control and shame people, mainly women. Your daily reminder that virginity is a social construct, not a medical term. Well, I don't know if people are actually trying to make the argument that virginity is a medical term, so this is a bit of straw man here, but it's interesting. I don't understand a completely made up concept. I'm not sure what that means though. Virginity being a completely made up concept. Well, if somebody hasn't had sexual intercourse, then they are virgins. Huh?
I think, I guess there's a lot of people, like a very small population, like nuns and stuff, who will never have sexual encounters. It's a real thing.
Yeah, the nuns. The nuns out there. But a term that's created to control and shame people, mainly women. Agree, disagree with that, guys?
I think it's definitely made to shame people, yeah.
Okay.
Shame women, yeah.
Virginity. But how, so I'm confused. Shame women how? Shame women who are virgins or shame women who are not?
Who are not.
Well, then, so it's not a term that was made up to shame women. I
think it's a silly sign.
What do you mean a silly sign? The sign's silly.
Yeah,
okay. It's what? Any thoughts?
Virgin is a word. It's the factual definition.
It is a thing.
Virgin is a thing.
Yeah.
I do think virginity can be shamed.
Yeah. Well, what I actually interestingly find that's related to virginity is, could be related to virginity. I think what they're trying to say is that women are shamed if they're promiscuous or have a high body count or are not virgins. But it occurs to me that men are shamed in sort of this opposite way if men are virgins or men are involuntarily celibate or incels. They tend to get shamed that way. So that's always interesting to me. Any thoughts?
I would say women are also shamed for being virgins.
Really? No, but maybe by who?
By feminists.
Teased.
I have heard women come on the show and they say, or I've heard from women who are like, yeah, I was a virgin, or I wasn't really doing hookup culture. I'd only been with one guy, and all my friend group would make fun of me for not having hookups, or shamed me for being a virgin. So, which I think is wrong. But
it's like an expectation, though. It's like if I've told guys this is when I lost my virginity, they're always really surprised. They're 19, that's crazy.
And you're 20. You're 20,
yeah.
Right? I don't think that's bad.
No, I don't think it's bad
thing.
either.
I don't think.
I'm just saying that
we got people losing that shit in junior high school, and that's a bit young. Could be a bit young, At least wait till a little later on.
Well, maybe I also women tend to feel shame maybe if they're still a virgin later on in life too.
Psyop.
So.
It's a psyop.
If they're a virgin until
no,
later
I
in
know.
life, normally it's because of a religious conviction. You don't really get many girls who aren't religious and waiting till marriage.
Is anyone here a virgin? Any virgins? Nick? Nick raised his hand. Okay, no virgins here. Okay.
Maddie rose her hand.
I don't know about that one. Yeah. Well, related to that sign, do you guys? You often hear men preferring women with a low body count, or even preferring virgins. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count? Do you object to that? And if so, why? Starting with
Why would it bother me?
Apollo Shinoda.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100.
Thank you, man.
Another great
Good to see
EP, Brian. Thanks. The girl in pink is semi-based but needs to read more.
Oh.
As always, Madison is the only 9 present. Panel, gender normative roles build the world. How are they wrong?
I still don't get it. Can someone please explain it to me? And it's not readable from here.
He said you're semi-based, so it means you're semi in touch with reality, but you need to read a few more books, and then.
Okay.
What,
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the thing I was talking about?
I think just it's like a synopsis of the episode. It's a bit of a cliff notes of your performance.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. Wait, so okay, we were going around. Do you object to men caring about body count?
No.
Okay.
It could be a valid like it's if they're triggered by it, then they need to communicate it. Like I don't know.
Okay.
Do I agree with it?
Yeah.
Or I don't know. I mean, everyone. I don't know. Say it again.
Do you
I'm tired.
object to a man
Do I object?
having a preference for a woman with a low body count, or having a preference for a woman who's a virgin?
Okay, yes. If I was to get with a guy and then I told him my body count and he was to turn me away, then I would object that. And I'd be like, I object. I have other things. So yes, I guess I object that.
Okay.
I don't object that. I think you can have a preference.
Yeah, no.
I don't object it fully, but I think your past shouldn't define you, and that goes both ways.
I do not object either.
Okay. Past shouldn't define you. Okay. Well, I'm curious. What's everyone's body count? Starting with Kayla. Go ahead.
12.
Okay.
3.
More than that.
Well, you want to give us a range?
Between 15 and 20.
Okay.
Pass. Skip.
5.
1.
I want to keep it personal.
Range? Less than? You want to do a less than?
Oh, under 5. Like
okay.
it's not
That's
crazy.
Fair. That's fair.
Under 5.
Multiply
And you guys?
by 3, and that's the real number.
Not mine.
Whatever
I was
your answers,
honest.
whatever your answers were,
honest.
you got to multiply.
Multiplied by 3, and that's the real number. Didn't you fuckers
All
learn
right, you
anything
guys'
in college?
turn. Body count?
Oh, I don't reveal my body count.
Oh.
For guys, it's divided by 3.
Yeah, it's divided by 3 for guys. Jake, do you want to reveal?
It's between me and the Lord.
He did have a hoe phase, right? Did you say you had a hoe phase at one
You're
point?
honest about that.
Yeah. It's at least 1 for me. Okay, good talk. All right, last thing. Stifler normally asks this question, but he's not in the chat today. Stifler wants to know, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, just your looks. If you had to rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10, I know this is going back to you. Beauty is a bit subjective. Kayla, starting with you. Scale of 1 to 10.
To
Just your own self-assessment of your looks. You can't factor in your personality. You can't factor in,
okay.
how fantastic of, a super chat reader you are. You can't factor that in.
Okay.
Just physical appearance.
I'm going to give myself a 9 because I feel myself getting prettier and doing things to, look a certain way that I'm heading toward.
Getting prettier.
Have you got a little Joker smile going on there?
Thank you for telling me. Probably from drinking.
Yeah. Why so serious?
I do find the joke
Why
a
is-
little
It does look kind of good, though. I ain't hating it.
Yeah, now
pretty.
Is it what Joker? Are we talking like the Suicide Squad Joker or
No, I was
like
talking
the
like
Heath
Batman.
Ledger
Yeah.
Joker? Okay. Because I don't know if she's going to get like what's the tattoo he has on his forehead? Anyways,
7.5.
okay, that's, yeah.
My looks match my body count. Just keeps going up.
So 15 to 20 out of 10. Multiply that, so that's like 60. Okay. Apollo Shinoda,
donated
thank you, sir.
$100. Gender normative roles means the man hunts, money, provision, etc., and the woman produces offspring, nurtures, etc. Despite recent popular ideas, this is what built the world. Why is this wrong?
Exactly right. Exactly right. And we all need to embrace it. It's the yin and yang of the universe. You guys keep looking at each other and laughing. What have you got to say?
So do you think men should always pay on the first date?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
And open the door.
Mhm.
And earn
Flowers,
more. And be
everything.
taller.
Okay.
Not flowers. Flowers is a different story.
Get the flowers out of here.
Yeah. Do you guys disagree with that? You don't think that there's a yin and yang of the world?
I don't think that statement is wrong. I think that's what built the world. But again, what I'm saying, I think feminism allows those that don't want to pursue that lifestyle to have the opportunity to.
Right, okay. But do you think that there is a natural order to the world and a yin and yang that if adhered to actually create something quite beautiful, a unity?
Yeah, but I do feel that a lot of individuals don't feel that. I personally feel that, but I know a lot of women that
But we're
don't.
not talking about the fringes. We're just talking about in general that exists. And if somebody wants to embody that in their relationship and their family, that's a fine thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I notice that every time we say something, you guys look at each other and like laugh as if there's something outrageous.
It's because of your toxic masculinity, Jake.
I'm beginning to feel
I will not
that's the
stand
vibe.
for your toxic masculinity and your misogyny, sir. I will not stand for it.
I've been scolded.
As a feminist,
get that blue wig on.
Watch out, Jake.
Like, it's the really quick thing about the traditional gender roles. I mean, it's true. Like, I've been to places like Morocco and Albania. You see no women on the streets. They're in their traditional gender roles. They're rearing the children, but they're like, they have no freedom to even get to do or choose what they.
But I'm not talking about Muslim countries.
Okay.
I'm talking about more of like the biblical patriarchy and the masculine and feminine order of the world that is embodied in the micro at the family.
We have
Long Hair Don't Care donated $100.
Jesus Christ.
Ladies,
Sorry.
rate your BJ 1 to 10.
Well, we haven't
Go.
gone. We will do it, but we haven't gone around fully on the looks one. So I guess we'll do looks.
We also have.
Wait. Okay. Wait. So we'll go around rating 1 to 10, then we'll do his. What do your looks on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself a 7.5.
Okay.
I'll pass.
Oh, breaking my heart here. Can't pass. Range?
whatever you
You want to do range?
Yeah, between 1 and 10.
Okay. All right. She's
down
between 1 and 10.
Yeah, I think I'd say 7.5 as well.
I will say 8.
I'll say 7.
Honestly, right now I gotta give myself a 5. I got a little dad bod right now, so I gotta lose the dad bod. Once I lose the dad bod, I think I can get back to a 6. But right now I'm a solid 5.
Are you a dad?
With the dad bod? No.
Oh.
But I have a dad bod. I've gained a bit of weight. See, I don't engage in various vices. I don't drink. I don't party. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs.
Junk food, sugar, caffeine.
So my vice is gluttony. I just when I get stressed, I just eat a lot.
Yeah.
Like I'll stress eat.
Mhm.
So I gain some weight because this is some stressful shit, yo. I got a stressful life. I got ops. I got enemies. I got people out to get me. I got
In-N-Out burger.
I got like what do I got? In-N-Out burger? Oh shit, that was my go-to after the show. Shit, I put down 2 burgers, french fries, and a shake. That's some like bro, I was being a degenerate. I'm losing the weight though, guys. I'm down 5 pounds. So I started the diet. I'm down 5 pounds, boys. Within 8 months, 6-pack.
Butler donated $100.
Yo, Jay Butler, thank you, bro.
Does Ratface TV over here know that during his hoe phase condoms were not protecting him from genital herpes? The disease is clearly killing his hairline. Bride, get the bleach and hazmat suit. Hashtag herpes.
Do you want to respond
Luckily,
to that?
I dodged it.
Do you want to respond to Jay Butler?
Luckily, I dodged it.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for your concern, Jay Butler.
Jay Butler, you've been a little bit, a little more
Keep sending those
ruthless.
monies, though.
You've been a little more ruthless lately. Normally, you just politely talk about herpes, but now you're making shots. See, literally, guys,
everyone's got.
Does Jay Butler have herpes?
No, but
what's going on?
Here's the thing, Jay Butler, he lives in the herpes capital of the United States, which is New Orleans, I believe. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's the herpes and he's a urologist, which means he looks at a lot of dicks. Like, think about all the dicks you've seen. He's seen that in an hour, okay? Think of that. 1 hour, he sees all the, collectively all the dicks. So he's got herpes on the mind.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Amish children do not cry because the family unit is so strong and traditional. Ask an Amish child when he has heard his father yell in anger, and he will tell you never. Maybe progressives are evil.
Oh, wow. Amish children. Would any of you like fuck an Amish dude? I would get with an Amish chick, you know.
If he was cute.
Would you like? Would you churn butter with an Amish dude?
Be a fun date.
It would be a dope date. And actually, could I want to set you. I know an Amish guy. I think you might be his type. Could I set you up with him?
Sure.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Toxic masculinity is a misnomered pejorative like homophobia that is meant to denigrate normal, hetero men who believe and behave in a nature-devised way to provide for their mates.
Wow, that was... Wait, you didn't... Wait. Oh, there's no... Excuse me, there's no... Yo, Apollo Shinoda, thank you very much for your patronage. Is that your real name? Apollo Shinoda? It's like a
Doc Vinably donated $100.
Yo, Doc, thank you.
Feminists shame women for choosing motherhood. They then shame men who prefer potential mothers. They are evil as they aim to destroy families. Frizzy Hair Corner, you are guilty of this evil.
Is that the girl that just got up while you sent in that super chat? Or because we have a couple... Well, you guys have curly hair. I object, Doc. They don't have frizzy hair. They have curly hair.
Did he say frizzy?
And as they are guests of mine, Doc Vinablis, I'm deeply offended that you would dare. They've got... Bro, they can look at her flow. Her flow is fucking dope. It's very rare that we have so many curly-haired women in the studio. I will not stand for your insults. I will defend the curly-haired women. How dare you say that they have frizzy hair, okay? Look at her lovely hair. Look at her lovely hair. Look at her lovely hair. They have flow. Do you guys know what the flow is? Y'all got the flow.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Going back to long hair don't care, he was at... Wait, did we go around on the... Oh, yeah, we did the looks. He wanted... Jesus Christ. He wanted to know your... the BJ skills. If you want to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, I mean.
Me first?
Yeah, okay, all right.
I would say maybe like a 7 because I didn't get my tonsils out as a child.
Is that a thing? So it's better because the tonsils are still...
Yeah, if you want a deep throat, you gotta have no tonsils, room for it.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh.
Good to know. Okay, only tonsil-less girls. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I didn't know that.
Tonsils great.
Tonsils.
They don't take tonsils
If
out.
you don't have tonsils, you get the glove.
As often as they used to.
Interesting. Okay, sure. What about, we'll go around the table on this. Don't shoot the messenger, guys. He sent it. Okay, go ahead.
Like 8.
Oh.
I would say higher, but then there's one person. It made me question everything. So I'm putting myself at a solid 8.
Like made you question it because like made you question it in the sense like you were like
no like oh fuck
better?
like what's like
oh you
yeah I was like
I
was like uh-oh
okay. What about you?
I want to answer and be like, oh, it's the same thing as before, it just keeps going up and up and up, but I'll honor him like 8. Always room for improvement, maybe 9.
Okay, good to know.
That's between me and the guy I'm seeing.
I feel like you're good at it.
Wait, question. You're bi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me throw you a little curveball here. What about with the ladies?
That's between me and her.
You should have been like, I'm a fucking 10, yo. Okay, no, all right. Okay.
9.
Trying to help out a little. 9, okay, all right.
It's confident.
Yeah, like a solid 7.
Solid 7, okay.
No answer.
Jake, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are your BJ skills? Rate your BJ skills on a scale of 1 to 10.
No, because it'll get clear.
Yo, Apollo, thank you,
Shinoda donated $100. This name on my donations is just my lame Twitch game attack because this donation system is stupid. My real name is Stephen Austin, Texas. LFG better times on November 5th.
November 5th? Is that, what's November 5th? Is that election day?
Remember the 5th of November.
The gun treason, wait, the gunpowder treason and
Isn't
plot.
that Guy Fawkes?
Guy Fawkes, V for Vendetta. Oh, we got another one. Okay.
Forza donated
Forza.
$100.
Hey, thank you, man.
The way to a man's heart is a BJ. He won't feel like a real man unless deep throat. Remember that.
The first part was right.
I don't think,
thought it was
I don't know
the
if deep
food.
throat is necessary, to be honest.
It's
It's the thought that counts, eh?
Yeah, it's the throat. The throat. It's the throat that counts.
She was the mouth that got away.
Okay. All right, Forza. Hey, that's your first time chatting. Good. Thank you for your patronage, man. Appreciate it, Apollo. Thank you for your patronage. Appreciate it. One quick thing. Going back to the rating thing, Kayla, you said you're getting better looking
Yeah.
as you age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I wanted to go around the table on this related to the rating thing. Do you guys think that you look better now, or do you think you'll look better in 10 years, or do you think you look better now? I'm not phrasing that properly. Will you look better in 10 years, or do you, oh my God, Jesus, I'm like
I think.
room temperature. I've got a room temperature IQ.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
will
think you
look better
understand the
now
question,
or
but
in
I'm
10
not
years?
phrasing it properly.
They get it. Yeah.
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 I think in 10 years I'll be prettier than I am now.
So, okay, so you're 24. So do you think you'll be better looking at 34 than at 24?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay, what about you? So you're 20. Will you be better looking at 30 than you are now at 20?
I don't know. I don't put on enough sunscreen. I feel like now's the prime.
Okay. But if you were to throw on some sunscreen,
30.
maybe 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Still be a babe at 30. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna be beautiful at all ages, but I will say when I look back at younger photos, I like my younger photos.
Okay. So you're 29 now, right?
Yes.
So do you think you'll be better looking at 39 versus 29?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. What about you?
I think I'm gonna be hot as fuck.
You're 21, correct?
Yeah.
So do you think you'll be better looking at 31 versus 21?
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
I also think I'll be better at 31.
Versus 21? What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think women kind of grow into their looks sometimes. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna be better too.
And you're, remind me your age again?
24.
So you'll be better looking at 34 than at 24.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Going around one more time. Let's do 20 years. Will you be better looking at 44 versus now at 24?
How old did you say?
20 years. So
20 years
44.
from now.
Yeah.
I'm worried that maybe around like 43 is when I'll start.
That's your peak.
like-
43 will
yeah.
be your peak.
Maybe I'll start looking back by then to be like, oh my gosh, like that photo of me. Around 45. I don't know. I'm going to age delicately and as gracefully as I can.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, nah. 40.
Nah.
Nah.
There's pretty 40-year-olds.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Great panel tonight, especially your wingman, Brian.
Thank you, Apollo.
Also, more frowns, faces, and lip syncs from Madison always welcome. Greater than.
Yeah, Madison, get on it. What about you, Katie? 49, better looking at 49 versus 29?
Same answer. I'm gonna be a beautiful old lady, and I'm beautiful now.
No, well, okay. You can still be attractive when you're older. That's not what
Right,
I'm
that's what I
asking.
mean. I know some very beautiful women.
Right,
that are
but
equally
more
attractive as
like
I am.
comparatively speaking. But okay. What about you?
Unfortunately, I don't think so.
Okay. So you think you'll peak at like in your 30s?
I feel like 35 is like, oh my god, that's like peak me. That's what I would
guess
say.
I don't got that long.
You got it, girl. We're
5
different.
years.
The perfect age is man. I'm just kidding. That's actually
What? How did he get here? How did I don't know what
That was
happened there. Okay. What about you?
I think I'll be better at 41 than 21.
You think you'll be more physically attractive at 41 versus now at 21?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I probably won't be as attractive at
Oh, okay.
41.
I don't think so.
Don't think so. Okay. All right.
What about you guys? 20 years.
And do 10 too.
I'd say you're probably more in your physical prime in your late 20s and early 30s as a man, but in your 40s, in terms of career and where you're at and the wisdom you've gained, you'd be more attractive to a woman. But I don't know if we were if you guys answering that question as in like
we were just doing physical.
Yeah, but what I was saying, were you guys doing it as in like what men would be attracted to, or were you doing what you, if you think you're more beautiful?
Oh, personal.
All right. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Well, I mean, to answer the question, I actually think I certainly think I was better looking when I was younger, and I don't think I'm going to get better looking as the years go on. So certainly no, not in 10 years, not in 20 years. Yeah. I was a fucking stud at 19, 6-pack.
Let's see.
You want to see
Bring
photos
it up.
after the show?
Let's
pull it
Were you
up.
surfing a lot?
You would have totally made me wait for sex for like 3 months back when I was 19.
I feel like you and Surfer Dude Brian would have been a good couple.
Surfer did?
I surfed, you know.
On that note, can I
Grom.
say something? Because I'm always going to say something. That's just who I am.
Sure, go ahead.
You put me in the seat.
Go ahead, Katie. Tell us your thoughts.
My
You say
little
it,
OCD
Katie.
is just saying that we never finished going around
Oh.
with our dream men, which stopped at me.
We
so
could.
if
We.
that's a good way
You're
to
right.
finish.
We should complete
Very
that
true.
because I know you guys want to hear what I have to say on this.
I want to get it around.
Oh, yeah.
Because you want to hear my thoughts.
Wait, am I going?
Okay. What? Oh well, were we? I think we were wrapping up on. Oh, I just wanted to say, I'm not. Don't want to be mean. But as time goes on, we tend to age. Putting this as delicately as possible here. As time goes on, we age. We get wrinkles. I don't know if the whole you'll be better looking in 10 years thing, 20 years thing, you're probably as good looking in this exact moment as you'll be.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. You're welcome, daughter. Go get me a bottle of
10
water.
years. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have you come back on this podcast in 10 years. We're going to do a reunion, episode 130 reunion. All of you will still be here. We'll see where everyone's at. And yeah. Okay, so should I just say it? I don't know. You guys are nice. I don't want to be.
Say
it.
Say it.
Okay, fine. It's a little delusional. Maybe a bit more than a little delusional to say you'll be better looking in 10 years than in 20 years. That's all I got to say. Okay, say by the...
Speaking of, why didn't you have the balls to ask Molly why she thinks she is so popular on off? Brian? Lol, missed you too, bud.
Wait, why didn't I ask Molly why she thinks she is so popular on OF? Does she think she's popular on OF? I don't know if that came up in our...
Who's Molly?
She was on our last show. She's been on the show like 3 or 4 times. If you want Nickelodeon, I'll ask her
Doc
next time she's on the show.
donated $100.
Yo, Doc, thank you, man.
My apologies, Brian. I did not realize that you were sitting on a new simp cushion.
Oh.
Indeed, free-flowing frizz. I can see the gorgeous chemical fumes rising from their heads, making up with a 100.
I will have you know there are the simp cushion. Get me the simp cushion, Nick. Free flowing frizz.
Wow.
First off, her hair is fucking immaculate. Don't insult my past. I don't know where I don't know where I was going. In
Past
another,
flame.
my like 19-year-old surfer girlfriend over here. I take deep offense, Doc Venablis. She's got flow. She's got flow, and she has flow. Don't insult the curls, Doc Venablis. It's rude. I will not stand for it. I will listen. If you do it again, Doc, if you fucking talk shit about my dear friends here, if you talk shit about their fucking hair one more fucking time, Doc, I swear to fucking
I will
God.
rain down on a godly fucking firestorm upon you. You're gonna have to call the fucking United Nations and get a fucking binding resolution to keep me from fucking
Doc
destroying
Vinably
you.
donated
I am talking
$100.
scorched earth,
Here is a
motherfucker. I
100
will
to get you to
massacre
shut
you.
the fuck up.
I will fuck fuck you up!
Did you hear what I said? Don't you fucking come from my homegirls here. If you come from my homegirls in their fucking hair, Doc Venablis, we're gonna have a fucking problem. You understand? We're gonna have a fucking problem. Don't talk shit about their fucking hair. You fucking understand me? You understand? Okay, sorry, I got into my like. Have you guys seen The Sopranos? Great show, fantastic show. It's on HBO. You should check it out. Okay, good talk. Oh, we were going around. Last thing. Katie really wanted to go around and hear everybody's what you're looking for in a guy.
Your dream man.
Your dream man.
My dream
woman.
Or dream woman.
Okay.
Should we factor in other? There could.
Yes.
Are you pansexual?
Bisexual.
Well, but pansexual.
I'm bisexual. Pansexual is, I think, a little bit different.
Well, it's like you would date somebody who's trans, for example.
I personally don't think I would, so I think that's why I identify as bisexual.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're just two different concepts.
Sure. No, I know. Just
So my person of interest, the good qualities I'm looking for is probably ambitious. I want somebody who's passionate about something and driven.
Mm-hmm.
I also really, really like disciplined people. Someone who's funny and charismatic and outgoing, very adventurous, and someone who's educated and is curious. And athletic.
And athletic, okay. What about you?
I'm lucky enough that I have my dream man, and he's ambitious, kind, caring. He makes me a softer person, more in my feminine. He's encouraging, and he just is always looking out for his family, his friends, someone like that. So I'm lucky enough to have met my dream person.
Yeah, the qualities I would say is like loyal, honesty, patience, thoughtful, and open-minded, and also like willing to be vulnerable and emotional and adventurous.
I would say I like a moderate man, not like more masculine personality, nor more like feminine. I want a moderate person in my life. Also, I want a family-oriented, ambitious. I don't know how you pronounce it. Either right now, if he's not at a stable job, but he should have some goals, and he's actually should be working on them. Like I should feel like he want to do something in life.
Before I have Jake go here, I just want to ask the chat. I want you to rate. Wait, go back, Nick. I want you to rate the back of Kayla's head on a scale of 1 to 10. Chat. Rate the back of her head on a scale of 1 to 10.
My haircut.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Apollo.
Also, Brian, get your $1 on the road. There's lots of cities with more interesting women around this great country, especially here in Austin, Texas. There is dollar to made, but even better conversation.
Apollo, first off, thank you for your chat. Really appreciate it. I actually have considered like having a tour bus and like doing the show in different cities, but that's like a major logistical thing.
Yeah, buses out.
And yeah, I mean, I'd love to do it. It'd be super cool. Like, okay, 1 week, Sunday, Tuesday, we're in Idaho. 1 week, we're in Oregon. 1 week, we're in Texas. 1 week, we're in Montana, and just get women from those local geographic areas to come on the show. That could be interesting. Also, like going international. Let's do it in Japan. Let's go to Thailand. Let's go to Europe. Let's go to Latin America. That could definitely be interesting. It's just, it's a question of, it'd be super fun, but it's logistically doing that and like having, because like our studio setup is not mobile, and like it'd be very expensive. We'd probably need a sponsor to go and do that. You know, we're talking like multiple people, like flights, hotels. Do we bring our equipment? Do we rely on like a local potential studio? So it's a good suggestion, something I've certainly thought of. So one thing I have considered, actually I'm going to keep this secret, but we're working on a new format. So, Jake, by the way, chat, please rate the back of her head. Jake, what are you looking for in a lady friend?
I'd say number one thing would be that she has to fear God. She has to be a godly woman. She has to, but preferably a virgin, if not a very low body count with only partners. Feminine, submissive, loyal, and just wants to have a family and multiply and have a big army of children.
That was beautiful. That was good. All right, guys, here's my list. I've got a list here. Hold on. Oh shit, where is it? Okay. So we're gonna start with looks. Pay attention, guys, because this is gonna be good. All right. So let's start with the looks. I've written it down. I've written it down. It's actually similar. It's quite long, so it's similar to you. Any race is fine, but I do have a slight preference for white women, and Asian women. Don't get me wrong, I date other races, but slight preference. Let's see. Slight preference. I like short women, but I don't really care. They could be taller than me. They could be an Amazon woman, 6'7", don't care. But if they're also 4'9", that's cool too. It's always funny telling a woman who's like 5'2", she's too tall for me. Okay, I'm a natural body supremacist. Obviously, I care about like hygiene and grooming and stuff, but strong preference for no plastic surgery, no fake tits, no fake lips, no BBL, no lipo, no labiaplasty. That's a big one. I don't know if you guys remember my nonprofit organization, Big Labia Matter. I'm a spearhead. I'm really a spearhead here. There's 10,000 labiaplasties a year. That's 10,000 too many. We can't allow women to keep getting their pussy lips chopped off. It's not cool, okay? V, it's not cool, okay?
Yeah, like I'm doing that.
So, yeah, for example, okay, when it comes to the plastic surgery thing, I prefer a girl with like A cups over big, giant, fake titties. Don't get me wrong. Big titties are cool too, but not if they're fake. No fake lips. I'd prefer small upper lip over like, the fake. Anyone here have lip filler? No. I don't think so. I don't detect it. Okay. No BBL. I'll take a flat bum over a big giant BBL booty. Don't get me wrong, nice butt is good, but I'd prefer no butt over the BBL. I'd rather a little belly fat than lipo belly. I don't know, give me a little chubby belly over lipo belly. You know what I mean? Have you seen that? It looks weird. Okay, it looks dehydrated. Okay, and certainly no labiaplasty. Can't be that. We had a girl last show. She had a labiaplasty. She was on the show. Oh, well, I'll get into it.
Horizon donated $100. Brian, have you ever French kissed a walrus?
A walrus, son? Huh? Oh, what is this like?
Big lips. The walrus.
I don't get it.
Has big lips.
Like, are you going down on?
Yes, he's asking if you've kissed a vagina
yes.
with big lips.
Well, here's where I'm going to lose all the women at the table. I don't do that.
Don't do that.
Wow.
You seem shocked, but I don't do that. Now, I believe if I want my girl to come before me, I want her to come. I like to please women. You could use hands, you could use toys, you can use the penis if it's possible. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do. Okay, no, that's
Why?
a Meatloaf song. Never mind. What?
Why?
I got neck issues. I don't know if you saw me icing. My neck hurts.
That is such a
Don't get me
bad
wrong. I'm a fan. I like pussy. Big fan of
That's
pussy.
a pussy
Not grossed out
answer.
by pussy.
Apollo
Just don't like doing
Shinoda
it.
donated $100.
I don't get it. I get it.
Ask
You get
people
it? I
in
get
certain
that.
cities like me to sponsor you, and I guarantee you will find the incentives to make it happen, as long as Madison accompanies you with the helmet. The convos will be great.
Yo, Madison. So if you down to come to Hawaii? If we do a Hawaii show?
It's compensated.
Well, yeah, of course. We're going to take care of it. Okay, all right. Where was I? Jesus Christ. Wait, the labiaplasty. Yeah, we had a girl on last show. She had a labiaplasty, and she showed me after the show because she does porn. She showed me the photos afterwards, before and after. It was one of the most deeply depressing things I've ever seen. Yeah, it was very, it was upsetting.
Did she say if it hurt? Did it hurt? Was she under? Did she get put under?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she did. So, yeah, it is unfortunate though that women get shamed if they have a large labia. It's unfortunate.
Bringing back the
Has any woman here been shamed for their labia? Anybody? Anyone been labia shamed?
What is that, please?
it's like the you know, it's like
Your labia are the lips
labia,
of your vagina.
the pussy lips,
Wizard sleeve.
the wizards. I just think it's unfortunate, you know, that women get shaved. And
Curtains.
beef. I've heard very derogatory terms like beef curtains. Well, you like women, right? Are you also? Who's also? There's someone else who's bi here.
Those two.
Do you have a preference when it comes to the labia?
No, I don't think so.
You don't get
No.
any outie. It's all good.
It's
Okay.
all good.
Don't get me wrong. Innies are nice too, but
Do you have a preference?
oh yeah, the bigger the better. Don't get me wrong. Innies are great. Don't get me wrong. I don't discriminate, but I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the outies.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100.
Oh God. Okay.
Brian doesn't do that because he is afraid of death by eating a bad clam. Respect his boundaries.
Yeah, please respect my boundaries. Rude.
Can I ask you a question then?
Go ahead.
So, how do you feel about a woman refusing to, you know, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Would I prefer if she S'd the D?
Yeah.
I would prefer if she S'd D.
Okay.
But now, here's the thing though. If it's like retributive, like, oh, you don't do that, so then even though I normally be sucking dick, I'm not going to do it because you don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's like a little bit,
Petty.
I kind of get, but like for me, it's not like, but truthfully, I haven't really encountered that.
Do you have to tell
in,
women
like,
that
my-
before
do you
you
mean
get
tell?
with them? Like, I'd be so disappointed if I like was with you and then we finally got to that stage where
Here's
we're
the
in
thing.
bed and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not going to do that. How do you tell them that?
Here's the thing, right? I feel like women just detect it from me. They just know. They look at me and they're like, he's not a munch. he doesn't eat pussy. They just know. They look
Look
they
at
look
those
at him.
thin little
He's like,
lips.
they're like, God, he's so white. There's no way he eats pussy.
This is a nice Spice song ready to happen.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you saw me, right? You met me. We've been talking at the table. You had a hint, a suspicion. You were like, I saw you looking at me deep in the eyes, and you're like, I could tell from how you looked. You're like, before I even said anything, I knew that you knew that I don't eat pussy, right?
I mean,
Be
now that I
honest.
think about it, yeah.
You had this like sixth sense. I feel like women have this sixth sense, right? You know, like, that motherfucker doesn't eat pussy. You know what I mean?
I didn't even know that was a thing, honestly. I thought all guys ate pussy. Like, you blow my mind. I was
all
just like,
guys?
what?
Wait, Jake, do you eat pussy, Jake?
It's
Yes,
something
it
that I wouldn't do unless it was a special person.
Okay.
Okay.
Wasn't expecting that.
But look, I want to make my girl come. Don't get me wrong. Toys, hands, let's make it. I want her to come first, preferably multiple times if possible.
See, I feel like that's a really good like alternative that you do. Like
Yeah.
that's really nice.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Aw.
it's, yeah, I mean, look,
He's a
it's,
charitable guy.
I'm a nice guy. What can I say? I'm a nice guy. But, you know, it's, well, even if you look at it from, because there's some guys who like just don't give a fuck, like they don't really care. But even if your motivation is purely selfish, one, if you can make the girl come, she's just going to be more immersed in the sex to begin with, or anyways, she's going to get turned on more. She's going to be more wet. So even if you're purely, and I'm not necessarily saying that for me, but even if your intentions are purely selfish, you're going to have a better time if she comes, I think anyways. So, word. Okay, so what else? No, prefer minimal or no makeup. No scents or perfumes. Let's see. Oh, I already mentioned the plastic surgery thing. Yep, talked about that. Let's see. Plastic surgery. I do like to build my partner up. So if my girlfriend came to me and asked my opinion if she should get plastic surgery, I would do everything in my power to make her feel beautiful as she is and tell her I like her just as she is and steer her away from making what I view is the wrong decision. If she's got small boobs, I like her small boobs, like your butt, like your belly, like your face. I mean, obviously, look, take care of yourself. Don't like just, you know, whatever. But don't get a labiaplasty, whatever. I said the thing about makeup. She has to have good hand and arm endurance. Very important. Like, so no, not like for weird, relax guys, not for sexual things. Like, I like a girl who can like scratch and massage my back for like hours on end. That's always good. Preferably she's done at least 3 years of cello or violin. That's cool. Let's see. I don't know if this counts, but women with nice voices. And there's different kinds of voices that can be nice, but I think women with like more soft, pleasant voices, very good. Should I say this one? Are you reading these? Where's all the women who are premature ejaculators? That's what I want to know. Like, where's the women who like come immediately? Any ladies here at the table?
Our bodies don't work that way.
No, there are some women who are so insanely orgasmic, and I've only encountered this like 3 times, who literally within 10 seconds, from intercourse, come, and then they can come 10 seconds later. 10 seconds later. Have you had that, Jake? Have you had the magical unicorns?
Yeah, sometimes it takes a while to get the first one, but then
yes,
after that,
but
just,
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Has it coincided with squirting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Normally
interesting.
does.
Yeah. It's rare though. So, where's all the ladies who are? It's not. It wouldn't even be premature. It's not premature. It's
Right on time.
perfect. It's perfectly timed. The sooner the better, right? Is that? Could you like? Could a girl come too quick? I don't think that's possible.
Sometimes, if it's too often, sometimes, and it's a bit annoying because it just constantly stops the flow. But
sometimes they can keep going though.
Yeah, but it's just
some
stop,
girls
go, stop,
okay.
go,
All right,
stop,
okay.
go. It's a bit annoying.
Yeah. Let's see. Geez. Okay. Personality. I'm sorry, guys. I'm rambling. I know. Okay. Last few. Personality. Moderate preference for introverted women. I like quiet, calm, soft-spoken, slightly endearingly awkward, a little bit shy, a little bit nerdy. And also, I'd say once like a shy or introverted person gets comfortable around you, I actually think their personalities tend to really blossom. So modesty is huge. I don't like big egos, vanity, divas, not a fan. Brings me peace, doesn't quarrel, doesn't party, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs, doesn't go to bars or clubs, because I don't do any of that shit. Low body count's good. Undivided romantic and sexual attention, the earlier the better. So like I want a girl who's like dating other dudes and like I'm one of her various options and she's a fence sitter. Like I want a girl who's just so immediately she's just gives me her undivided romantic and sexual attention, has a praise kink. A girl who helps me in my mission, a girl who's attentive, and that's it. I don't think I'm that picky though. I think that's all that stuff's pretty. Oh, yes, let's do I have a woman who, let's show the bow video. Boom! Look at the bow, huge. Okay, and then, there's other stuff. I wonder if there's a way to, okay, boom, shirt. Okay, yep. Look at this. This is perfect. Look at this. The attentive, stir my noodles. I don't drink soda, get that out of here. Okay, boom, watch, boom, done. I can do that. I don't need that. Wait for it again, though. That's good. It's good. One more time. Wait, play it again, Nick. We need the bow. Boom. Huge. Would you guys be down to bow for a guy? Would you be down?
Submissive.
Would you be down to bow? Can I see your bow?
See my bow?
I would very much like to see your bow. Oh, she's.
I'll try a bow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We're getting somewhere with you.
I will pay I'll pay for the first date if she does a good bow.
Okay. Is there like hand?
Yeah, it's double.
Well, the hand?
Do I really want to like copy?
Hand on.
I think it's a little lower. The hands are a little lower.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see the bow.
Okay.
That was good. It was a solid bow. Does anyone else want to try
maybe a
bow?
little bit slower next time? Just.
I think it could have been a little slower, but
That's good.
okay, that was good. Thank you. Kayla, do you want to do a bow? Should we?
Sure.
Oh, Kayla's doing the bow. Okay.
Oh, I'm stuck.
All right.
Look excited that we're home.
Let's see it.
Pretty
There was a
good.
bit too much hip
You were a
movement.
little bit. I felt you were a little bit
Okay.
wooden.
It was good though. It was good. I'm impressed by the bow.
Good hips.
You guys will make your future boyfriend or current
Partner.
boyfriend.
When he gets back from
Can you do me a
51.
favor? Will you, just as an experiment, just like, do you think he's watching this episode, your boyfriend?
I don't think so.
I want you, he's probably going to be like, what, is she okay? Next time you see him in person, because he's gone, right? Just like as soon as he gets through the door, just like bust out a bow. Can you do it? I can do
Yeah.
it. Sweet. Good. I think that's it for me. Oh, peace is really important. You don't want to date somebody who's quarrelsome. That's huge.
God, no.
Protect your peace at all costs. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Is there anything else? I think we've hit everything, right? Right, Kayla?
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, does anyone have a final thought? Before we wrap up, anything dating related you'd like to get off your chest before we wrap up? Otherwise, we will.
Drake, if I saw you at a club, I'd approach you.
Her DMs are open. I could get you. Never mind. Linked with someone he knew in high school. Okay.
I want to say something. A girl can be a provider also, and also she can be a mother, a good mother. She can be both together.
No one said you couldn't.
She can be both together, and the feminist thing I'm gonna say, girls, just come out and do it. Like, nothing gonna happen by sitting in the house. You have to stand up for yourself. So just instead of yelling like feminism, we want this, just come out, get educated, get the job, do whatever you want to do.
I mean, no one said that they couldn't be a provider. My mum was a provider and also like a...
Why are you taking it so personally?
I'm not taking it personally.
I just said it a thought, like a woman can be a provider.
It's a
and
conversation in a podcast. You're going to say something, then I'm going to say something, then you're going to say something.
By the way, I do want to say, Jake here, the reality is this entire show, Jake's been playing devil's advocate. He's actually a bleeding heart liberal, and
Feminist.
he's just a plant here to trigger all of you. He's hardcore liberal, very liberal guy. So please don't be offended by all the toxic masculinity he's displayed and the misogyny that because he's really deep down, he's super liberal guy.
It was a prank.
It was just a prank, bro.
Ta-da.
Was the wedding ring real? Was that still a real thing?
What's that?
Was the wedding ring thing a real thing?
That was legit. Her
That was here. He
not
really
really quasi boyfriend.
You guys
He really
totally
did
fell
call
for
you
it.
and ask you to
Yeah, he set that shit. Where are you still in the chat? Send the chat.
Did he really? I thought
Yeah.
you just made it up.
I was gonna say, is that real?
I don't know.
It's super
Wait, you're
real.
actually liberal?
Yeah, you guys fell for it all. I'm I'm a raging feminist.
Holy.
No, he's not.
You're lot. No, you're.
I did three years of acting school, and now it's paying off.
Now you're.
all of it.
Wait. But so like,
You didn't believe it?
Do you feel better now knowing that?
I don't know if I'm getting duped right now. I don't know what's real. Like, what's real right now?
No. Like,
You're actually a feminist?
yeah.
Oh my god!
High five. Girl power.
We have I beat my Wi-Fi. Whoa. Question for the ladies. Do you consider yourself a wife material?
Yes.
Kayla?
Yes.
Her bow was good. I think that checks out. What about you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're all wife material.
Very
They're all
wife material.
beautiful and wonderful.
I think I'd be wife material.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Where's my billionaire
Can you play
princess? No.
cello? You're not wife.
But I can play piano at a 2-week skill level.
Not cello.
Not
For
cello,
years.
no. Unfortunately not. I think there's one more thing Jake really wanted to go in on. If you guys are cool going for another 5 or 10 minutes, okay. He wants to revert to his devil's advocate position. So
Now
a couple
you can't
of
believe
you
my cover
said
now, though.
shit, fuck, my bad. A couple of you said you were, a big feminist, right? So those of you who consider yourself feminists, do you guys think that women are oppressed in modern day here in the US? Starting with Kayla going around.
I didn't say I was feminist.
Oh, okay.
So
Let me get back to you. Let me think.
Okay. Sure.
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you think women are oppressed in the United States?
Oppressed?
Oppressed.
I
Compared
wouldn't
to
know the
other
meaning of the
countries?
word
No.
actually.
Oppression. Here, I'll Google it.
Sorry about
I'm
my
Googling. It's okay.
I would say in certain parts of the United States.
Certain
We're talking
parts.
about the U.S. as a country?
Yeah.
Yeah. In certain parts of the United States, yes. In certain parts, no. And I think in a lot of countries, yes.
Okay. Katie, K-Dog, what about you?
What does it mean?
How's about what?
What does it mean?
Oh, oppression, prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control, the state of being subject to unjust treatment or control.
A little bit. I mean, it's from banishing witches to still going on. Yeah, I guess.
Hold on, let me ask a different question.
Okay.
Is there a patriarchy?
Is there a patriarchy?
Yes.
Yes.
In the United States.
Yes.
Okay, going around, everybody.
Look at our government.
The government? Kamala Harris. Wait, okay. What? Kayla, going around the table like this. Do we live in the patriarchy? Scoot the mic closer. There you go. Good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kayla. Do we live in a patriarchy? And then I have a follow-up question for you. What are your thoughts on collateralized debt obligations?
Jeez. Collateral debt.
What's your thesis on collateralized debt obligations?
Does that mean you're in debt and it's collateral because... I've never heard that. I don't know. Does anyone...
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
Can someone tell me what that is? Because now I'm curious.
Sorry, you just have to be in the know on that sort of thing. Yeah.
Then awesome.
Okay.
I'll look it up.
I
wish I was.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so this is okay. Do you think we? I'm derailing. Do you think we live in the patriarchy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
I said yes.
I said yes.
I think yes.
I'm kind of confused in the middle, honestly.
Okay. Under patriarchy, are women oppressed? Kayla.
I haven't felt it personally. I completely felt like freedom of speech and everything I say is pretty much heard. I haven't like signed up for a very dangerous job where I would, obviously if I did, I'd get paid what the men were, I'd feel like. No, I don't feel oppressed.
Okay.
Not all women, but many, yes.
Yes, our energy is oppressed. Divine feminine energy is oppressed.
Not all women, but some women, yes. Especially in the in male-dominated industries.
Oh, okay. I see.
I think the majority of women are not.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I lost my train of thought. What was the question?
Are women oppressed?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I don't believe.
Okay. So, well, if women are oppressed, how? And so all of you here are women. How are you oppressed?
I think just me by the topic. I just feel oppressed by the topic, like
the topic's
not knowing like where I'm
oppressive.
supposed to like stand in the middle of it. Hasn't hit me too personally.
Okay.
That made sense. So you feel like the topic itself, like you feel like you don't know whether you want to be on either side.
The topic makes me feel oppressed.
You are being oppressed right now by the whatever podcast.
No, the societal conversation.
Like
she doesn't
saying
feel
like
oppressed.
women are
She feels like she
oppressed
should be
makes
oppressed.
me like, oh.
Okay, I see. What about you?
Luckily, I personally do not feel oppressed,
Okay.
but I also feel like I'm really good at going after what I want and putting myself out there.
Okay.
I need the definition again. I'm getting between the oppressed and repressed.
Prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. The state of being subject to unjust treatment or control.
Yeah.
Like your rights are being taken away.
It's like more subtle, but yes. I mean, I don't think like right out they're taking away our rights. I think it's more in things that are like birth control and stuff like that is controlling us in other ways, that is repressing our pussy powers.
Are you in favor of birth control or against birth control?
I'm not saying I'm either.
Oh.
I'm just saying that it has effects on the woman's body that oppresses our natural
Okay, I see what you're
integrity.
saying. What about you?
Personally, I feel very lucky to be in California. If we're talking about like Roe v. Wade, like some women don't have the option for abortion. Also, being born in America, my mom is an immigrant mother from Iran. She grew up here there till she was 25 and immigrated here. Like the level of oppression over there for women is absolutely insane. They couldn't even show their hair down for many years of my mother's life. Like personally, I feel no oppression, and I'm so thankful for it. But oppression does exist.
Sure.
I agree 100% with what Lily said.
Yeah, I don't personally feel oppressed, but I do think in the world there's still a lot of...
Yeah, and I'm talking more like the United States or Western countries.
Yeah, I don't feel it in California since I'm living here. It's
Okay.
equal.
Okay.
I think California does play a big part in me not feeling oppressed. Like if I grew up in a state, in a different state, for example, Roe v. Wade was more proactive and like was more effective. Like I would personally feel oppressed by not having the option to get an abortion.
Okay.
Do you feel like California is a well-run state?
Absolutely.
Do you feel like Gavin Newsom's doing a good job?
I don't really want to get into politics. That's a whole different.
I
That's
wouldn't
a
either if I
whole.
were you.
That's a whole. Yeah. That's a whole different. Yeah, we would talk about this for hours, but I have
Round two.
opinions.
We can always do round 2 on that if you guys are down to come back sometime. Okay. One really thing related to her thing. You mentioned birth control. Just curious, who here is on birth control? Just you? No. Okay.
Not currently.
Ever been on birth control? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so going back to the patriarchy thing, what is the patriarchy? I'm confused.
Me too.
I don't know what that is. What is it?
I feel like it's just more like a male-dominated industry, and it's the suppression of women and putting male on top. It's like kind of this emphasis that a man can do a better job than a woman can and is doing a better job. That's my personal definition of patriarchy, and it might not be the actual definition, but that's how I view it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with her. I want to add to that. I feel like men are more respected immediately than women, and we almost have to earn that respect when men are almost given it. And yeah, it's just they're seen as superior in this world, basically. So yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
And sorry to drag this on, but
It's all good.
do you guys think that the male race is superior to the women race? Just a question. There's no judgment in it, because I've had conversations with men about this before, so I just want to know your opinion.
Depends what you're talking about.
I don't think so.
Are you talking
I don't
about
think so.
superior in certain ways, or are you talking about like superior in value?
I'm talking
I
about
don't
overall.
think so.
Like if you had to combine all the overarching values in general, would you say, is there a superior race? Is there an equal, or is there one
Do you mean
inferior?
you mean
No,
gender?
I mean
Generalized.
Oh, wait,
men and-
superior.
men and women
Or
are
not race. I mean
Gender.
gender.
Sex.
Yes.
obviously we're different, but we're equal in value though. Our lives
Yes,
are
equal in
valued
value.
at the same.
Equal in value, but
we both have
I think we're
equally
different.
valuable roles.
I think we're different.
Yeah, but we're very.
I don't think
different.
there's a supremacy. Like I don't think there's a men who's superior. I just think we're different.
I think it's kind of silly whenever
Equal
someone
value.
says it, because we need each other just as much. Like I need a woman just as much as a woman needs a man. If you want to do what you're here to do, which is to procreate, you need each other, and there's an order to the world that we both have roles in. So we're superior at different things though, but you guys are also superior at different things.
Yeah, I definitely think there's women that are, in various ways, women are superior to men in certain things, and perhaps men are superior to women in other things, in other realms. I'd like to flip the question back to you, though. Do you think that women are superior to men?
No.
Ladies, it's okay if you do. Not really, but it's okay if you do, I guess. It's okay if you say it.
I think I used
won't
to,
be
but
offended.
not anymore.
Okay. Okay.
What do you love about men, can I ask? And just specifically about men.
Do you like men?
I'm actually interested to know this,
I
the
wanna
answer
say
to
about
it.
it.
Go for it.
Like they don't have to say, they don't do it, but they know that they are responsible. They don't have to like, I don't know how to explain it. They know what to do. But for a girl, like someone has to bring up in their head, like they are responsible. That comes in.
So
I
you're
don't
saying
know.
men are better at making serious decisions?
Yeah, I would say for sure. They are more responsible. Like, I would say that. That's inbuilt in them, I would say, kind of thing. That's kind of attractive, and Let's make them man for me.
What do you think?
That's a hard one. Can we
What
go
do you
back?
love about men?
I guess. I don't know.
Next
I'm
one.
blinking.
What do you think? What do you love about men?
I think for the good men that they are natural protectors.
Yeah.
I like how passionate they are. They have a lot of hobbies. You know, they like a lot of things: sports, cars, guns. Like, even though I don't identify with those passions, I think a lot of guys have a lot of passion for a lot of things, and it's pretty cool to see that.
To caretake, and I forgot what the other one was.
I think men are really blunt. It's a good time. They don't have as much of a facade on a lot of the time, so it's just like you can, have a good time with them, lighthearted.
I like the way that a man can make me feel. Like, one, I always feel like safe. I have like less worries, not really like paying attention to like the small stuff that I would if I was by myself. And I don't know, some guys are just really nice and they don't play dumb, and I just feel like they're more like genuine and raw with like their actions. And yes, some girls too, but the guys I've met have been very lucky.
Very cool.
I have one last question, and then we will wrap up here. Unless you guys want to keep going, we can. But
No. It looks like you can't sit or
it's been sitting for too long. My back's hurting. Okay.
Stretch.
So hungry.
Do you need men? Does society need men?
Oh yeah.
Like remove like reproduction from it. Do you think we need men?
Things will get done faster and easier. Like, you get a group of men versus a group of women to do something like build, protect, fight, create.
Yeah, I definitely think society needs men. I don't think that every woman needs a man as a caretaker in her life. Not every woman, but I do think society 100% needs men.
Men need women, because I think in like, you're a Christian, didn't like women come from man, or was it the other way around?
Woman was created from the rib of Adam.
So
Eve
you
was
need
created.
us.
She was created actually as a
you.
helper for Adam.
In my opinion, men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and we're both here on this earth for a reason.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
What she said.
It's a great book, too.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to think. Well, we're going to wrap up. Really, last chance. Anyone final closing statement from anybody before I wrap up here? 3, 2, 1.
No,
Actually,
I
do
stand
want to
by.
add some
Thanks.
things.
Okay, last
It's
thing.
like an old conversation, but yeah, I think that men, even though they may be providing and the woman may be at home, I still think it's their responsibility to raise the child and be involved. There still has to be emotional support from the father. And there should be engagement as well. It's not just all on the mother.
Do you want a response from that? Was that directed at what we were talking about before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's a mischaracterization from both of you. That when you look at what I say.
Mem0 Rifome donated $100. The patriarchy favors women and protects them. The patriarchy must remain strong and true. It is in fact a double-edged sword for men. Power in exchange for plenty disadvantages. We need each other.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, you said before that you didn't want a response when you said it, that you think that women should be providers and mothers. I think that it's
That's what I
doable.
was saying.
Yeah, women can be providers as well. You can be.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. And what was your statement again? That the men need to be there for the children? Yeah. So no one ever said that women can't be providers and that men shouldn't be there for their children. But I was talking about in my ideal standards. It would be the man who's the provider, and the mother would take the primary role with the children. So.
What you want to say is like taking care of a kid is supposed to be equal.
No.
As long that's what she's trying to say, and that.
Are you saying like 50-50 in terms of they should spend the same amount of time with the child when it's young?
Not the same amount of time, but they should definitely spend time with the child. Just because they work doesn't mean they don't got to
Equal
engage
or
with
not
their
equal?
child. There should be responsibility on their side. It
But I'm
shouldn't
not
all
saying
fall on the woman.
equal or not equal. That's what I'm saying.
Equal.
So you think it should be 50-50? The man should take care of the child and just as much as the mother, and
Or
should spend just as much
50-30.
time. Do you think that the child needs the mother more in that time or the father more?
I think they may need the mother more, but that doesn't mean they don't need the father as well.
I didn't say that they don't need the father as well. I don't think so. Do they need the mother more in that time when they're young, when they're breastfeeding?
Yeah, we could say they need the mother more.
So that's what I'm saying. That the mother should probably take that primary role. But I'm not saying
fair.
that men shouldn't have a role.
That
But I
they
say that the
shouldn't-
primary role of a man would be to provide for the family, to go to work, do the hours that you need to do, and make sure that the mother doesn't have anything to worry about financially, and that she's got a roof over her head. She's got things are all sorted. The dad's role is to make sure everything's sorted so that she can do her best role to raise the kids. That's what I think. But I don't think that he shouldn't have any involvement.
Okay, got
So
it.
yeah,
That's
and also I don't think that the mother can't work. She can work if she really desires to.
For sure, she can.
Your opinions on that will probably change when you have kids, but yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, last hot take here. This is for the feminists, and I'm going to wrap up the show. Directed towards the feminists. Related to our patriarchy and feminism and oppression talk. Hot take. Men have been more oppressed than women. Agree or disagree?
In some sense, agree. In some sense, disagree.
In totality.
Are we talking about in history as well? All throughout history, or
historically and currently.
And currently.
And currently.
Ooh.
No.
Disagree?
Historically, definitely not.
Definitely not. Okay. Anybody? V? Agree?
Totally
disagree?
agree.
I'm still analyzing what the
Okay.
question
What about
is.
you? Thoughts? You're a feminist?
Disagree.
Into the mic if you can.
I disagree.
Disagree?
Say, wait, men have been more oppressed than women?
Men have been more oppressed than women, both historically and in current time, modern time.
I think I disagree.
Disagree? Katie?
I disagree historically, but I definitely see it becoming an issue currently.
Currently, okay.
Yeah.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Women care of infants and the household, men raised children and mold children into grown men and women. All studies point to children raised by men do better than children raised by mothers alone.
Yo, she said, did you hear what she said? She said this guy has too much money.
If you ever feel like you want to share money, I'll drop my Venmo in the bio.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Just send it my way.
So thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports. Appreciate it. What was your answer to my thing?
I agree with Katie.
Kayla, your thoughts?
I feel like historically they had harsher duties and less freedom. They just kind of were given like hard things to do.
Mhm.
One of them being protecting women, which is harder
Sure.
to do back then because
Okay.
we were taken advantage of. I don't know about now. I really haven't heard a man like complain about much. But I
Okay.
also deal with tough
Yeah.
men.
So, I mean, I could approach the argument from quite a few ways. I won't linger too long on this. A few minutes, then I promise we'll wrap up. So, again, there's a lot of different ways that I can make this argument, but I'll just use what I consider to be my ultimate one. So, and this is for both modern day and throughout human history. So, if we look at gender-specific grievances and oppression, if I were to look at the worst woman-specific gender grievance and compare it to the worst male-specific gender grievance, just comparatively, and I'll name it in a sec, I think the male one is orders of magnitude worse than the female one. Now, if I were to even collectively take all of women's collective grievances and compare it to this one grievance that men have experienced throughout all of human history, I would argue that that sole grievance that men have nearly exclusively experienced outweighs in orders of magnitude more than all of women's collective grievances, and that is warfare. Now, you have forced military conscription, which adds even another layer. So not only was there just soldiers who volunteered to be soldiers, but you also had men who did not want to go to war, who were forced into war, and who came back either maimed, injured, severe mental injury, or just outright dead. So that sole male-specific grievance, I believe, outweighs all of women's collective grievances. Let's look at World War I. Let's look at World War II. World War I, casualties were tens of millions. World War II, casualties of war, tens of millions. These casualties, injuries and deaths, were almost exclusively inflicted upon men, the vast majority of which were not volunteer soldiers. They were conscripted into the army. The suffering that men, not just the death, not just the injury, but the actual suffering that men have experienced in the midst of warfare. Take example, trench warfare, trench foot, chemical weapons. These men lose their hearing, tinnitus from the constant barrage of shells. It occurs to me that is a far greater level of suffering than has been experienced by women.
Including losing your child and the word that I'm not allowed to say on here.
I'd like to counter with sex trafficking, the warfare of sex trafficking.
So, okay, well, let me ask you a question. Okay, we'll have to use, we'll do SA.
When that's our
Would you rather be murdered or SA'd?
Murdered.
Okay, I mean, okay, that's fine.
Would you rather be murdered or lose your child?
I enjoy what?
Would you rather you yourself die or your child?
I would rather be. I would rather
be. It's two people's
be.
child, though. It's a man's child as well.
But in your point of saying that the mother's sole purpose is to be a mother and nurture, and so we are that much more connected with that child. So we are going to grieve the loss of the child that we are that much more connected to than a man.
I think it's probably fair to say that a mother would maybe grieve just as much, but also it's a man's child. He's losing a child.
So just to be clear, so your argument is that, let's just say, throughout all of human history, the sex trafficking that has occurred to women is worse than the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of primarily male deaths that have occurred throughout all of human history?
Yes, because of patriarchy.
Because of
the war is part of that.
But
the war is part of patriarchy. Sexual assault is not part of patriarchy.
How many men do you think decide?
So if you're mad at that, be mad at
How many men do you think decide if we go to war or not? Like,
how many women get decided if they're going to be SA'd or not?
I'm not sure I'm following the logic.
None of the women that get sexually assaulted
I'm not following the logic on that at all.
Does anyone else follow that logic?
No, but your argument was, when I said, here's all the men that suffer because of warfare, you said, well, who is inflicting that upon men? And so your argument is, but other men, which to some degree is victim blaming.
I don't think that. I think you totally just twisted my words. I don't think that's at all what I just said.
If say 100 men send 20 million men to war, so that those 100 men happen to have a penis, that doesn't diminish the fact that all those men that went to war were to some degree engaged, or that they were in the midst of suffering. Perhaps they were forced to war.
I think what she's trying to say is that the patriarchy is run by men, and that patriarchy is what sent these men to war. And I think her argument is that like these women that are sold into sex trafficking, these women around the world that are forced into marriage at 13, 14 years old, like,
which I think is horrible. Don't get me wrong. I think SA and any sort of trafficking is a terrible thing. But if we're having an intellectual conversation about, like, quantifiably what is a bigger suffering, I mean, you're going to tell me that tens of millions of men, maybe it's hundreds of millions of men who have died in warfare, is comparable to, I don't know what the numbers are, but it's less than how many men have been to war and who have been casualties of war.
I don't think.
Wait, and I do want to address, somebody made the point of, well, it's men sending other men to war. Actually, if you look at queens, you look at monarchies, they did studies, and they actually found that queens were just as likely or more likely to go to war than kings. So this whole trope of, well, it's men sending men to war, actually queens were just as prepared to send men to war. So the whole argument of, well, it's men doing it to other men kind of falls flat in that regard. I'm sure if there's I am pretty sure if women occupied all positions of government in every single country, I'm pretty sure they're still going to be sending men to war. You don't think so?
Actually, in other countries, they send both men and women.
Like where?
Like in Israel.
Okay, that's one singular country.
There's other countries.
What percentage of countries? What percentage of countries have only male conscription?
I don't know that number.
I think you'd also look at the casualties in Israel as well, and you'd see that the vast majority of them were men who are going on to the front lines, and women are doing other roles.
That goes on to my other point, that I don't know if the comparison of oppression could be quantifiable by the amount of deaths, just because if we look at historically, the oppression for women starts a lot earlier on. Historically, like, women weren't taught to read, girls weren't allowed to go to school.
Most people weren't. The vast majority of the world was illiterate.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
like there was upwards of 90% of people who worked in agriculture.
Started going to school.
Like most peasants, regardless of your gender, were like extremely poor, did not get an education.
Even the wealthy, the only kids that they sent to school were the sons.
Could there be a biological basis for that?
But you're talking about...
Okay, if there's a societal expectation that like women are gonna get pregnant and they have to have kids and that would take them out of the workforce, and your family only has the funds to send one of the son or the daughter. This is before birth control, this is before sanitation, this is before women had access to like even tampon, like
so I think
the world looked like totally different. And if you had limited resources, and granted, I'm in favor of the current social order where women are allowed to go into the workforce. I'm in favor of it. However, in the previous social order, if you only had the resources to send one of your children into the workforce, let me just add one thing. Also, medicine was dog shit. If you're a woman and you gave birth, your chance of dying during giving birth was much higher back then than it was now. And if the expectation on women was to go and have children and have kids, wouldn't it make sense to invest those resources into someone who didn't have, which we fixed now, we have modern medicine in hospitals. Wouldn't it make sense to invest those resources and that education into a man who doesn't have the risk of death because of pregnancy?
Economical factors might still be a thing, but at the end of the day, that's oppression. Not allowing women to go to school is the definition of oppression, whether there are these economic factors, whether there's an expectation that there's such a high level probability that a woman would die at childbirth. These things might contribute to the way society was run. There are reasons for this oppression. It didn't come out of nowhere. Economic factors were a cause, everything that you stated. That's not incorrect, but that does contribute to this history of oppression. So
because now you mentioned education and women who didn't have access to education, that was oppression. Are men currently oppressed because less men go to university? If the differential is 60% of degrees are being awarded to women versus 40% of men, is that evidence of sexism and men being oppressed?
I think that would require a lot more research. Maybe research has been done on the deciding factors of why those students were admitted and why those percentages, because equality doesn't necessarily mean that we would see 50-50 numbers. I'm not sure if a university is looking at two identical applications and they choose to choose a female over a male.
It's affirmative action. Yeah.
So. And
this happens all throughout the workforce as well. People want to hire women over men. They always get preferential treatment. They're undoubtedly looked at more favorably in applications. Would you disagree?
If those are the facts, I haven't seen research studies on that, then.
Well, okay, so let me bring it back to warfare here really quick. So currently in the United States and almost all countries in the world, only men are subject to military conscription. You might say, well, it's been a while since we have had a draft. Well, if you look at the Vietnam War, there are men that would be alive today. They could have been in this room right now. Granted, they would be in, I don't know what, in their 70s, 80s or something, rather old, but they would still be alive today had it not been for this very gendered issue of military conscription, which is something that's only inflicted upon men. And there are men who are alive today who are paraplegics, who have deformities, who have
bad
PTSD, like mental scars that you couldn't imagine, saw horrific things, various injuries, that are alive today, that are suffering. A lot of homeless people, who 80% happen to be men. A lot of homeless people are veterans. So, I mean, this is something that, and to this day, I mean, when it comes to warfare, all men in this country have to register for the selective service, something women don't have to do. And so, to me, when it comes to feminism, it occurs to me that feminism will only secure, if equality, feminism will only secure equality if said equality stands to benefit women. So feminism to me is not an equality movement, because if said equality could somehow conceivably come to the detriment of women, feminists will not fight tooth and nail for it. For example, draft equalization. Well, women should be able to get drafted. That would be equality, wouldn't it? But feminists are not fighting for that equality. You only fight for the equality that benefits you. And that's why feminism is not a true egalitarian or equality movement.
Well, I think based on the argument I'm making about sex trafficking, my feminist views are based on bodily autonomy.
Okay.
I think I have to argue for my bodily autonomy first before I can start advocating for other things that I need outside of what's going on right here. If I can't even control what's going on right here within my own body, how do you expect me to fight for something beyond that?
Right, and the bodily autonomy argument is perfectly applied to the forced military conscription argument, and I would actually add another layer to it. First off, abortion is not outright banned, and I'm assuming you're talking about abortion, correct?
Well, I was going to talk about consent and sex or anything like that.
Well, that's not something that's. I mean, I'm thinking of something that's legislated by the government.
Yeah, we can talk about abortion.
But depending on your state, you can, as a woman, you can still get an abortion in this country. There are certain states where Roe v. Wade pushed it back down to the states. But I mean, I think men have a far greater bodily autonomy argument to be made when it comes, again, to forced military conscription. Every single male in this country, by law, is required to register for the selective service, and every male in this country, depending on their age, is potentially subject to being forced to go and fight and to go and die. And no offense to you, but I would argue that's a bigger bodily autonomy concern than abortion.
Are you with or against military, or do you have an opinion on that, State?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think you can get rid of the draft. So I think we should equalize the draft. I think women should be subject to military conscription, because there's
what about,
you can't.
Lessening the war, though?
What's that?
What about lessening the need for war? Instead of being just let's have equal, where do you stand on?
I mean,
yes, war is bad. War's bad, but if you can never get rid of the draft, because there's conceivably some scenario where you would need a draft. So it's never going to go away. I don't care. We should just remove this concept that we can never abolish the draft. What feminists need to start doing is fighting for women to be subject to military conscription. To add on to that, you might think, well, there's not going to be a draft, blah, blah, blah. If men don't register for selective service, it's a felony. They face a $250,000 fine. If you don't register, you could face certain penalties, like you won't be eligible for certain federal benefits. You can't get certain federal jobs. You can't get student loans. There's a few others that aren't coming to me immediately. But again, if we're going to have a bodily autonomy discussion, we absolutely need to consider the lack of men's bodily autonomy, and every single one. We're in California. Women have bodily autonomy in California. I don't know how many 18-year-old men there are. Well, you guys go to UCSB, there's about 20,000 students at UCSB. 10,000 of those are probably around your age cohort, so from 18 to 21. They've all had to register for the selective service if they want to vote. That's another thing I forgot. So that's certainly a lot of men locally who who don't really have bodily autonomy. But I don't see feminists really fighting for any equalization of that.
I feel like feminists are fighting for equal rights and focusing on getting females to where men are. And so one day, maybe in the future, but we have to get there. That's like far in the future. I see where you're coming from. Your point is 100% valid. But I think there's just issues that we're working on right now. And maybe one day in the future, once we've achieved these issues, then this bigger issue can be talked about.
You think in the future women or feminists are going to start advocating, like they'll be in the streets with pussy hats saying, we want to get drafted too. We want to get shell shocked.
Well,
we want to get trench foot.
You guys are bringing up two contradictory opinions when you say you want women to stay at home and nurture and raise the kids.
I didn't say that.
Well, prior to this debate, yeah, not right now. I'm talking about earlier in this conversation. You guys had such strong ideals about how a woman needs to be the nurturer for the child.
I didn't say that. I just said I don't. I just said I don't think a woman's career makes her more physically makes her more attractive as a potential mate.
Jake said that,
I didn't say that they have to.
No, but
I said that's my preference.
Exactly.
You'd want to protect them to stay at home.
If that is my preference, and if they do take that role upon themselves, then I would be willing to go to war.
And think about historically,
we're
talking about World War I, that's 1918. Back in that day, people were having kids at 18, 19, 20, okay? These women, many men had the same exact values like you did, so it made sense for the men to be drafted.
There's a lot of base guys out there.
Exactly, there's a lot of guys like you. They think about this. It makes sense for the guys to go out in war if a man has this opinion that the woman should stay at home, nurture the kid, raise the kid, so that way he has something to come home to when he's back.
But then again, I'm saying that I'd be happy to do that and to have that gender inequality if that was the case and if my wife was staying at home. Okay. But you guys are saying that you don't want to play your role in the gender equality spectrum if we're talking about traditional gender roles, but you want us to play our role.
Well, we're talking about warfare. If it's warfare, it's a different story because I think my opinion on the matter would change based on circumstance. Personally, for me.
What do you mean? What circumstance?
For example, if there was a war going on and was being drafted, and let's say I had a husband, right, and I had a child, someone would need to stay at home, whether it's me or my husband. We have to make the decision who's staying at home and going to take care of the child.
That's why they say in times of warfare, people go back to their traditional
exactly.
roles.
In terms of warfare, I would revert back to my traditional. I 100% would.
So you're a feminist. You're a feminist in peacetime.
Yes.
You're a feminist.
This conversation has come full circle.
Yeah. There's no feminist.
Let's just go home.
We're gonna wrap soon. But there's no. Hold on. Stop. There's no feminist when China invades. There's no feminist when Russia invades. There's no.
You've seen that meme where someone's like a lady cleaning the dishes and it says like feminist during wartime.
Yeah, exactly. Or not traditional women during wartime. Yeah. Oh shit! There was something on that. Oh wait. No, I'm almost done. I swear.
You've said that for the past 30 minutes.
I swear. Hold on.
No, you said we'd end at 10.
Hold on. Wait. Last two things. Wait. Fuck. What was it? It was about. Okay. Sure. So, you mentioned World War II. You mentioned 1918. So in 1920.
World War I was 1918. World War II was like 1940.
Okay. World War I was 1914 to 1918. World War II was, I believe, 1939 to 1945. So in 1920, women got the right to vote. Now, and keep in mind, for the vast majority of human history, the vast majority of men didn't have the right to vote. It was a very small period of human history. I think about 100 years, maybe less than that, where more men, a gradual increase of more men having the right to vote than women. One of the primary reason why that is we were getting involved in these very almost global wars, a lot of wars. So men had forced military conscription. The way that men got the right to vote before women is because men were subject to military conscription while women were not, which in my view is a privilege. It's a female privilege to not be subject to be forced onto a battlefield and go get trench foot, go get chemical gassed, go get a shell through your fucking skull. I think it's a privilege that women got to stay home. Let me ask you a question. Let's say it's 1914, you're an 18-year-old. You're in Germany or France. Would you prefer to be an 18-year-old man or an 18-year-old woman in France or in Germany in 1914?
I think a man, actually.
You'd prefer to be a man?
I think that a lot of guys had, they felt honored to fight for their country. I think that pride is...
We liked it.
It's propaganda. It's absolute propaganda.
Okay, were you an 18-year-old? Can you relate to that? Were you under the influence of propaganda? How do you know?
Do you know how brutal World War I was? World War I was the most, up until that point, and you could actually argue in some ways, World War I was more brutal than World War II.
Oh, no, I know.
The trench warfare, these men were on the front lines for months.
Germany, Britain,
shells,
France, I know.
Constantly.
It was just...
They didn't sleep for months.
I know.
Roaring shells past you. Half of your friends all dead. You have trench foot. Your foot is literally black. You've been chemical gassed. You have chemical burns all over your body. Your ears are ringing because you've been bombarded with shells for months on end. You've lost your hearing. You haven't slept. Yeah, World War I was pretty bad. Mm-hmm. And this whole trope of military glory, that's what the propagandist wants. That's what the I don't know if patriots are the right word. That's what the propaganda wants to teach men. Yep. The reality is warfare is brutal in ways you cannot imagine. There is no glory in war. It will break men. And the horrors of war cannot be... the horrors of war just cannot be... what's the word I'm looking for?
It's ineffable. You can't say it in words. Words escape. If anybody wants to see what's going on in Ukraine at the moment, I'll send you some Telegram groups.
They tell men that there's glory in war, but the reality is when you're freezing cold in the trenches in Amiens or in the Ardennes or the Argonne forest in France, and you've been fighting Germans for fucking 9 months, and you've got chemical burns from the chemical gas, you've got trench foot, you've seen the 3/4 of your military comrades killed in action. You've got ringing tinnitus. I'm sorry, but yes, that is...
I feel personally oppressed right now.
I was gonna say, you've
Can we please go?
Yeah.
All right.
We want to go home.
No, we're not gonna talk because we are so tired.
Okay, all right.
You did a great job. Claps to the patriarchy.
Last thing on Baliatan. I swear. Hold on, I promise. Wait. Last thing. Modern day. Last thing. Wait. Hold on. Last thing. Okay. Upon birth.
Oh my God.
Whoa, hold on.
We're done.
It's literally going to take me 30 seconds. Upon birth. Literally 30 seconds. Trust me. When it comes to bodily autonomy, every single. Not, I shouldn't say every single. Most men in this country are circumcised upon birth. Let's talk about bodily autonomy. They don't have the choice. That should be something that they should be able to consent to. They don't have consent. They're infants. They have their genitals mutilated. I know you're laughing. I'm sure it's funny to you that all these boys in this country and various other countries have their genitals mutilated without their consent on birth. But let's have a conversation about bodily autonomy. Those are two ways that men don't have bodily autonomy. I'll leave it at that. I don't think you want to respond. I'm going to wrap up the show. All right, guys. Woo! Good times. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please. We don't have any chats, right, Nick?
No.
We're good. Okay, we're good on chats. Wait, you sure? Yeah, we're good. Okay, guys, last call. Hit the... What? No, that's okay. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone. You can hide that, Nick. Thank you to everyone who Super Chats, donates, and supports the show. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, thank you to the wonderful panel tonight. It was a good conversation. I'm sure I made a lot of friends there with that last 30 minutes. Thank you guys to the panel. I know we went a little late. I appreciate that, guys. 07's in the chat. Guys, we're going to be live on Thursday. Got a big guest coming Thursday. Be sure to tune in Thursday. We're doing 2 shows on Thursday, midday and then our dating talk. Okay, guys, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you next time.